Welcome to Cryo.do's crash course on data analytics and visualization with Tableau. In this course, our expert mentors will walk you through comprehensive hands-on exercises designed to sharpen your data visualization skills, an indispensable competency in today's data-centric landscape. Tableau is a highly powerful, industry-standard tool that transforms raw, complex data into dynamic, interactive visualizations and dashboards, enabling quick, data-driven decision-making. Throughout the course, you'll master the core features of Tableau, including data connection, data preparation, interactive dashboard creation, and advanced charting techniques. By the end, you'll be proficient in building professional-level reports, uncovering hidden insights, and delivering impactful data stories. Upon course completion, you'll also earn a certification to validate your expertise in Tableau and data visualization. Before we begin, we encourage you to explore more of our resources and advanced programs by visiting our website at www.cryo.do. Let's get started and elevate your data analytics skill set with Tableau.
Welcome to the course Data Analysis and Business Intelligence with Tableau, Week 10. So in this week, we are going to learn about advanced calculations in Tableau and the analytics inside Tableau. In the last week, we have learned about data prep. So inside the data prep, we have learned about how to pivot data before loading and what are the use cases wherever the scenario you get the pivots, etc. And we saw how the data flows from cross-tab to a columnar format whenever you're doing a pivot. We saw how to do custom split and where are cases when will you use this custom split in your data and how you can do custom split into different columns and you can use different delimiters while you're using this custom split. We have seen the extracting option. What options do we have inside the extracting? We discussed about how to hide and unhide fields, and we discussed about how to sample the data based on the number or based upon the percentage inside the rows. And we also learned about how Tableau stores the data in different tables whenever you're using physical and logical tables, how Tableau stores the data and how you can change that also based upon the aggregation to less down, like bring down the rows in your data set. And we also saw hide and unhide fields inside the Tableau whenever you're not using some fields, how to hide them to actually decrease the scroll bar on the left. We saw some of the interactivity on the dashboard, what is interactivity about, and how parameter actions and set actions play a major role inside the interactivity. We saw two or more cases where we can use these actions to just drill down the data or to just bring different measure values into your visualizations without using a sheet swap. So the table of contents for this week we are going to discuss about the advanced calculations in Tableau. So we will be learning some of the specific calculations which can be used in most of the scenarios, and we will talk about the regular expressions with a shortcut which is called regex, but we will call them regular expressions. We will learn why they are useful and when they are useful. We will discuss about table calculations. So table calculations we already went through, but how are going this whenever we are using this advanced calculations, how table calculations will also come into use and how we have to deal with them when we are dealing with the advanced calculations. We will see some use cases wherever we have this scenario where we have to use both of them together. And for this week, we will also look at the analytics tab we have inside Tableau. We will see how we can use trend lines, how we can do clustering, and how we can do forecasting. We will go with some use cases wherever we are going to use them, how to create them, how to use them effectively and all. So the learning objective for this week is, in this week you're going to understand and actually practice on different scenarios where you will go with the advanced calculations which are associated, or we will see the advanced calculations together with the table calculations, how to use them to deal with different scenarios where you have to show a different value according to a dimension and you have some advanced calculation over there, how you're going to deal with that. And we will see the regular expressions and types of regular expressions inside Tableau. We do have types inside them. We will see how are they going to be useful in our case scenarios. So we'll also look at the use cases, a couple of use cases on the advanced calculations in the table calculations, because that will be more frequently used content whenever you're working with the real-time scenario. You have to use more advanced in table calculations all the time. So we will also see the analytics pane this time. We will look into how we are going to use the trend lines, clustering, forecasting, and how these scenarios will come into use in whatever the visualizations we are building, and how we can show them visually effective and which can be useful for the final business advisors. So the first topic in this week would be advanced calculations. We already know how to create calculations and all, but we will see how we can do advanced calculations. So I just picked up some calculations. We have like so many of them inside Tableau, but I just picked up the most frequently used, let's say inside the advanced calculations, the most frequently used. So the first one I picked up is the first calculation, first as first. So this one returns the number of rows mentioned from the top. If you just click on some calculation inside the Tableau pop-up box for the created field, Tableau will actually show the description of that calculation and an example for that calculation, whatever it can be, like whatever calculation you're using, just click on it. You will see the description and also you will see the example of how to use that, and you can also see the syntax. So if you see here, we are describing the first and the last calculations. The first returns the number of rows from the top. The vice versa, the last calculation will do. It returns the number of rows from the bottom. So whatever number you give over there, it will bring up the exact row. So this is how the first and last calculations will work. And whenever we are going up with the table and whenever we want to present something which is particularly to some number, we can do this. So the next one in the table calculations is running calculations. We have one concept of running calculation inside Tableau. Inside that we have sum, average, minimum, maximum, count, etc. So the sum is a running sum, is like it will add up all the previous value and it kinds of aggregates the previous value and give the sum going on to your bottom or the other way. So all the running values will work like that. So the aggregation you have different options like sum, average, minimum, maximum, but all the running calculations will add up the previous value and add it to the current value. So if you see the description over here, sum actually the values added to the previous value, average the running total averages the current and the previous value. So average will work like that, right? So it will add up the previous value going on, it will increase the value count and it will take the average out of it. Minimum value, all values are replaced with the lowest value in the original partition. Maximum, all values are replaced with the highest values in the original partition. So these are the like basic description about what that calculation is. We will definitely look into each example of how they are going to work inside Tableau also. So we also have a concept of Windows calculations. So Windows functions provide the ability to perform calculations across all the rows that are related to the current query row. That means it actually performs all the window calculations, whatever you have on the view. Let's say you have a table of some category, some subcategory and the sales. So the rows you will be seeing there will be aggregated upon the dimension, right? So Windows calculations will build the calculation according to whatever you have inside the row. So if you look at that example of Windows sum, so Windows sum is a sum already summing up the sum of profit, and they gave an offset, okay, minus 20. This will bring the sum of profit from the two previous rows to the current row. So it will count, basically it will count the rows on your view, and it will bring the minus 2 means the up one, like going back. So it will bring the two previous rows to the current row. So we will also look at how this functions in the real-time scenarios. That's when you actually understand how they're counting all the rows and how they're performing on the tables. And we already looked at table calculations previously, but we will be going into depth inside table calculations because most of the scenarios you will be associated with both the kind of advanced calculations and also the table calculations. You might have to mix them up to show one particular value out of that. So in here, if you're seeing here, we have a column called compute using inside the table calculations. So we already looked at quick table calculations, right? So in the quick table calculations, we have the data of what you can do with the table calculation. You have a percentage difference or a running difference or a percent of total, etc. You have the YTD growth. These things you have inside the quick table calculation. But how is it computing? Is it computing based upon the whole table, or is it computing based upon one cell, or is it computing based upon one dimension, whatever you're using there? This will all come under compute using. So this plays a major role. I repeat, like really a major role whenever you're working with tables. You will have to cross check the compute using. This one will throw a different value whenever it goes into a different pointer like path. It will definitely throw a different value. You have to really be careful with the compute using. So this one is all about compute using inside the table calculation. We will look into different scenarios for sure of how to use this and how to actually be careful whenever you're using the compute calculation. So we are almost what we had discussed when we discussed about what we are going to do and what options we have inside each thing, and we will go look into our software, how these things will work whenever we are using them in the real-time scenario. Let's take practice file. So I am taking full data. So this is all my full data. I'm going to sheet 1. So to make you understand better, we will just go with the simple scenarios where you can actually understand the concept behind it. How are these calculations computing at the back end? Let's check that. I'm just taking the category column and I will also add subcategory because I want to have more rows. All this advanced or table calculations totally depending upon the row count, etc. Most of them, and I wanted to show you how this work, and we're just taking this category and subcategory in this scenario so that we will just get some rows to look at how they're working. Okay. And what I will do is I will create some calculations. So we already spoke about first, last, etc. Right? We will see how they work and then we have the data inside how they work. So this I'm creating a calculated field for the first. So what I will do, I will write first. I'm just not writing any number inside or not just giving any number because I wanted to show you how this first calculation acts on your table. So I'll just say first, okay, and this is our first calculation. And I will create one more calculation for last. So the formula I'm using here is the last. So I'm just not giving anything here also, and I'll just say only last and click on OK. I will just create one more calculation for index. So we already discussed about how index works. Index is like a serial number. It will create 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And this index number sometimes will help you to understand how the other calculations are working. That's why I'm just creating index also. And I will also take one more simple calculation. Let's say size. I will tell you how size works also. Just take size also in here. Click on OK. So first we want to see all these 4 calculations. So for that, I will just drag all these calculations. I'm selecting first. I'm just clicking on control and selecting first, last, index and size. So I will drag all this into my view. This just gave me some weird shapes. Let's just drag them into the members text. This is the view we are getting by using all these 4 calculations we created. So we created first, last, index and size. Let's discuss about index first because index is like a serial number. It will create a row number like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and it is creating up to 17. That means you have 17 rows inside your view. So if you look at the size is bringing up that 17 to all the rows. That means, okay, you have this much content of data. This is like you have 17 rows, but it will throw up the same value to all the rows or whatever you have on the view. And by this, you can actually understand this first and last calculations better. So if you see here, first started from 0 and it went up to 16, and last started from 0 from the bottom and it went up to 16 to the top. So first is giving you a negative sign, but last is not giving you a negative sign. You see here, this is how first and last calculations work. This will count the row. First will go into the addition of the number and the last will actually work like this. If you want to pick up some rows, let's create one more calculation, and I want to pick up only one row, and let's see how I can do that. So I just want to look at last fifth row. I'll say last. Right now I am giving a number 5. If you see here, if you drag up to this onto the view, it will actually give you true wherever it see that 5. Okay, it is actually throwing up true in this scenario. This is the fifth row it is taking up in the last column. This is how you use first or last columns based upon the row number. If you have index or index, it will be like easily understandable for you how these table calculations are working. Let's say why I am calling this table calculations. If you see here, they're already inside the table calculations. We didn't create any table calculation, right? But this one are coming up based upon the row count. That means it is looking at each row, which is a table calculation, because inside the table, what I am doing. So even if you look inside your calculation fields, see, this is actually showing that this is a table calculation and it is using a default table calculation. This is the option you will get whenever you click on that default table calculation. So the results are computed across table. So this is the default calculation it is using for inside the table calculation. Even though if you create the table calculated field here, this will use the table calculations because these are all dependent upon the row count. It will act according to the table you're building. So it will act according to the row number it is using. So these are all completely dependent upon whatever the rows it has inside the table. Even though if you add something more into your visualization, what it will do, so it will act according to whatever is built in the start, right? You added one more field into view, but before adding this view only, you have your table calculation already pointed out to something. If you see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this one is giving up a true value. It should be last 5, but it is actually giving a true value here. And if you see here, we have like 51 rows. But still I am seeing a 17 number. Why? Because my table calculation is computing used upon a default table calculation. So if I say, okay, if I just want to create calculation on table down, that means from the 1 to whatever rows you have until down, it will go and calculate whatever rows it has inside the entire table. It is like repointing the table calculation to whatever you dragged new into your view. It just, in this case scenario, we dragged a segment into our new visualization. So this one will calculate according to the segment also if you repoint it to the entire table. So this is compute using. The compute using is a really good one to use to show a different value completely based upon the one dimension or the other. So I have 51 right now. I have 51 rows, but the table calculation I changed is only for the size. What if I do the same thing to index as well? So if you see here, index also is calculating on my entire table and it is giving me a number from the start to 51. It showed me all the numbers. And if you just do the same to everything, all the values will change according to the complete table. That means they are considering all the 51 rows inside your view. If you see here, even the last 5 is a table calculation. It is also computing according to the complete table. So if you see here, the last value 5 is coming up as right value. True. It considered all the 51 rows. This is where you can use a compute using to change the values according to the views you have inside or according to the dimensions you have inside. Let's see one more case scenario on the compute using. Okay, to understand it better, let's try code segment and just use one more case scenario. If I just go to the first and if I just select category, if you see here, category is the first thing. So it will have 0 and everything has thrown me a 0 over here. If you just go to the subcategory, bookcases is the first. So it will compute based upon this row and this row as well. So this one will entirely become one section for it. So the first column will entirely look into this and it will throw you number. And it will restart again because we selected subcategory. It will restart again from this section and throw you numbers like that. And it will restart again with technology and throw you numbers like this. So every first column starts with 0 and all the sections it has inside the subcategory because we selected subcategory here, compute using subcategory. This one restarts, let's say restarts the calculation for every portion of subcategory because we have category also on our view. So the aggregation is also dependent on category. The subcategory is restarting every level from this scenario and these are completely dependent upon each dimension they has inside this views and every compute using will restart again according to the subcategory. If you just do the same with the last rank also, if you see here, this is the vice versa of first we have used and it restarted again at each subcategory. So it starts with 0 and ends with 3 here and it restarts again with 0 and ends with 8 here and it restarts again with 0 and ends with 3 here. It is dependent upon the subcategory. If you do the same with all the others also, they will act the same. If you look at the index is starting from 1 and it is ending with 4 because it is calculated based upon the subcategory. And size also, if you give subcategory, in this section you have 4. Office supplies, you have 9. Furniture, you have 4 again. This is how it calculates based upon the compute using. You can either give a field name over here to change your values. Say, okay, we have seen the basic scenarios where you use calculations, like you say these are advanced calculations. So we will also look at how these will work if you have some values inside, but not the calculations. Let's take some value. I'm just removing the measure values here. So I'm just dragging sales. These are the sales I have, right? Okay. Just take out the measure names here and I have sales, right? So what I will do, I will just add a table calculation because we already have seen how the table calculations will work based upon the compute using. We will also look at one thing where we are using some table calculation. So I'm saying running total. Okay. I'm taking running total. So I have some table calculation. So what it is doing, it is giving me a total of whatever it has it in the previous value. This is also one kind of running calculation. We will discuss more about running calculations in our use cases. So if I just use a table calculation like this, and what my compute using is doing, it is taking all my rows, all from first to the last. What if I say calculate based on subcategory? So what it will do is, it will calculate this portion only inside the subcategory. It will start with this one and it will give the calculation of running total until this value. And again, it starts with this value and ends with this value. And this value with this value. So what if we just use one more calculation here, which is rank. So what is rank? So rank will give you a specific number to each row based upon the sum you have, like the value you have in the view. So let's say I want to see the rank based upon the sales. So it is defaultly using a table calculation, right? So I'm just dragging my rank onto my view. So this is the rank it's allocated for each value. And this rank is calculated on my whole table. If you see here, I can see all the 17 rows and it is giving me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And according to the sum, it is giving me some value. So what if I just say, okay, compute using subcategory way. So table down is actually the rank according to, so it is throwing me the rank according to the value over here. So let's make it very simple and just clear the table calculation. So we will see the actual number over here. And if you see here, this rank is calculated for all the rows from 1 to 17. So it is randomly throwing up numbers according to the rows whatever we have on the table. So what if I wanted to see the rank only on subcategory? So if you click on the subcategory, this will throw you an option where you can look at the ranking based upon subcategory only. So for this 4 rows, it threw a rank. So the first one is this, second one is this, third one is this, or fourth one is this, like that. And it threw all the values inside the office supplies, it threw all the values inside the technology, etc. So the rank is actually calculated based upon the compute using subcategory. Let's say it is taking the value based upon the sales, the rank, sum of sales, and it is going to the table, looking up as we just used compute using based upon the table, and it will throw you according to each subcategory. So we are already used subcategory for so many things. What if I just say category? So category is the first option it has and it is throwing everything as 1. So what if I just say cell? Cell is also the same thing because cell will calculate on this. So one thing calculation will be exactly first rank. So it will go to again this cell, this will allocate first rank. So it is based upon the cell calculation, you will get only one number because it is calculating based upon the cell only. You just go with the table down, it will show you all the values for all the 17 numbers. If you just go with the pane down is exactly like the subcategory in this scenario. So pane down, all this pane down, table down options will act upon the dimensions you have on the view. Pane down in this scenario is this is the pane for it. So in the pane you have subcategory. So even selecting a pane down or even selecting a subcategory is the same scenario in this case. So because this is the pane it has, in the pane you have subcategory. So going with the pane down or going with the subcategory will show you the same value. So this one also the same. These are totally dependent upon what you have on the rows and what you have on the columns. That's how your table is prepared, right? So complete a table is prepared upon the dimensions you have on the rows or measures you have on the rows. It completely depends upon what you have on the rows and columns. So even the pane across then down is the same thing. It will calculate pane and then down. Pane down and then across computes the same thing because it has subcategory inside the pane. This varies according to whatever you have inside the views. Let's say if I just have subcategory here, it is showing up me a different value in the rank because I just changed the subcategory to the column, and pane down and across is computing in the arrow mark, like let's say up to down. This one will throw you 1 because it is only seeing one value over there. That's how it works. So whenever you're using this table calculations, just look at what you have on your view. So what is pane? What is the entire table? This is pane. This is the entire table. And if you just say table down or table across or pane down or pane across, this is the place where you have to look how your values are working. And if you want to make it really simple and understand how the compute using is working, so I'm just taking a quick calculation of percent of total. So percent of total is basically rounding up entire my calculation to 100%, right? So this one right now you should have the 100% for your entire table. So what if I just go and use some other thing like subcategory first. So this is a dimension, and subcategory will give you the 100% for this subcategory alone. So this pane alone, it will give you 100%. So the next one, this pane alone, it will give you 100%. So the technology, it will be 100%. And if you categorize it according to the cell, let's say cell only computes on one cell. So the entire cell is 100% for it. So this is not the right case for it. And if you just go with this category also, it will throw up the same thing because the entire category is 100% for it. So the whole can be 100%. Pane is exactly the same thing, right? Like subcategory. Pane down is the same thing because this is the pane for it. We have subcategory inside the pane. Table is the complete table, and it will calculate a complete table. Table down, it's like you can imagine the arrow starting from up to down. So table across, how it will calculate is from left to right. So if it calculates from left to right, if you just look at here, from left to right, what value it is getting? Only 1. So in that case scenario, it will calculate only that cell and it will show you 100. So what if I have a subcategory on the rows column? So it will get each value from the left to right. So whatever is there in this one particular row, the entire furniture will be 100. Entire office supplies will be 100. Entire technologies will be 100. So across is like left to right, down is like up to down. So this is the basic difference between across and down. So table is entire table. Pane is one particular part. In this case, a subcategory. This is your pane. Entire table means your entire table. So these are the options you have inside the compute UC. You can go with the dimensions also, or if it is satisfying on this only, you can go with that one also. So this is all about advanced calculations and table calculations, and we do have some more calculations to look around. So we will quickly go into the other use cases where we can work with Windows functions or where we can work with running functions. So the next one we are going to look at is the running functions we have inside Tableau. What are different running functions we have and how we are going to use them in our scenarios. Let's look at what running functions we actually have. If you just type running over here, you can see all the running expressions you have inside Tableau, and if you click on them, it will actually show you what is the definition of it and what is the example syntax you have to use inside the running calculation. So to look at different kinds of running calculations, I will just take some scenarios where you will be using this running calculations. So for that, I will be adding one visualization. These are all, I'm just creating everything in table because it's actually understandable to look up at the rows and how it is acting at the back end and everything. But you can even use these visualizations whenever you're working with the visuals as well, not only for the tables. So I will just drag order date. So we have a year of order date and also take quarter to increase the rows, and okay, let's only see maybe 2 years because we definitely want to understand the calculation better. And I'm just dragging region onto my columns. So this is the visualization I have. I have a year, I have quarter. The years I'm taking is 2014 or 15, just randomly picked up 2 years, and I just use a region to differentiate them into 4 segments. Okay. And the example I'm taking for running calculation over here is running average. So the running average is like it returns the given expression from the first row in the partition to the current row. Let's see how does it do. And if you just want to name it as okay running average and just write the calculation running average. I want to see the running average of profit. So before taking the average, I'm just summing it out because of the aggregations at the back end, because of the dimensions you use at the back end. It is always better to take into a complete sum of whatever it is. Even the syntax is actually coming up like that. You have to take, if you see the syntax example also we have here is the profit value. We have to take the sum of the whole value and create a running average on that. So this is using a default table calculation. Results are computed a table across. That means table across means from the left to right. Okay, I'm just clicking on OK. And if I drag my running average onto the text, so this is my running average as of now. I wanted to use the running average. This is calculating. Okay. So if I want to look at the running average, I'm just seeing the running average calculation as. So I just clicked on pane down. That means it will calculation from up to down. So in this case scenario, it is calculating the running average of central, east, south, west, and according to the quarter. So in 2014, in quarter 1, I have a value of 139. So in the quarter 2, my running average is 554. So what it will do is it will go up to the previous value, adds up it, and gives me a running average. So for the quarter 3, I have 298, quarter 4, 135, etc. It goes on like that. So the average, if you see here, the running average is creating the average of sum of profit. And this view shows quarterly sales where your average is computed with the date partition. So the result is the running average of the profits for each quarter. And you can see according to the region, you have a running average, and you can even use the other compute using options also. But we want to show it according to whatever the date we have, and I'll just go with the order date, and it will throw me the options of restarting with every level of year, right? So in 2014 this is my average, and 2015 this is my average, like that. It will go according to the quarters and give me the average of calculating the previous value and throws up me an average, and that is running content. So it will add up and give me the final value at the quarter 4, like that. So if you want to see the other options we have, let's take the same calculation and just edit them to look at the other calculations also, how they will work with the other values of running. I'm just going with the running count. So running count of the same sum of profit. So this one, if you see here, running count is calculating according to the year and quarter. So it is giving a value of the running count of each row. If you see here, it is computing according to the categories we have, because 2014 is having this quarter, and it is calculating according to that. And if you just tell it according to calculate pane down, it will actually calculate according to the years, but according to the quarters, and it will throw up only for a particular year. And if you want to just go with all the table down, you can go with all the tables, and this will throw up values of the count of each value. And because we are using count, and this is throwing us a count of everything. So how does my running max will look like? Running max. So this is the running max value. Right now it is calculating table down, and this will calculate, it will throw up the max amount by just summing up all the values. So if you see here, by quarter 4 of 2014, your max value is 1435. And when you came to 2015 ending, your max value is 7502. And it will throw up the same thing all over. It will throw up the maximum value considering all the values. It is considering all the values. As it is table down, it will consider all the rows, right? So in all the rows, what is your maximum value? It will throw everything on that. So this one is how running max will work. This will sum up everything, and it will throw a maximum value for all the values. And if you're seeing that, it will consider the compute using as well, and it will throw up the value according to that. So if you see your running max, right? Running max will add up the previous value, and whenever it starts with some value, the value is on the top and it did not add the previous value. That's why you're seeing a difference. But whenever it maxes up to certain value, whenever it is adding up, this one will throw your maximum value according to your compute using field. If you just want to look at how this value throws up according to the cell, it will throw the exact value of max profit in that particular cell. That means it is not doing anything, it's just throwing the sum of profit, that's it. And it will show how it looks like when what is the value is. And if you see here, in this value I have a maximum of 7502. In this value I have a maximum of 10,508. and this will throw the maximum value of like that by just running max. It just sees up the previous value and considers what is the maximum value. Okay, I will throw the maximum value based upon my previous values. Running is like considering the previous values, what is my maximum value, like that. So this is how a running maximum will work, and we have other options also, like we can use a running minimum. Let's see how running minimum will apply. So running minimum will throw a value where you will see the minimum value whenever you consider the previous value. It considers the previous values and throw up the minimum value according to that. And you have to be careful whenever you're using the compute using in these tables. If you're going with the running content, it considers the previous values also. If you see here, compute using is based upon table down. If you just do the cell, it will throw up the minimum value. In this case scenario, the minimum value is the exact value of what it has inside. And if you want to see the minimum value according to all the table down, and it will throw you the minimum value of the entire table. And if you want to see the table according to the region, so region is also the same thing, because it is calculating based upon these values, region values. Let's take order date. So according to the order date, its minimum value is 131 in this scenario, and 2004 in this scenario. Table down is actually the same value. Pane down, actually 2015 is considered, and it threw a value according to 2010. That's why the value changed in the second half. Table across, if you see here, table across works like from the left to right. So it will see all these rows and throw up the minimum or maximum values according to that. So these are some of the every calculation, advanced calculations like this are completely dependent upon the table calculation as well. It might use a default table calculation whenever you're creating. And there can be cases where you can go with the default table calculation without changing anything also. But in some scenarios, you might have to change, and you have to use different compute using to show up a different value. So if you just get the other values, let's take running sum also in this case scenario. Okay. So this is the running sum it has according to the table down, and it is giving me the values according to the region, according to the quarter. Let's take order date. Order date is constant. Cell is exactly the same value what it has. So it will brings up everything according to that. Table across computes the value like this from left to right, and it will throw up the value at the last, but this is not the right scenario because it is actually calculating the entire quarter all differences. And if what if I say region, region is also the same because left to right, right? Regions is in the columns, that's why it's actually that. Order date will calculate this way because order date is on our rows, and the running sum will give you the running sum of whatever the content it has, and in that according to the order date. Table down is the same scenario. If you just look at pane down, pane will consider each year, so it is acting up the same. Pane down and across it will calculate like this, and it will go do that like this. First down and then left to right. And if you want to look at the how it is actually working, when you are like confused how it is working, you can go with the edit table calculation you have here, and it will throw up what are the options it is considering for your table calculation. In this case scenario, pane down and across. So first it will calculate like this, and it will go across like this. How my cell will calculate? So each cell is considered. See, 139, each cell is considered. Table down, the entire first row. Table down means all the table, entire down row is considered. Pane down is, this is one pane for it. It will consider this value. This is considered for this. These are the yellow specific highlighting marks you will get whenever you use this edit table calculation. You can see how your calculating is running on pane down and across. Pane down from up to down and left to right, and pane across then down. So first left to right, then up to down, like that. It will show each and everything and how it is working, and it will show what are the dimensions it is picking up according to the value you are using here. So for pane down and across, using region and also the quarter. If you use pane down, it is only using the quarter. It is not going with the region. See, only the central part is highlighted. Table down. Table down, it is only using a region, but it is also considering this part because this is calculated according to the top and down, and it is giving you the value with considering the complete table. Table across is left to right. If you see here, it is only considering region because region is on the columns, and we have the left to right coming up from all the dimensions we have here. It is considering region. It is in the left to right. That's why. So these are the options you have, and if you want Tableau to consider specific dimensions, you can even click on specific dimensions here. Okay, I have region, I have picked on region, but I also want to go with the quarter of the date from left to right. So if you click on that, it will show how it is working. Okay, you selected region and you also selected quarter. That means it will consider these two values in your calculation. So it will ask what is the level you want to calculate it for. You can even select deepest, which is default. And it will also ask you which dimension you wanted to select. If you select region, it will work like that. It will select quarter, it will work like this. So the yellow highlighting will show you how the calculation is working at the backend. So you have the basic understanding how it will work. And if you say region, it will work from left to right. And if you say quarter, it will work from all this, maybe across. In this scenario, it can be down and across. So you can give restarting level. Okay, where I should restart it again? Do you want to restart at region? So right now it is, if you say region, it will start from this. It will go here, restart again, start from this, go here, restart again, and come like this. So this is the restarting level. You can give none, so it will consider everything. But if you want to restart it at again at particular point, you can give a restarting level. So in this scenario, if I just give region, because I also selected quarter and I wanted to restart at every region, I will say calculate like this, go here, start again like that. And you can also give sort order. You can give specific dimensions as a default, and you can also give custom sort over here and select ascending or descending based upon the value from coming up here. Just go with the specific dimensions. Tableau actually understands well how the data is coming up, and most of the times going with the default options will give you right values. Tableau is an intelligent tool. It picks up everything to how you want to look at, but there will be some cases where your case scenario is a completely complicated one and you have to go look at different scenarios and change them into different compute usings or table calculations. So these are some of the calculations or how the running operations will perform on your data. We're only looking at how these are performing and where are the case scenarios. You might be working with them and how they will perform in each case scenario. But you have to have that understanding of how it is working at the backend. Is it going from left to right? Is it going from top to down? Or is it considering the entire pane or entire table? That is totally important whenever you're working with advanced calculations. So check out the table calculations once again. If you're just seeing some wrong value out of here where your gut is telling that, okay, that can be wrong, just go with the table calculations, look at compute using, look at how it is using compute using at the backend. And for assistance, just open the edit table calculation and look at the highlighting options it is giving you to understand how it is working. So this is all about the running calculations we have. We have like 5 options inside the running calculations. These are all advanced calculations and go well with the table calculations. So the next advanced calculation we're going to see is Windows operations, Windows functions, let's say. So we will see Windows functions now, and we will pick up some scenarios where we'll be using this Windows sum or Windows any function. So let's take a scenario where you have to highlight the highest month with the highest sale and lowest sale month. Let's see how you can do this scenario with the Windows function. Okay, let's create one chart for that. I'm just dragging order date. I'm taking month. Let's take only 1 year month, because if you take month and if you consider all the years, every year data at that particular month will be taken into account. So I'm just restricting that up to 2017. In 2017, I'm bringing up all the months value. And what I will do, I'll just look at the sales and create it as a bar. It's how it will be. So this is how it will be when you create a year option and with all the monthly sales. And in here, if you want to highlight, okay, I want to look at my lowest sales in whatever month it is, and I also wanted to look at highest sales in that particular year. So let's create a calculation to see the highest and lowest values using Windows functions. Okay, I'm just creating a calculation. Let's say Windows function, and I will create a calculated field using this Windows function. First, I will say my sales, a sum of sales. It should be sum of sales because it has to be aggregated. If my sales is Windows maximum, because we want to look at maximum and the minimum values. So if my Windows sales are at the maximum, then so I'm just combining an if clause with the Windows clause. So just name it as the highest, else if my sum of sales is equal to Windows minimum. So because I want to also look at Windows max and also look at Windows minimum, right? The highest and the lowest, then minimum or the lowest, whatever you want to write it there. Else, so whatever is falling under the highest will fall under first clause, and whatever is falling under the lowest will fall in the second clause. So all the others should be in some other color, right? Let's take it as other and click on end. This is our calculation. So we what and see, if you see here, we are using Windows and it is using some table calculation. So this one will also use the table calculation because it has to calculate on based upon the rows. Okay, let's drag this calculation on our color. If you see here, we have three options, right? One is highest and one is lowest, and all the others into the other value. So it's like showing me that February is your lowest month. In November, you have the highest sales. And if you look at the other values, these are all the other values you see inside your sales. So this is the option if it's like you want to look at one particular year and you want to look at the highest values or the lowest values, and you want to see what is happening in that year, in that particular month. You can precisely point that in a different color. And what if I just wanted to show the years also? Let's also take years, and without the filter we'll get 4 years, right? In this 4 years, if you see here, if your analysis is showing something, you have lowest sales either in January or February, not in other months. And you have your highest sales in September, November, December, and November again. So in your first half, let's say first quarter maybe, your sale is running low. And if you're going with the last quarter or just even if the September is included, you have the highest sales in the last months. In the first months, your actual sales are going low, and you can point it out saying that okay, when you consider this all these 4 years, we are seeing the considerate same thing all these 4 years. So we have to look at why we have this low kind of sales in only the first half, and why are we performing better in the second half? Are there any reasons behind it? Why is it coming like that? So these are the possible questions coming out based upon your visualization. That means you're showing some insight over here. Let's show why, where your value is coming down, and the next can be why it is actually coming down, the possible scenarios you can come up with if you have the data. And if you have the data, and just stressing on that point again and again, if you have the data, you can even show what they should do to raise that bar to the minimum value or something like that. So this is one case scenario where you can use this Windows function to show a highest value and the lowest value, and even if you drop into all other years, or even if you want to show the quarter wise as well, You can even consider all the values and show the highest and lowest values by adjusting your calculation Windows function to or else compute using with something other. So how this Windows sum function is used in the highest or lowest sales, and I wanted to also show you how it actually works at the backend, what is its logic and how it works. Let's create some basic visualization what we just created for the other calculations. We'll just go with the same thing and see how the data will look like whenever we don't have any visualizations and how it will work to understand it better. So the sales over here, I just had a small visualization saying that okay, my category is this, my subcategory is this, and okay, we are just using category and subcategory so many times. Let's go with a different scenario. Let's region. Okay, we just saw these are my sales in region wise, the complete sales. We don't have anything, the complete sales. So what if we just do the same thing with the Windows function? Okay, I'm doing Windows. This time I'm just going with the sum and I say sum of, it has to be aggregated, save. I'll just name it as Windows sales and I'm clicking on OK. So I'll just drag the Windows sales onto my view as well. So this one will show you two options and it will show what is my actual sale and how is the Windows function working. If you see here, your actual sale for central region is 501240, but the Windows function is giving you a 2297. Why? It is actually summing up all the sale values according to region and throwing the same value on the entire table. And even if you drag some other thing here according to the category or something like that, it will show the same value for all the values out there. You see here, if you drag, just swap it up to any other clauses, it will throw the same value because it is computing based upon the table calculation. If you see here, table down, and it is using the entire table to calculate the Windows sum. What if you just say region? Region will use this case scenario. This pane is inside the pane you have region, and it will check this entire sum, Windows sum, and it will show the option for this particular subcategory. In this scenario, it plussed up, it summed up the central, east, south, west cases, and it showed you the value across this category, that means accessories. So it will show the same thing across all the subcategories. And if you're going with some visualization over here, let's take some other, just coloring the other values. If you see here, just switch on the text labels. We have to repoint the compute using. See, table down is giving you the whole value for this entire table. Every time you just change the rows and columns, and if you just change your visual, this happens. It will actually you have to point it to a different option whenever you change the visual. Pane here is for the complete region, and it will show all the subcategories in one value, and it will throw up for different values for each region. You can also play with all the other fields as well. If you want with the region, it will show according to the region, and if you want to go with any other subcategory, is the same thing as pane down because we have subcategory inside the pane. And this is how the Windows calculation is different from your actual sales calculation. So we saw how it is different from the actual sum of sales and what is Windows sales, right? And now we will use different calculations to use this Windows function better. And for that, I will just go back to my text and I will just really make it simple to understand it better. Yeah. If you see this red marks, whenever you see this red marks, do not panic. It is actually asking you to repoint it to something, and it will, if you just repoint it to something, it will come up. Do not panic. And if you see here, we have sales and we have Windows sales. So right now, I wanted my Windows sales to not pick up everything on the visualization, but I wanted to see only maybe the first two rows or the last two rows, right? Like that. So for that, what I will do, I will just open my Windows sales calculation, and I will say, let's get this Windows function sum of sales, but I only want my either first two rows or something you wanted to put in. So I'm just saying first plus 2 and last. Oh, not this one. This is the calculation we created previously. We have to get the formula. Formula is this one, which comes with the EF mark. If you apply here, what is it doing? First plus 1. So the 1795 value is what? What is it excluding? So I will see what is it. First plus 2 is 678 and also select last value. So this one is showing the sum of first plus 1 and also the last. So that means these three values, which is the sum of 1795. Okay. And if you want to look at how this is functioning, so the first plus 1, that means it is avoiding the first row. So it is avoiding the first row and giving us all the other values like plus 1 and until last. So that is the way of functioning it is doing right here. First plus 1, not the first value, that is the plus 1 row, and all the other values. And it is calculating the window sum of sales. So that means all the values from these three values are coming up and it is showing a value of 1795. This is how we can use some other calculations, include them into our calculations. And why we are doing this? Like if there is a scenario where I don't want to look at the central sales in my total sales and I want to exclude only my central sales inside my total sales, then you can go with this kind of scenarios. You can come with different workarounds because we have so many formulas and so many logical things we can do. The same function can be done with even a if clause also. But I wanted to show you how the Windows functions is, so I just made out a scenario on this and I'm just explaining how this works. But Tableau is a brilliant tool. It has too many logical things inside it, too many formulas, and you can come up with the same answer with even a different formula from anything. So this is one kind of Windows you can use for calculating something off from your view and giving that a different perspective. You can even tweak these calculations to some other things, and like if you want to just look at the first two rows and last minus one row, something like that. You can even play with all the numbers you have here and pick up only some of the values to pop in your final total. See, the first plus 2, last minus 1 gave you 391, which is this one. That means first plus 2, 0 plus 2, the third value. Last minus 1, last is 0, minus 1 would be the higher value for that. And that one is your final value, which is 391. So this is how you can actually bring up whatever you want into your applied totals for the final totals. You can even bring up with different ones, like if you want to look at first plus 1 or last minus 1. You can give anything you want, bring up your total with something like that. And in this scenario, first plus 1 is 678. And if you just go with this one also, last minus 1 is 391, which is giving a total of 1070. So this is only showing you east and south regions in your final value. This one is the final window sum of only east and south, something like that. So we are only looking at the window sum option till now, and we do have some other options like Windows Max. So I'm just using the same formula with the Windows Max. How does that look like? It will go look at these two rows, first plus 1, last minus 1. In these two rows, what is my maximum value? 678. So it will show 678 in your Windows Max. This is how you can even only consider like two rows in your entire table and pick out the maximum value in that particular two rows. You can do the same thing with Windows minimum and see what is the value you're getting in minimum. It has to show 391 because it is considering east and south values only. In this east and south values, what is my Windows minimum value in this one? Because I have a formula first plus 1 and last minus 1, and these is going up to east and south only. So what is the minimum value in these two values? There should be like 391 for that. And this is how you can use different values. You do have an option to actually take up like let's say median. Okay, I just got median. I'm just applying median, how the median works. So this will calculate the east and south median only, because you have first plus 1, last minus 1 in your calculation inside. It will take up the second row and the third row, and it will take the values from there, the sum of sales, and it will do a median for it. And in the Windows options, we have so many Windows options working like that. You can use any of the Windows option in the same scenario, and you can do the same with any of the rows. If you want to pick some particular rows inside your table, you can use these functions and pick those tables. So this is all about Windows. You can use the same value with whatever average, count. You can use with different Windows functions, and I just show you how the Windows functions will work. This is a sum of windows, that's why it's summing up. But if you want to pick up something inside that calculation also, you can do that as well. So we covered almost all the Windows functions. I just wanted to show you how the total function works. Total is also the mostly used scenario, like mostly used calculation with all these numbers coming up. So I'm just taking a view for the same thing, order, date, and quarter. I'll region to just aggregate the values. And if you look at sales, just the sales, and these are the sales values you see. And what if you just create a calculated field for total? So what is total? Returns the total for the given expression. So total, inside the total, you have to give some value. Let's say I'm just taking sum of sales, and I am naming it as total. Okay, apply. I'm just clicking on apply. So I will also drag this total value onto my view. So if you see here, total is giving me one value, and actually the sales is giving me one value, right? So what is the difference between the sales, actual sales, and actual total? Let's check how that works. So if you just look at the compute let's make it easier. Let's take, I'm just making it easier to understand. So if I just say compute using table down. So what is table down? Table down is complete table, and it is working from up to down, right? So my sales for 2017 is 103, 5 is 102, 6 is the same like 107 and 107, some change. So my total value will show total for all these values and throw the same value for all the rows, and it does the same with all the other content also. By just using a different compute using value, let's say region. Okay, region is showing up a value like this. So why it is showing like that? Because region is on the columns, that means left to right. So whatever value it is computing is summing up 103, 128, again 103, and again 107. So your value is throwing up is based upon the summing up of all these three values. So this is the difference between sum, only sum, and the total. And the total value will mostly be used to show a complete total of the rows. And if you just also look at the quarter wise, and if you look at here, it showed me quarter 1 2014 all the sales, like it has 74,000, and if you want to see particularly at the sales happen in that quarter 1, it is 8,000. But if you look at the quarter 1 of all the regions, it is actually 74,000. So in your complete total, in your 74,000, how is my central region performing is the question. So answer is, in the 74,000, you have like 8,600 coming up for central. The same goes with the other regions as well. So in that 74,000, your south is performing this way. In the 74, your west is performing this way. And if you want to consider the same in the graphical representation, let's switch on the labels to compare it and visually compare it. So in 2014, these are my quarter values. So if you see here, in 2014, these are my sales, but my total value is this. So out of my total value, this is my actual number which is doing. And if you want to look at the bars, it is actually showing up how they're going up and how they're going down. If you look at the quarter 3 in 2014, the complete sales for that quarter 3 is 143, but it is actually showing up only 16,000 in quarter 3 for South. So that's how you show the comparison between values, and you can use the total value to show the complete total and to show the particular quarter 3 region wise value to compare it with. And simultaneously, you can throw the numbers on the same visualization to compare the values with. So what we have seen till now, we saw how the Windows functions or the running functions are associated with the table functions. We just saw each and every calculation, how that works, all the advanced calculations, and we also saw how these advanced calculations are related to the table calculations. What is the default table calculation it uses, and what can be used in some scenarios. Let's say you can go with the table down or pane down or some particular dimension you have, and you have the option to change it into different values out here to work up with a different value. Right now it is taking the region, but you can go with the different versions in here and you can show a different value. And you can also use the dual axis in here to go with complete complicated visualization. You can give a dual axis and bring up the same value. Is it going high than the actual total, or is it going low than the actual total? You can come up with different visualizations in here, the possible visualizations or whatever you can come up with, but make it simple whenever you're using. So do not complicated things and just make simple, because I just use so much of a tabular content to understand better to how actually to show how these calculations work, and whenever you have different dimensions or different cuts on your view, how this will act up, how it will look like whenever you go with different scenarios. So this is all about the advanced calculations and the table calculations, how are they related, how we can combine and use them in different scenarios. And we saw all the possible options table calculations can give, and what is the understanding at the back end, how it is going. Is it going to left to right or top to down, and is it taking only one dimension or a dimension value also? Like that, we just went through these scenarios, and let's just come back to whatever we have inside the other topics. And the next topic would be about regular expressions. The shortcut is regex. Regular expressions. For the shortcut, we'll call them as regex. But these are known as regex expressions and regular expressions. And if you just wanted to know what these regular expressions are, we have four different types of regular expressions in Tableau. And if you just wanted to just split an option and split a column, and if the split is not exactly turning out how you expected, or like if you have some extra characters or something like that in your expression, and if you want to hit them, correct them, manipulate them, and if the options available in Tableau not working, you can actually use this regex expressions. These regular expressions, they actually follow patterns in your data. So whenever you pull the extract out, or if you want to match something up, these regular expressions can help a lot in just following the patterns in your text content. These functions which either match or extract or replace strings with a larger strings of data. So if that doesn't make sense, like we can actually go with the short examples to understand what these regular expressions are. We have four types in Tableau. The first thing is regular XE, extract, and that is a string, a pattern. It looks for a particular pattern within a string or substring and extracts the data element inside the particular pattern. The second one is reg extract NTH, that is string, pattern, and index. It looks for a particular pattern within that string or substring and starting at the nth position in that string. So you can give a number over there and say that okay, it starts at that particular row or something like that, and it extracts that particular data element. And we have two more in this regular expressions, regxp match and regxp replace. Match is a string pattern again. It looks for a particular pattern within a string or substring and returns true value if there is an exact match. like looking up for a word and looking up at that complete sentence, and it just brings back true value whenever it finds a match like that. The last one is replace. It is string pattern replacement. It looks for a particular pattern within your string or substring and replaces one data element with the other data element. So the first one is actually match. It will bring up whether it is true or not. The other one looks up at that string and replaces it with one more word. So these expressions can also be nested. That means you can actually use replace function with other replace function, much like you can do currently with the regular replace function. This nesting will allow you make multiple passes over your data so that you do not need all your logic into one expression. So you can also include nested expressions like use multiple regular expressions in one calculation and bring up the data into a logical format. Yes, so let's take an example and see how this regular expressions will work. So I just copied a single set of data available because we in the practice file we don't have a long text anywhere. So I just took up some long text, just 4 to 5 rows of long text from internet, and I wanted to show you how this regular expressions will work on that long text. Let's take one sheet where I have this data. If you see here, that is only one column over there, and it is having only this data. This is completely a text. If you look at this is completely a string value. And for this, I'll just take this example only for the regular expressions because regular expressions is all about finding or manipulating data in the string values or any string columns you have. Okay, let's take this regular expressions data and also remember this. So always remember this regular expressions are kind of extracting the data, right? So this one will only work with the extracted version whenever you're using the regular expressions. Just extract your data because these will not work on the live connections. So just extract, save the file, and I only have a one column. If you just look into this is the data I have inside my sheet. This is only for the explanation purpose because that column should be entirely text. That's why I'm using the regular, different data for this regular expressions. So let's see some examples where these regular expressions are used. This is completely a data manipulation kind of formulas we are using right now. Like if you want to extract a particular word from the entire sentence or a particular value from the entire sentence, you can use this regular expression. So for example, we will be taking this rows where this has a course data. Let's say we have a person who is a student of one course and he has some student ID. So that one is entirely written in the one B column. So we are going to use our regular expressions to divide or extract some data out of our string value. Let's take a calculated field and write. So our first problem or else case we are going to work on is get the person's first name. Okay, and how are we going to get the person's first name? And in this case scenario, I'll just take a calculated field and I will say regular expression extract. So I need to give the column name first. It is asking me to give the column name string value. Let's say our column name that is text, and what I will write here is text parenthesis, open bracket, close bracket, and this again. So for the first name, I will be using this symbol backslash W plus. So if you click on OK, let's write it as first and click on OK. If you see here, the first name of your entire text will be displayed. So in this case scenario, we can actually say that this is the last name of a person because all the names are actually written as Black Kelly means actually the person's name can be Kelly Black. But in our scenario, this is the first word of our complete entire sentence. So I just named it as first, and this is the formula where you can get your first word of your entire sentence. And what if I wanted to see the second word? I'll just create a calculated field. I'm just writing, I will say last name. I'm just writing it as a last name, and I will use this same extract again, our text column, and the formula for this can be always starts with a single quote. You can note down the formulas if you want to. These are the basic expressions whenever we are using the regular expressions. So this is the formula to actually get the second word from a regular expression. If you click on OK and just see how this last is coming up, see your last word is coming up here. So this one is as black Kelly, like it's the first word and the second word. You can actually say this is the first name and the second name Kelly Black, and you are actually extracting words out of your entire sentence. So in the scenario where we used a formula like this, the expression for a comma is it's like we are searching for a comma. That means whatever is there after the comma, bring me that word. So backslash, yes, this one is space. So after the comma, I have some space. Look for that. I'm just using this both things like comma and space. Then only my word will come. So plus here is actually we are going to grab the word capture group right after the match of the command and space. That means we are going to get the word which is coming up after this command. Our command is comma and space. That's why it is taking up the word after the comma and space. That is the string we are going to extract. And this is where we are telling that, I mean, I have a space, I have a comma, after that only my word is starting, then you have to get my word onto the regular expression extract. So all these words or backslash some letter, these are all completely synced up with the regular expressions. These are proper ones to use, and we can't, or this is like a complete, let's say, syntax to that particular expression, to that particular practice. What are you doing for like slash n or slash yes or comma yes? These are all mentioned to do something like backslash. These are backslash is used to, it literally means quotes the following character. So whatever character it quotes, I mean after the backslash, whatever character is coming up, it literally means quotes are, I mean the following one character. So these are all common syntaxes that are used in regex expressions, and these are like constant, and they will be doing the same thing, and you just have to memorize these to use this expressions, regular expressions. So we just extracted the first name and the last name. What if I want to extract the first and last name exactly like that in the sentence? How we can do that? Okay, I will use create calculated field again, the same extract version. So text, because this is my column, and I will ask Tableau to bring up. I'm writing this syntax again. These are all constant. We have to write the same thing. Yeah. And brackets a hyphen z is for the string values. It's like range, not numerically though. It's a big one. Okay, this is the context I have to bring up. Okay, there's one more bracket. So quoting A to Z, it should be A to Z, and it is lower A to Z and caps A to Z plus just backslash space, and we're looking for comma and a backslash space, right? So that is the format we have inside our sentence. That's why we're writing comma backslash space. So plus I'm also searching the case again, the word again, A to Z, caps A to Z. And here, okay, I might have to delete this because the entire word should be here inside. So this is lower caps A to Z, higher caps A to Z. That means we are just giving that it can be in either format, and we are combining it with a comma space value. Because my name is in that particular format, I'm writing comma backslash yes, and I'm giving a plus mark again. So I'm combining the name with the other word, because we have two words over here, and this one is for the second word. Okay, let's name it as full name. Okay, this one is full name, and let's see how this works. and just got a null. Let's check what is our problem in the calculation. Okay, quotes, the first word plus comma space. Okay, there is one more space here. Let's delete that. Apply. So if you see here, we just got the first two words from the entire sentence, which is the full name of that particular student, and we have also got a character in between, which is a comma and a space. What we did is we combined the first word with the second word, and we also told the calculation, okay, in my sentence, you can see this comma and space also. You have to bring that one also. So I just added the word plus this comma space and plus the word. This is how you can bring the first name and the last name from the sentence. So we already have the full name, we have the first name, we have the second name, we have the full name also. In our sentence, we also have one more column in the text. If you see here, in the text we have the student ID also. If you just hover on and here, you have student ID ABC345, right? What if we want to bring that last word inside our text sentence? Let's see that how we can do that. I'm just taking the regular extract again, regular expression. This is my text column, the column name, and I will just say, okay, it always starts with quotes. I will just say colon backslash, yes, that means a space, and I will start my word backslash W and a plus. Ends with patience, and we need to place one more bracket. So this is the formula for the last, what we have the student ID over here. That's in the format, the last format. We are searching for a word where there can be colon and space, because we have student ID colon and space. So we wanted to get the number of that particular word which is after that colon and space. So we are telling the calculation, go look for a colon in the sentence, and after the colon you will see a space. After a space you will have your word. Give me that word, and I will say this as student ID. Okay. So this is the student ID for that particular, whatever the text sentence is. Inside the text sentence, this is the student ID just having. So what is our calculation? We just told that go look for a column, and after column you will get a space, and the word after the space you have to get that entire word. So in this scenario, in our text scenario, we have a colon over there. So we are particularly saying that, okay, you will find that word after the colon, and you will have a space over there. Just bring me that word back. So what Tableau does is here, like regular expression, what it did is, it brought up my student ID, which is there after my column value. Okay, we got the student ID. And what if we want only a particular part of the student ID? Let's say how we can do that. We can take the same formula again, text, column, and quotation marks, start with bracket, backslash D. So it will bring only ID from your word. Let's see how it will do that. So if you see here, we are only seeing the numerical content from your entire student ID. So what is inside our calculation is we have slash backslash D. This will map up any digit. So whatever digit you have in the sentence, it will map up to that from 0 to 9. And this plus symbol you have it will expand your match to any of your character matches. So this one will go inside and see if it has any 0 to 9 range of values inside your sentence, and it will bring back that complete number. So we got the complete number over here. The last thing we wanted to have from this entire sentence is we wanted to know the course also. So what is the course student is doing inside this? So for that, I will say the same expression again from our text column and look for patience, look for comma, or basically question mark actually gets all the whatever mapping data, question mark. Okay, let's go back and check what is causing that null value. I made a mistake. Question mark, apply. So this one is giving you the entire course. So how is this coming up? We will see how this is coming up, how it is actually picking up the course name. So I have a sentence like Black Kelly is a student of business. and comma student ID is this. So what it will do, Tableau will do, it will go to that column and it has a comma mark over here. That means if you see the sentence, we have a comma mark after the quotes. So the point here is actually matches any character, and star question mark is matches on the previous token between 0 and an unlimited times. It means the question mark, the star question mark actually goes to that. The star is match any character, right? So what were you looking at? What is our basic character? Here in this case, it is comma. We are looking for a comma. So it will, the question mark will go in front of the word, whatever word we are looking for, that word in front of it, where is my comma? If you see here, our word is here, right? So it is coming from the back and it is looking for a comma. And in this scenario, comma is here and star question mark allows us to find the nearest character. In this scenario, comma. So it will see this nearest comma and bring up the word which is like before that, like the nearest word to the comma. This one will show the curse value, and this is the formula which will be used to bring up that particular word according to sentence. This is all based upon according to our sentence. We are looking for characters. If you just see, we are looking for characters and saying that okay, you have to go to that character, you have to search for that word. You can even go find with a colon, or you can go find with a number, something like that. We are relating the entire calculation all the time to a special character what is there in our sentence. So this is how you can pick the words. It is like you divide your entire sentence into different columns based upon this. You can call it as a data model if you say, because you're creating new columns. So we have other options also with this particular expressions, right? We'll just see one more expression where we can match the values. And in this case scenario, I'm just looking at the values where I have this same value which contains ABC. That means it will show me the value wherever I have a same value ABC. In this case scenario, I'm using ABC. So if I just drag this, see it will map up all the values where it is showing ABC. In this scenario, you can consider these as a come into same, maybe same, they are actually doing with the same class. Maybe they are in the same class. So all ABC people can be in the same class. That's why if you want to look at the matching ones, you just have to give the column name and you can say, I'm just looking for this text. Just bring me that text wherever it is. And wherever that is, you just say me whether it is a true or not. Matching is like true or false, Boolean values. And I'm just saying the expression for that. Just search my text column and bring me ABC wherever there is ABC. So this is giving me a true or false column over here to map up the content. You see here for ABC 1, 2, 3, ABC 3, 4, 5 give you a 2, and here also we got a 2 over here. And you can also do the same thing like you can edit it and you can say okay, just bring me this column whatever is having ABC 1, 2, 3. In this scenario, you see here this one value went as false because it is not 1, 2, 3. In this, it got me ABC 1, 2, 3, ABC 1, 2, 3 as a true value. This is like a searching for a text value in your sentence by just giving the columns strings over there and just saying Tableau that okay, just search this word in the entire sentence and say that whether it is there or not, like that. And we can also create a calculated field saying that we already saw how the match works with, right? If you want to replace some word in your sentence with some other word in your sentence, let's say I want to replace this A, B, C, whatever is containing A, B, C, I want to replace that as slash A. I'm just saying that okay, wherever I have ABC, there you just replace that word as class A. And we will see how this works. Click on OK, get the replace. If you see here, the sentence Black Kelly is a student of business. Student ID is class B123. It actually replaced the word ABC with this class A. And if you see here, all the other words also, whatever has ABC, are actually replaced. And if you look at it, this is not replaced because this has a TEF. That's why it's not replaced. And if you look at the other values, wherever it has the word ABC, because we are giving that particular quotation marks for our word, this will go exactly find that word and replace the value with the new word. So this scenario in the replace calculation, if you see here, it will use the regular expression replace calculation. It will go to your column. First one is a search word, whatever you have to search word inside that sentence. So I'm going to search for ABC, and the second word is the replacement word. Whatever you want to replace that word with, you have to give the replacement word. So the second one would be for class A for me. I'm replacing that ABC with class A. So that's how I can replace the value of whatever I have here with a new value over there. This is how you can manipulate your sentence with the new words. These regular expressions mostly follow the JavaScript scenario. Actually, the language can be JavaScript because the backslashes and everything comes for that scripting, and it can be like a global language for the regular expressions. Most of them are coming from that. And if you look at all the other regular expressions, what are the short words for slash W or slashes, everything is coming from that script. So if you are looking for a partial range in your sentence, you can give the values like, let's say the example of you're looking a word with this partial range from A to F or G to P. It just have to the square bracket, and you have to start with the value A or something, whatever your word can be between that range. So that is a partial range, and it is alphabetical range. You can give any kind of range like A to Z or A to F or A to Q, something like that. You can give any kind of range if your values are coming in that particular range. If it is a capitalized range, you have to go with the same thing. You square brackets, caps A to unto caps Z, like we used in the main value. That like the range is actually in between them. We just kind of used A to Z directly. And this one you can either it can be a caps value or it can be a short upper lowercase. You can go with the lowercase or uppercase. And if it is in the digit range, it's square brackets 0 to 9. You have to give 0 to 9, and it is in digit range. This is the value for that 0 to 9. And if you have any kind of symbols, just for an example, you can give a hash, you can give a dollar, you can give a percentage, and etc. Everything should be in that square brackets to search them. And you have, if you have a mixed range, like you have small letters and have uppercase and also the digits, you just have to say square bracket the range value. For example, small a to z, 0 to 9, or caps a to z. You can give all of them without any or comma or space. Just open a square bracket, write a to z, caps a to z, or 0 to 9, and you can close a square bracket and tell that okay, my word can be in any of the format, like it can be in the lowercase or it can be uppercase or it can be in a range. So these are common values we will be using inside this regular expressions. So these are mostly related to the JavaScript. Slash S is for like white space character or a space. Slash W is for any matching letter or any matching digit, etc. Slash D is for the ranges between 0 to 9. It will map up the digit. Slash T is a tab character, like you know the tab character new line, right? Like that. So this one you can use it with the different numbers. Also, you can give a word and also a number. And we have this particular constant syntaxes with regular expressions. We just have to memorize them, and yeah, it's constant for pick up some value. It's kind of constant, and based upon your sentence, based upon your data, based upon your scenario, you have to select these constant syntaxes you will be using inside these regular expressions. So this is all about regular expressions. And if we go back to our PPT, we just saw the use cases on regular expressions, and we spoke about what are the syntaxes, etc. The next topic would be about trend lines, which is coming in the analytics pane.
So the next topic for our course is trend lines. We will be seeing the analytics pane for the trend lines in Tableau. Right now we only learned everything on the data pane, and we have one more tab in Tableau for analytics, and we will see how this analytics pane is used for different options, statistical options, and we will look into how we are going to use trend lines. So what is a trend line? The trend line is among the most important tools used by this technical analyst. Instead of looking at the past business performance or other fundamentals, analysts will look for trends in the dataset. They will look for all the trends in the dataset. So this trend line will help the analyst to determine the current direction of the data. If, for example, if you're looking at some price, and if you're looking at, let's take the example of petrol and diesel prices. So we will see the past data. We have the past data and we can see the trend lines of how it is flowing. Is it like constantly increasing, or is it having any up and down in the line, etc. So this analyst will believe the trend is completely like your friend, and it is used to identify any good trade or how is your business performing, how is it trending, etc. So these trend lines are also known as lines of best fit or regression lines. They graphically illustrate trends in the data series and are commonly used while charting predictions. So a trend line is typically a line or a curve that connects or passes through two or more points in the series, and it shows a trend from your data set. So these trends will highlight your data, and each trend line is calculated based upon a formula. We have different types of trend lines. We will look into what are the types of trend lines we have. Each trend line is actually based upon a different formula. And if you want to add the trend line to your visualization, both axes must contain a field that can be interpreted as a number. That means you should have a number in both axes. For example, you cannot add a trend line to view that has a product category dimension, which is a string on the column shelf, and profit measure on the row shelf. That is one is the dimension and one is the measure. It is not possible to build a trend line if you have a dimension on the, let's say, axis. Like rows and columns, you have a number. But however, you can add this trend line into the views of sales over time, because both sales and the time can be interpreted as numerical lines, because that time is also a series and it can be interpreted as a numeric value. And the date hierarchies actually contain strings rather than numbers. But even though you can go with order date, let's say, you can use the order date for a trend line. But if it has a hierarchy inside your order date, if you have this time series, you can use that into your view. But if your date is a hierarchy, you can't use it in your trend line. That means if it's only having a month, day, or year only, like that. If it is a time series, you can go definitely add the trend line. So if you have this trend lines turned on and you want to modify the view, you can actually edit the trend lines, and you can actually delete the trend lines if you do not want to show, and you can change the view whenever you want. And you just add the trend line, show them, and later you can actually edit it. You have so many options inside the trend line. It is just a drag and drop tool in Tableau. It has content formulas, but there is no need to you to actually do all those formulas and write these formulas and show it on the dataset. Tableau will do it for you. So this is all about trend lines, and if you see here, we have different 5 types of trend lines. The first one is linear, logarithmic, exponential, polynomial, and power. And if you just you're dragging and dropping that trend line onto the view, you can select either of them based upon your data. Stressing on a point based upon your data, because the trend line has to be selected according to the data set. So if you're using a linear trend, so what is a linear trend? Using a linear trend line is it is a best fit straight line that is used with the simple linear data sets. That means if your data increases or decreases along a straight line at a constant rate. For example, if your chart displays a steady increase in revenue by product line over time, you can use this linear trend line. Your data is like a linear. If the pattern in its data points resembles like a line, you can use this. This trend line usually shows that something that is increasing or decreasing in a steady rate. So that's where you use a linear trend line, and this has a formula inside, but you don't have to worry about the formulas inside. It will actually build everything for you. So the other one we have is a logarithm or natural logarithm, you can call it as. This trend line is used whenever your data value increases or decreases rapidly and then level out. For example, if your chart displays a rapid decrease in revenue by product line over time, and then it is going to level out, you can use this logarithmic value in your data set. The next one for us is exponential. If you see the line over there, it is like little curved to the middle and it's going up. And exponential is used whenever your data value increases or decreases exponentially, or at an increasingly higher or lower rate. For example, if your chart displays an exponential increase in revenue by product line over time, you could use an exponential trend line, like how is it increasing, etc. You can show it in the timeline series. So the next one for us is polynomial. Polynomial is looking like a zigzag line over there. You see the trend line coming up. You can use this polynomial trend line whenever your data values both increases and decreases. For example, if your chart line is displaying both increase and decrease data in the revenue by the product line, you can use this polynomial trend line. It is used to actually predict where it is going high and where it is going low. The last one in our trend lines is a power trend line. So this power trend line is used whenever your data values increases or decreases in a curve at a steady rate. So the first one, linear, is actually line, right, in a steady rate. So this one is a curve in a steady rate. For example, if your chart displays a steady increase in revenue of product line over a time and your data points will fit the curved line, you could use this power trend line. Now what we will do is we will go to the tool and see how this actually works inside Tableau. So I just connected to our data set, full data in our practice file, just connected to the complete file. And if you see the analytics pane over here, we have the analytics pane after the data pane. And if you see here, everything is grayed out. Do not think that it's not available, but it's like whatever data you have inside your visualization, according to that, we will see some trend lines. So remember, when you're working with the trend lines, your two axes should have a number, right? So what we will do is we will put sales and we will put profit also. So these are two numerical values and we got one line. This is the intersection of x and y axis. We have got one numerical content on the x axis and one numerical content on the y axis. So this is aggregated to a sum. That's why we are getting one value and it got an intersection over here in the corner. What we have to do right now is we have to segregate the data into different let's say I'm just adding up. Okay, I am taking product name into detail. So if you just disaggregate your data, product name has so many names inside it. So each product will have a sale and each product will get a profit. That's why if you just disaggregate the data into different aggregation levels, like because the product name has so many inside, that's why I just took the product name. And if you see here, this one is giving us so many values. You can even drag product name into the color. That's why you will see so many colors also. If you want to do that, you can just drag product name into your color. So this one, it will give you a colorful visualization like this. And if you just go to your analytics page right now, you can see these are highlighted. That means these are available for your analysis. Okay, we have got too many colors. Let's take a small one for the color because we don't want to show these many colors because the lines will be actually coming up according to that. So if you just go to your analytics page, we have consumer, we have corporate, and we have home office. Right now we have three segments and this one is differentiated based on the color. So what happens if I just drag my trend line onto here? You see here, you are getting these 5 options to actually see how these lines are going to work. So I'm just dragging my trend line onto linear. I got 3 lines over here. That means because we have dragged a segment onto our visualization, the trend lines are actually calculated based upon the segment here. So if you hover on it, it is giving us the formula that is used for it, and it is giving us a p-value, and it is also giving us an r-square. So this is a straight line because we used a linear trend line. This is actually showing us a trend line straight. So if you just want to see how the other trend lines work, logarithm value is actually going on like this. This might not give you any analysis out of your to look into your data set. And if you use this one, this will show you the lines like this. You can actually go with different trend lines and see how your data and lines are coming up. If you see here, these two are actually coming up well. But if you look at this one, consumer, it's not going like a trend line which has to be for polynomial. If you go to the power, see, power is, we have to have both decrease and increase, right? In the power, like study increasing or study decreasing in a curved line. And this one is not showing us. So the best option for this can be a linear graph. And if you want to show how these are working, it will show the lines and it will show the study trend line of how they're going. And let's also check if you want to see how the date values will come up, because of the order date or the ship date. Let's track how that will look like. If you see the order date, we have these orders coming up with the years. They're actually going up in the linear options. This one is actually not performing in a linear option. It is a linear, I say, but it's coming a little down because of the values. And yeah, we can use this one also in our visualizations, but just make sure that we have the timestamp inside it. And this one is with the 2-axis profit and sales, and you can use the trend lines like this by just dragging up. This will actually contain formula inside it, but you just have to drag and drop and use the trend lines. So to edit a trend line, you just have to click on this line and you will see the edit option over here. If you want to edit it, this is the option you get whenever you want to edit your trend lines. We can actually change the model type to different model types, and we can select which fields to use a factor in the trend line model. Like this will show you on based upon this factors I created this trend line. And you do have some other options inside the trend line. You can actually decide whether to exclude the color, or you can decide whether you can show the tooltip options. And if you want to use the trend line according to the color, like allow a trend line per color option, when you have color encodings in your view, you can use this option to add a single trend line that models all of your data, ignoring this color encoding. Like if you want to ignore the color coming up, you can actually ignore this color, and that will give you one trend line not based on your color. So you can also decide whether to show confidence bands or not. Tableau confidence bands show upper and lower confidence bands, which are 95% confidence lines by default. These confidence lines are not actually supported for the exponential models. You can even select whether to force the y-intercept to 0, because these are all calculated based upon the formulas. This option is useful when you want your trend line to begin at 0. And this option is available only when both the row shelf and column shelf contains a continuous field with a scatter plot. This is actually the one we are using, that is a scatter plot. So you also have this option, decide whether you can show recalculated lines when you select or highlight data in your visualization. Like if you're going to select some data in your visualization, do you want to show a recalculated line over there like that? And you also have the option to use different fields inside your trend lines. Like if I have fields in trend lines, okay, like this, or I do have some category also on my view. Let's say I have the category like this, and if you want to change the trend lines based upon only some fields, not all the fields you have on the view, like in this scenario, we have a category on the columns, a region on the rows, and we are getting so many lines. And in this, if you want to edit the trend line and want to use only one dimension for your, see, if you see here, all the factors are selected, right? And what if you just don't want to use these two and you want to only highlight according to the category? So if you see here, you're only getting the trend line according to the category. This allows you to compare the actual sales against the trend line that is same for all the regions, and if it only considers category in your trend line. That's how you can actually change different factors inside your trend lines. And if you want to just remove your trend lines, you can actually go to analysis and you can see trend lines over here. Just check this, all the trend lines will be gone. And if you want to add this again, you can even do this, or you can just drag the trend line onto your visualization. So this is how you add, remove, or edit your trend lines. And we do have some more options, more into the statistical content. If you want to see how this is calculated, you can hover on the part of the description. It will actually show you how this trend line is calculated. You can see R square and you can see p-value. And if you want to see what is inside this trend line, how is it calculated, what are the formulas behind, just click on the right click on the trend line. You will see describe trend model. So or else you'll see describe trend line. First we will go with the describe trend line. So this one is the option you will get. If you click on describe trend line, you will see the p-value. You will see what equation is used to calculate that trend line, and you will see the coefficient values also inside. So what is the value, what is the standard error, t-value, p-value, etc. You can see everything inside. And if you just click on right click on your and describe trend model will display you more into all the things it has inside, a detailed description of the trend model. So if you want to understand this one is the description of the entire line model, and there are like so many values listed inside. So they discuss about each thing inside. This model formula is for the full trend line model. This formula reflects whether you have specified to exclude factors from this model, and you have number of modeled observations. That means the number of rows used to actually construct this view. The number of filtered observations is the number of observations that are excluded from the model. And model degrees of freedom is the number of parameters needed to completely specify this model. You have this linear, logarithmic, and exponential trends have model degrees of freedom of 2, but polynomial trends have model degrees of freedom of 1. And the degree of a polynomial is also that one. And the residual degrees of freedom is for a fixed model. This value is defined as the number of observations minus the number of parameters estimated inside the model. And you will see SSE, that is sum squared error. The errors are the difference between the observed value and the value predicted by the model. In the analysis of variance table, this column is actually the difference between the SSE of the simpler model in that particular row and the full model. This will use all the factors, and we have mean squared error. Mean squared error is the SSE quantity divided by its corresponding degrees of freedom, and R squared is measure of how well the data fits this linear model. It is like a ratio of variance of the model's error or explained unexplained variance to the total variance of the data. This has a formula also, and we can get the formula R squared for everything is squared error, the root square of MSE of the full model. And p-value is the probability that a f random variable with the above degrees of freedom exceeds the observed f in this row of the analysis of variance table. So this is called as significance. A p-value is called as significance, and we have different values for individual, like values for each and everything. For what is the row, what is the column, and what is your p-value, how is your term. It is actually term and intercept in your profit and intercept in your model. It will show t-value, p-value, standard error value, etc. for that particular point. So these are individual statistical terms we use inside the trend lines. And if you want to drill deeper down this, we will get the basic definitions of what is what. And every trend line has a formula inside. Every trend line is calculated based upon this formula. And you will see the same trend line description for all the trend lines. If you want to look at the trend line description of whatever you created, you can actually click on that and see this detailed version of what is what. Even if you hover on your trend line, you can see this formula that is used, that is sales into profit plus this value. And the first line in the tooltip is actually the compute value of the profit. And if you see the second line, if you just you can see the R squared value. It shows the ratio of variance in the data. And the last line is p-value, reports the probability of that function. A p-value of a number of 0.05 or less is actually considered as sufficient in your model. So whenever you are building this trend line, you typically want to know how good this model is fitting for your data. Like, this is actually the measure of quality whenever you're doing predictions. So whenever you're testing the significance, you have to look at this p-values. The smaller the p-value, the more significant your model or your trend line is, the factor is. So it is possible to have a model that has a statistical significance, but which contains an individual trend line or a term of an individual trend line, but that does not contribute to overall significance. So you need to concentrate on the p-value. The smaller the p-value, the less likely it is that the difference is in the unexplained variance between your models. So this one will show everything. When you just click on the detailed description, you will see this p-value. This p-value actually tested for your model significance. So whenever you're unsure about what model fits you best, just go with each trend line and see the significance of the p-value. Whenever it is coming low, it means that you have a significant data model, you have a significant factor built, and this one can be best fit for your model. And it all depends upon your data requirement. Whatever trend line you're showing depends upon completely on your data. So it's always better to check into a detailed level of the trend line to see how it is performing, the p-value and everything. So this is all about trend lines, and just we will move on with our next topic, clustering. Clustering is also inside analytics pane. So clustering or cluster analysis in Tableau is like dividing a dataset into segments or clusters having relevant data values. This clustering helps us to conduct a comparative analysis of data inside Tableau. A cluster contains like similar data values of a dimension, that is, the values in a cluster are more related to each other than the data in the other clusters. So clustering is done using specific clustering algorithms where similar values are kept together as a part of the group. So we can have a cluster of like 7 shades or codes at a time. So for instance, like if you have sales data for a product for different types of consumers or buyers, we can analyze the purchasing capacity or trends of the analysis. We can create clusters where we can segregate the consumers based upon the purchasing capacities. So this one will show us or give us analysis about the consumers' purchasing or spending capacities, and we can see the strategies to maximize the sales depending upon the data set. So clustering algorithm in Tableau is actually built upon a k-means clustering algorithm. So the reason behind it being called k-means is that this algorithm divides the dataset into k clusters or segments based upon the similarities between each data point. This one will calculate the mean for each cluster, and this will give a centroid of a cluster, that is the cluster center. So once it calculates this centroid value for the cluster, it places them in such a way that the total sum of distances between the centroid and the concerned members in the cluster is minimum or like as small as possible. So in this way, this k-means algorithm gives us closely packed clusters, each made of closely related or similar values. So this is how a cluster looks like inside Tableau. This will create different clusters based upon the data set. And if you see here, it will give us options on what basis these clusters are created. And these clusters or clustering content is actually available on Tableau Desktop. And you can do it on different conditions. We have some constraints on clusters. And if there is like a blended dimension in the view, blended dimension means the column coming from a different secondary data source, you can't use a cluster. And when there are no fields that can be used as variables, let's say inputs for clustering the view, you can't use the clusters. And there is no dimension presented in the view because the data has to be aggregated on some point, right? So when there is no data aggregated on the dimension value, you can't use the clusters. So when any of these conditions apply, you will not be able to do the clusters in the analytics pane. And there are like some more field types you can't use in clusters, such as table calculations, blended calculations, the ones with latitude and longitude values, generated ones. You can't use groups, sets, bins, parameters, states, etc. inside the cluster values. So these clusters are used to differentiate. It will group based upon the k-means, right? So this actually depends upon the formula. So clustering, we spoke about where we can't do clustering and what are the possible constraints we get whenever we are doing clustering. We can revise it on, okay, when we have a blended dimension from the other view, we can't do a clustering. And if there are no fields that can be inputs for your clustering on based upon which the cluster has to be done, it can't do clustering. And if there are like no dimensions present in the view, you can't actually do clustering from Tableau. So let's look at how we can do a clustering from a simple scenario. Let's take a simple scenario to create the cluster. I will take a clean sheet and let's drag the same thing, sales and profit. So we will get a scatter plot. The main thing to do this is I want to create a scatter plot, and I'm just dragging subcategory into my detail value to disaggregate the value a bit because it will be aggregated according to the sum. Now it is actually aggregated according to the subcategory. So I'm also adding my order date into my view. I'm just taking month. Let's take month. This month will give up some value. Let's drag that into the order. So we are getting January to February month, and if you see here, we have got from a range of colors. If you see here, range of colors from Jan to Feb. And what we'll do now is we will create a cluster in the analytics tab. Let's go to the analytics tab and create a cluster for this. If you see here, cluster is highlighted. And if you want to create cluster, what we have to do is you have to drag that cluster onto your point here. It will be highlighted. See, it will actually show it like an orange value if you want to create the cluster for your view. And in this scenario, it actually created two clusters, cluster 1 and cluster 2. So this cluster dialog box will open. This has two options you have inside. One is for variables and one is for number of clusters. In the variables section, you can add dimensions or measure fields. If you want to add more, you can actually drag and add them into the variables path. And if you want to create more number of clusters in this case scenario, you can enter a numerical value inside the clusters like this value, and this will create a different cluster. If you see here, it already created one more cluster here. And once you are actually done with whatever you're doing, see here, you can actually close this box. And if you see here in this right corner, you can see how many clusters it has in the visualization, and it even assigned a color to each cluster. Right now we gave a number 4. That's why it created cluster 1, 2, 3, 4 because inside the number of clusters I actually gave a 4 number over here. And if you hover here, it will show you on what basis that exact cluster is created. For the month of September, the cluster 4 is created based upon the category binders, and it has a profit value of this much and it has a sales value of this much. And if you want to see the cluster options, if you see here in this panel, cluster is actually added to the color here after we created clusters. This one will defaultly add the cluster over the color. And if you go for the drop down menu, you can see describe clusters and edit cluster options inside. This one, describe clusters, will show you a detailed description of whatever the active clusters that has. In this cluster window, you see summary, and you can also see what are the modules created for each clusters. The summary section gives you a detailed summary of the cluster made, giving information about all the variables, level of detail, scaling, number of clusters, number of points, and the total sum of squares along with the information for each square. This model section actually describes, if you see here, the model section over here, This one will describe the other variables like f static, p-value, summary, modal, sum of squares, and these other values about the clusters. If you go to the summary diagnostics, we have like number of clusters, number of points, between group sum of squares, within group sum of squares, and total sum of squares. The number of clusters is the number we have given inside the cluster part, and the number of points is actually each point on your view. And this one, all the other three describes about the distance between each cluster, the distance between the center cluster of the whole and the other clusters, etc. So cluster statistics, like it will for each cluster in the clustering, this information is actually provided: the items, a center, and the most common. Items is the number of marks within that cluster. A center is actually the average value within each cluster. The center is a sum of profit and sum of sales here. So if you see here, this actually showed up what number of items that has inside each cluster, and it also showed us the centers of each. And if you see here, there is also one more line coming up, not clustered, as 0. That means there are no cluster values which has a value of 0. And if you wanted to see the model inside it, the F statistic for one-way or single factor ANOVA is a fraction of variance explained by a variable. So it is a ratio of the between group variance of the total variance. So the p-value is the probability value that the F distribution of all the values of the F statistic taken on a greater value so than the actual value. And we have a model and error. The error is a sum of squares, is a ratio within the group of sum of squares to error degrees of freedom. These are all statistical content and the explanation of the models. The model sum of squares is the ratio of between group sum of squares and the model degrees of freedom. But just the explanation of what is that and what is the statistical explanation of each and everything. You can even copy this content and paste it whenever there is a need where you have to show what is actually the cluster is actually meaning up, and you can even copy and just make it available to all the viewers of how it is basically working. So this is about clustering. We can also edit the clusters, like we have the edit option as well. If you see here, we have the shapes. Here we can actually assign each cluster, the clustering part a shape. We can even change the colors for them. If you want to change the colors, you can even change the colors. And if you want to see how the cluster edits, if you just go here, we have the edit options in this panel, edit clusters, and you will get this edit dialog box by just clicking on this edit option. You can drag different dimensions or variables inside in here, measures inside in the variables section, and you can even change the number of clusters. This is how you can actually edit the clusters. And to describe the cluster, you can go to describe cluster. So the coloring and shaping, it's all upon our own preferences. We can give different shapes, different colors for the clusters. So we already discussed about what are the constraints we have inside clusters, where we can't do clusters and everything. So cluster is totally easy. You just have to drag and drop the cluster option onto your view, and it will provide you all the options. So all the formulas are basically created in the analytics pane. Only Tableau will defaultly calculate everything. So the algorithm bay is coming up from k-means. So that is the basic algorithm Tableau is using to create this cluster part, k-means algorithm. So if you want to know about k-means algorithm most, you can actually study about the k-means algorithm, or how it is performing, what formulas it is bringing up. So in here we don't have to do that. It is drag and drop, and that will be already done when you do it. So this is all about clustering, and the next topic in our course is about forecasting. So forecasting in Tableau is like you can add this forecast to your view whenever there is at least one date dimension and one measure in your view. And if you're interested in predictive modeling, you can even go inside deeper depth of what is predictive modeling, because forecasting is about all prediction, right? We are actually forecasting something from a time series, and this one will give this predictive model of how it looks whenever you are looking at the future, how it looks like. And if you want to learn about forecasting, the forecasting algorithms are like simple models for a real world data generating process. So for a higher quality in the forecasting, a simple pattern in the stitch B must match the pattern described by the model. And this one, the quality metrics measure how well the model matches with the DGP. And if the quality is low, the precision measured by the confidence bands is not important, because it measures the precision of the inaccurate estimate. So this is all about real world data generating process. These forecasting algorithms are the models based upon that. So Tableau will automatically select the best upon these models, and it will generate the highest quality forecast depending upon your data set, how your data looks, what are your data values. So everything Tableau will do that and for each model, and it will optimize your forecasting, and it will show you a better forecasting quality whenever you do it. So whenever you're forecasting with time, there can be only one base date in your view. So part dates are supported, but all the parts must refer to some underlying data. Dates can be on rows, columns, or marks, and you can use these date columns. There are like Tableau supports 3 types of dates. For the forecasting, truncated date reference a particular point in the history with specific granularity, like the exact date in the history. They are like usually continuous, and they will come up as measures. You can use that. And the date columns with particular member, let's say February, and you have like year plus quarter plus month, year plus week. Or the custom data sets, you can usually call them as discrete values. You can use that in your scenarios for the forecasting. And the exact dates can also be used inside your forecasting. It depends upon the granularity of the data basically. So whenever you're telling at a particular point of time to Tableau, that is important. So it is calculated based upon the granularity and also the trimming of all your data. So whenever you're creating a forecast, you have to select a date dimension that specifies a unit of time, or date values ought to be like they have to be measured. And whenever there is a no date dimension present, you can even add some dimension field. You can add the forecast if there is a dimension field that has integer values. So it has to be specific and it has to come in the integer values, and you can use dimension field with this integer values also. So forecasting also has some constraints, and if you see here, this is how the forecasting will look like inside Tableau. I just used a date series, and I plotted the forecasting for some value on some dimension, and it will give you the option for future dates, so how it can look like based upon the historic data. It goes back to the historic data, it picks up the granularity of each data point, and it forecasts that line to the future scenarios. Forecasting has also some constraints. The forecasting they are actually not supported for the multi-dimensional data sources, and you can publish the forecasting values. You can actually edit them, view them, and you can publish them. So some of the constraints where forecasting will not work is if you have table calculations inside the view, or if you have a disaggregated measure. The data points should be granular, right? So the data has to be disaggregated, and that's when it will calculate the line of the forecast. And if you have percent calculations, grand totals or subtotals, date values with aggregation set to exact date, that would not work, because if your granularity is not there, and it cannot pick up some content to forecast your line. So even if you have percent calculations and grand totals or subtotals, forecasting will not work. So these are some of the conditions you have to follow whenever you're doing forecasting. So let's look at how we can do forecasting inside Tableau. So we already know that forecasting is all about time, right? Prediction, let's say prediction, it is predicting the future values. So we should have some date or time to predict that, right? So I'm just dragging the ship date, and ship date is years, or let's also degranulate. So disaggregate the data. We are taking months in the scenario. Let's take months, and let's take the sales. Drag sales to rows, and this one has to be continuous. And if you just go to your analytics pane here, the line we got is showing some values, right? And if you just go to the analytics pane, and if you want to forecast the line, okay, this is not highlighted. Let's see that. Okay, let's take month and year, because the exact continuous date is not picking up. So I just took the month and date, and I took the sales, and I just got one line. So what if I wanted to see the forecast of my sales for the future? So what I will do, I'll just pick up this forecast line, and I will drag that onto our view. So if you see here, it created a forecast indicator with actual and estimate. So the color value is here. The forecast indicator came up in the color value, and this is the actual value you have, and it forecasted the data based upon the last 4 years. It forecasted the data for 2018 and 2019. If you see here, this is the estimated value. It says the estimated value for that month and for that particular year. It can go down here, or it can go up here. You can actually go down here based upon all the previous data. It is showing that you can predict this kind of outcomes from your data. You can even go for a month, you can even go for a quarter, you can even go with a week also. And if you just drag more dimensions into view, let's say we wanted to see category wise sales, the prediction should be category wise. So we have 3 categories inside Furniture, Office Supplies and Technology. It will predict according to each category and will give you a forecast. You can even see my technology is going to be like that in 2018 quarter 4. It may come down to this value in 2018 quarter 2. So we can actually see how the values are going to look like based upon the prediction which is Tableau giving us. This model is all calculated at the back end, and you just have to drag and drop in the analytics pane. It will give you a forecast for you. So if you see here, this will add the option. Okay, this is the actual content. Okay, let's drag the forecast value here. So it will give you the value based upon the actual and estimate. You see here, it threw what is the actual value, what is the estimated value. And if you wanted to see what is the estimated value, you can actually highlight that. It will show you the highlighted options here. And if you want to look at the options for forecasting indicator, this is a show highlighter. That means you can actually search for the forecasting value here. We spoke about how to highlight the data, right? It's actually the same thing. You can search for that for highlighting option. It will highlight for you. And you can even sort or do format things, keep separate colors for this, and just throw main ones like what is the estimate that you're going to look at, just color them in a different color, all the others in a different color. And we have some more options for forecasting, like if you just right click on that shaded content, if you see this, we have got one more option for forecast. This will give you forecast options. These are the forecast options you have, and this will give you at where I have to aggregate my values. You can actually show what value it should be aggregated at, and you can actually change the prediction intervals by like 90, 95, 99, and you can also see the description like how it is calculating right now, currently using source data from 2014 Q1 to 2017 Q4. It is creating a forecast until 2018 Q4, and it is looking for the seasonal patterns every 4 quarters. So if you see here, it also has the option of forecast length. For now, the automatic is next 4 quarters based upon the data it picked up next 4 quarters. But you can actually say it, okay, exactly until this content or until this year or something like that. You can even change the options here, and you can give the automatic number coming up, and you do have an option to change into different values like years, quarters, weeks, days, etc. And if you want to fill the missing values with zeros, if there is a missing content, you can fill them with zeros. And you can actually ignore some quarters if you want to. You do have that option as well. The forecasting model you see here, it has 3 models: automatic with seasonality and custom. So when you choose custom option, the custom option, you will get 2 new fields, and in this you have trend and season. So these 2 new fields in the forecast options, you can actually specify the trend and also the season characteristics of your model. If you see the trend inside, you have a none, additive, and multiplicative. So the none is when you select none for trend, the model does not access the data for trend. When you select none for season, the model does not access the data for seasonality. So additive model is one which the combined effect of several independent factors is a sum of isolated effects of each factor. You can access the data in your view for additive trend, additive seasonality, or both. The multiplicative model is one which the combined effect of several independent factors is a product of the isolated effects of each factor. You can access the data in your view for multiplicative trend or multiplicative seasonality, or both. You can actually select this into whatever fits your data model. So the other options we have here, we can even say the prediction interval to 90, 95, 99, right? You can actually enter a custom value. So the prediction bands displayed within the forecast are actually these. And for the prediction interval options, there are upper prediction interval and the lower prediction interval. They are actually available in the forecast type results. If you want to go to the forecast type results, you can see here under the sales content, it is actually showing forecast result. It will show you the different options of how you can see the upper prediction, lower prediction, what is the quality. I mean, if you want to look at the quality of that, and if you want to see the lines, if you want to see how is the trend going on, you can even change with different forecasting options in the forecasting result. And you can also select none if you don't want to see that forecasting at all. So these are the options we have inside forecasting, and this is all about the forecasting in Tableau. Let's move back to our PPT, and the summary part for this week is we have learned what are the advanced calculations. We have learned how the advanced calculations are related to the table calculations, how we can use them together, how we can use them in different scenarios. We have looked at different kinds of advanced calculations like first, last, index, and we have seen some table calculations where we can show the data in a different way. We have seen the options inside the table calculations like data across, data pane, data down, pane across, pane down, and we can even use different dimensions to calculate according to the table calculation. And we have looked at regular expressions and what kinds of regular expressions we have, where they are used, how we can use them to extract data from each sentence. Regular expressions are mostly related to the string values, how to manipulate the data, how to use the string data in the visualization. And we have seen use cases for everything, for advanced calculations, table calculations, and we have seen Windows functions, running functions, etc., and how we can use them with different table calculations. So in the analytics pane, we discussed about trend lines, clustering, and forecasting. Trend lines, we can show different trend lines. We have seen what are the options we have inside the trend lines available inside Tableau, and how is each model fitting the data set based upon the data requirement. We spoke about how cluster works, how forecasting works, what are the constraints whenever you're working with clustering, what are the constraints whenever you're working with the forecasting, and how you should use them. We have seen in the detailed explanation of what is what. So this is for this week, and thank you so much.
Data analysis and business intelligence with Tableau. We are in week 11.
and in this week we are going to learn about nested LODs and mapping functions. A little recap about the previous week. We have learned about advanced calculations, regular expressions and types, table calculations. We have seen use cases on all the table calculations. In advanced calculations, we have learned about first, last, windows and running calculations and int, extract, etc. And we have seen how they behave when we use different types of table calculations applied to it. And we have seen regular expressions, extract the data out into different columns. We have seen what type of regular expressions are available in Tableau, and we saw how the table calculations actually change the value in this advanced calculations, and how the value is represented in different ways according to the table calculations or data cross, pane, etc. We have learned about trend lines, how many trend lines we have, how Tableau will trend the data, like show a trend line on the data set, how it will calculate on the back end, and we will see all the trend lines available in Tableau and how they will fit according to the data set and to the requirement. And we discussed about clustering and forecasting, how clustering will be done and how forecasting will be done according to the data set. And what are the data options available for clustering and forecasting? What are the statistical methods available at the backend to do this process? So in this week, we are going to learn about nested LODs and we will see some use cases. We will see geo mapping, geospatial data and use cases, standard maps available in Tableau, what are map hierarchies, and looking into map layers available inside Tableau, background maps, and common issues we go through whenever we're working on the map. So by the end of this week, we will be get the knowledge on how we can use the nested LODs in different scenarios and why we are using the nested LODs, what does it do inside each calculation, etc. And we will see how geo mapping will work, how Tableau will actually point out to each point on the map, and we will see how geospatial data will work, and we will see some use cases over there. And we have some standard general maps inside Tableau, and we will see what are those general maps and how we are going to use them in different scenarios. So the map hierarchies plays an important role whenever we are working on regions, state or cities, etc. So we will see map layers, what are the available map layers inside Tableau, and we will also see the background maps by using the Mapbox software. So the first topic in this week is nested LOD. So we have learned what is an LOD previously. We call them as level of detail expressions, and inside the level of detail expressions we have three of them: fixed, include and exclude. And we have learned about how are we going to use them and how we can use them inside different scenarios whenever we are going to use and whenever we're going to use exclude, include, etc. So in that nested LODs, these are actually nested inside each calculation. Let's say you are already aggregated the data using an LOD expression and you are again aggregating the data based upon it extra LOD expression. So those are like nested LOD expressions. So the inner expression, whatever you use here, for this example, whatever you're seeing here, it says include order ID, sum of profit. So the inner expression is include order ID here. We are already using LOD inside the profit. So we are also using exclude state. So that one is one more LOD we are using inside the calculation. So this is an outer expression. So in this scenario, the inner order ID and sum of profit will inherit the dimensionality from the outer expression. That means it excludes the state again and gives the max of the value. So this is a nested LOD expression. We can actually use 2 or 3 or multiple nested LODs inside. So the use cases for nested LODs can be whenever you're calculating the average number of unprofitable orders per customer and for each segment. So we wanted to look at unprofitable orders and we wanted to look at each customer and that also for each segment. So in this scenario, we are using 2 dimensions. First, the value has to go through each order per customer, and this is one kind of LOD, and it has to go for order, look at the profit, and also should look at the customer also. So unprofitable order per customer, and we are also looking at each segment. So we are bringing at the average of each and everything. So the second scenario where nested LODs can be used as average sales per ship mode and category across region. So if you see here, we have 3 dimensions here, and we are looking at the average sales. So first, the average sales has to go through inside the ship mode, and it has to go for the average sales and also look at the category, and it also look at the region. So whenever we have different dimensions inside this calculation, the aggregation of the value will be changed according to the dimensions. So if there is no dimension used inside the calculation, let's say in this scenario, what if we don't have the category on the view, but we wanted to include the category inside our calculation per ship mode? So in this case scenario, we can actually include that inside the LOD. So I'll bring up the value. We also wanted to look at the ship mode. And in this scenario, we can use the nested LOD to bring up the values using different cases like fixed, include or exclude, and we can come up with the final value. Let's look at some of the nested LODs to basically understand how it calculates. Nested LODs can be confusing, so we need to get into really simple scenarios to understand how the data works. So first we will see a simple scenario to understand how Tableau is working with nested LODs. So we will take the same example whatever we used on the slide. So what I will do here is I will say our expression is include state, order ID and profit, right? So I will just drag state. Okay, it's taking the map. Let's change that into text, into a text value. So this is how it looks like. And what I will do is I will also drag order ID and I will say profit. So this is how this will work, and we are going to look at state, and we are going to look at order ID, and we are going to look at the sum of profit. I just write a calculation like this. So first I will include order ID and I'm getting sum of profit. So this is one LOD. Let's name it profit per order. So this is one kind of LOD. Let's drag profit per order into the view. So this will give us the profit per order. If you see here, it is going inside each order ID and it's giving the sum of profit. So this is the actually sales value, whatever you used, just by dragging the profit onto the view. Because we have order ID already on the view, it is giving you the same value. So what if I just say, let's take the max value for this profit. Let's take this out into the filter. We will say everything. Let's click on OK. Let's remove this. Order values remove. Discount remove. We don't need this two as well. Remove. First one is sum of profit and the second one is a profit per order, and one it is the max value. Max value will also be the same because we have order ID on the view. It will go to each order ID and check for the maximum profit. So sum of the profit. So max value is the sum of profit, so we will get the same thing. So the next thing what I will do is I will write a nested LOD. by saying I also have state on my view. So what I will do is I will exclude the state. So close this bracket, apply. We have to set this again. This one also will be the same because we have the same each order ID. So what if I just say I'll remove state, and this should be the maximum value. Okay, this is maximum. We are looking at the maximum, right? So because the calculation is actually taking the max amount of profit including the order ID, it is giving us the same value. So what if we have a scenario, say that I have the state on my view and I don't have order ID on my view. If you see here, in our calculation we included the order ID. First LODs include order ID and get me the sum of profit. So first the profit will give us, it will go to each order ID, look at the sum of profit and give us the maximum value. But later it will do is, we wrote a nested LOD saying that exclude state. So if I have the view like this, all the values based on state, and I want to look at the maximum profit value according to the state and also the maximum profit value which we got according to the order ID. I wanted to compare that. So in this case scenario, we can write here saying that this does not include state inside the calculation, but it will go to each order ID and bring up the maximum value. So how this is being done? Let's see where this 8762 value is coming from. So I will say profit and I will take the maximum value. So I will sort the order ID. Okay, let's sort on value. So if you take this out here, this is also calculated first. So if you see here, the sum of profit according to each order ID, we just sorted on data. The first value is coming as 8762. So we are seeing that include order ID and get me the sum of profit. This is what it is doing first. So later, the maximum value of that particular scenario, the maximum value of sum of profit is 8762, right? So I have a case scenario where I have to state on the view but I do not have the order ID. So I wanted to compare my maximum value of profit per state and also the maximum value according to the order ID. So in this scenario, okay, the maximum profit you got according to the state is 1459, but whenever you compare all the order IDs, the maximum order ID value is like sum of profit is 8762. This is the maximum value, but the actual maximum value is this whenever you include the order ID inside your calculation. So this one would be 8762. I just wanted to compare the maximum value of the complete data set to each state. So we can show the same value for all the rows and compare each value with the state. We can write a nested LOD by saying that, okay, first go to the profit and later exclude the state, and this will all depend upon the data requirement. And in this case scenario, I just wanted to show the state with comparison with the maximum value, but it can be a different case scenario for each data requirement. In this one, what I am trying to do is I wanted to compare the maximum value, profit value to the each state value. So this is the formula for creating the maximum value whenever we compare with the other state value. So we can also take one more scenario like average sales value according to the region. So what I will do is we will drag region and we will say ship mode. And let's drag the ship mode here and we will see what are the sales for this. So these are the actual sales according to the region and according to the ship mode, but I wanted to see the average value of all the sales. So if I wanted to calculate what are the sales per each order ID, I have to divide my sales with the count of how many orders we got. Let's see how many actual orders came up for this. Let's see the values for it. Okay, and take just remove the order ID and just count the order IDs. Count D. Okay, we have the values like this. I'll just show you side by side. Take out the order ID because the aggregation will be at level of count. So these are my counts and these are my sales. What if I want to look at the sales per order? So I will just create a calculation field saying that, okay, sales per order, and I will say sum of sales divided by, so I have to take count D of order ID because it is aggregated according to the ship mode and region. So I will just take the count D of order ID. So it will divide the sum of sales by count D of order ID. So let's also drag this into the view. It will show the average sales happen per each region and each ship mode. So this one is actually showing us the number of whatever this 547 divided by 174. So I'll just divide each line with this distinct count of order IDs and give us the value of this 338, etc. If you just go to the analytics page and drag the totals onto the subtotals, you can actually see the average of 427 per all the region. But if you see here, the 427 is the actual value of whenever 501240 divided by 1175, right? So it is giving us a value of 427. But if you look at these four values, and if you just take the sum of 1575 divided by 4, this is not the value you get. It will show you a different value, and this value is not coming out like this. It will actually divide by this and will give you 427. And if you click on here, it is taking the automatic value. Just you have to go inside there and say average. So it will show you a different value. So this value is actually dividing all these four values divided by the 4. This is the average of all these four values you're seeing here. So what happens if I don't have the ship mode on the view? So this will throw a different value. If you see here, this one 394, 500, 492 and 473 is coming from as a different value. So why? This is because this is calculating this by giving the average of these two values, but it is not going into the ship mode. But we have to create a calculated value for an LOD saying that sales per region and ship mode. We are considering both. Let's take, okay, fixed value. I'm just going with the fixed LOD and I'm taking region and I'm also taking ship mode because I wanted to see the sales, average sales per ship mode and also the region. My ship mode is not there on the view, so I will just go and get the value. So what I calculated for sales per order, I'll just drag that order and say, so this is a valid LOD and you can click on OK. And let's drag this value onto a view. If you see here, it is actually giving the sum of all these values. If you can actually change that by clicking on the value, click on that. So to change this, it is actually throwing out the sum. You have to change it to average. You will see the values of 394, 500, 492 and 473, which we have seen before. Like we have seen, okay, let's duplicate our sheet and see the ship mode. Like we can see how we have ship mode on the view and how it will behave whenever the ship mode is there. If you have the ship mode, it is this 394 is according to the region and also the ship mode. And if you see here, we don't have the ship mode on the view, and it will show the values like this. But we have to consider the ship mode inside the calculation, and that will throw the average sales. We can see the average sales according to the region and also the ship mode. That's why I threw this LOD as like include also ship mode and get me the value of average sales of a region. So if you see here, there is a difference of dividing by 501 to 40, we're getting 427. If you also include the ship mode, the average is mapping up to the values in the previous sheet. If you see here, if you want to compare the values are exactly the same whenever we have the ship mode onto the view. So these are the values we are getting. So we also wrote a calculation of LOD of average sales per region and per ship mode. Okay. Right now, we wanted to write a calculation with ship mode and also region. It is also considering the region and showing us the sales. But we do not have ship mode on the view, but we have the ship mode inside the calculation, right? So we wrote one LOD right now. So what we will do is, I will write one more LOD based upon I wanted to see the same value which is coming across all the grand totals. So I wanted to look at only at the region. Maybe I will write it as fixed value, and I will say I will drag this whatever calculation I wrote for the LOD. So what we are doing right now is we are trying to aggregate the LOD by writing one more LOD on the existing LOD. So this will give us the value for, if you drag the ship mode, the fixed region onto the view, if you see here, the last value is 465 for the entire thing, but this value is the grand total of this divided by the grand total of the distinct count. If you want to look at how it works, just drag it to the grand totals, and if you see here, this is the value of 2297 divided by 5000 by 9, and it is giving us a value of 465. This one is the average sales of the entire value. And right here, you can actually compare the average sales according to each region, which is 394, which is the ship mode included inside the calculation. But you can also see the average of the entire total. That means, okay, my region value is 394 according to the ship mode. So what is my value according to the grand total? That means the entire value of all the profits according to the ship mode. That would be as 465. So I'm at 394. My actual value, the global value is 465, which combines all the regions. So this is at the completed level, and this is at the region level. We can compare each region with the whole value coming from the global values. So if you see here, we have South at 492, and we are at West for 473. And according to the 465, where are we at and how are we performing? We can actually compare it like that. But if you look at Central at 394, which has to pick up when we compare with the average value, when we are comparing with the global value. So this is one of the use case where you can see the nested LOD saying that, okay, on one LOD, we can write an extra LOD comparing the values on a global basis. Let's say we have one fixed value, the average sales, and we can even include all these calculations inside only one calculation by just adding different calculations to show you how this works. And we can also write the same fixed value by including a different dimension to show it a different value. So this is all the nested calculation about we are showing here the average of sales according to each region. We are also showing the complete average of the sales according to the total sales. So this is one kind of nested LOD. There are like so many case scenarios out there you can use. You can try the nested LODs where simply excluding or including some value. Let's just go with a simple scenario where I wanted to see the same thing as a region, and I wanted to see also the ship mode inside my calculation. So whatever I write is include ship mode and give me the value. I mean, the different scenarios we can work with sales. I already have region on my view. I don't want to include my region inside the calculation. So what I will say, I'll just write include ship mode and give me the value. So it will also consider region because I have region on my view. So I'll get a value of something like this. And if I want to exclude the region again, because I want to region already on my view, so if I want to say the calculation exclude region and only calculate based upon the ship mode, I will say exclude the region from the value. That will give me one more scenario where you can include something based upon the view, or on the above of it we can actually exclude the other dimension and get the value based upon the views. It will be different based upon the views. So if I have like something like a region and I have some like subcategory, and let's drag subcategory onto the view, and I have some sales, and I wanted to calculate some sales, and I wanted to calculate something onto the sales. Let's just say segment, and I also bringing me the value. Do not consider subcategory, but I wanted to bring up a value according to maybe only the category. So what I will write the calculation is include my segment whenever I'm calculating the sales. Let's say sum of sales and close it. So I will write it as include segment. So what I'm doing is I'm just trying to get the segment onto my view because the segment is not there on my view. So this will give you the include segment, and this will create the sales value according to the segment right now. So we're seeing the same value because the subcategory is also there on the view, right? So if you just go with the calculation and include segment and write all the above this, I'm just writing one more case scenario where I'm excluding subcategory from my calculation. Okay, there is some error. This has to be aggregated. Okay, all the LODs should be aggregated based upon the measure. So whenever you're using a measure inside, it should be aggregated. If you see here, and the value changed, it is including the segment and excluding the subcategory. So the value, what it will do is it will go to each segment and bring the sum of sales, and it will take the maximum value. And later what it will do is it will exclude the subcategory inside the calculation. Even in your view, it will exclude the subcategory inside the view, and it will bring up the value according to the region, because region is also there on your view, and I'm not writing region anywhere, right? So this one will include a region into the consideration of sum of cells. So this is one of the simple scenario of the nested LODs. In here we just used include and also exclude. This one will give you the value of according to both the nested LODs. If I just say fixed here, the value will only get the value from the segment, the fixed value from the segment, it will throw up a different value. So this is how it works, and we can go with different scenarios to understand the nested calculations. For that, we have to know where we have to use fixed, where we have to use exclude, where we have to use include, and what are the dimensions you are considering into the account. So what values should I see? What dimensions should I consider inside my calculation to get the final value? So these are the final main things we have to consider whenever we are working with the nested LODs. So this can be confusing. Whenever you're writing this nested LODs, this can be a confusing one, but whenever you get the grip of what dimensions and what values are using, it will be really easy to work with it.
Geomapping. So what is geomapping in Tableau? Geomapping is used to plot your geographical data on your Tableau charts. If you want to analyze your data geographically, you can plot your data on a map inside Tableau. So this portion of this course will explain you how and when and why you should put your data on your map visualization. It also describes some of the types of maps we have and we can create inside Tableau. There are many reasons to put your data on a map. If you have some location data on your data source, or maybe you think a map could really show your data very well, this can be a good reason to create a map in visualization. It's important to keep in mind that maps, like any other type of visualization, is showing your data perfectly. You can go with the different map. You can make a map in Tableau because you have some kind of question where the data is totally related to the question, is totally related to the map data, and you have to use your map visualization to understand the trends and patterns inside your data. So what can be that some kind of questions are like, which state has the most farmer markets, and what are my regions where my sales are going high or low, or common questions like okay, where is my rainfall more, or where are we seeing more fires in a forest, kind of questions you can actually answer based upon the map visualizations, because it will show all the parts in particular geographical part like content. It will throw all the answers related to that particular space. You can plot your data onto the map. So Tableau is actually designed to make the most out of your geographical data. So you can answer the questions like where and why, etc. So based on this geocoding and whatever latitude and longitude points we are getting from the data itself, Tableau will pick up automatically that location data, and it will plot the data according to the points. So the information you already have will show this interactive map. Whenever you zoom the content also, you can show according to your points you get from the geographical data. You can simply show this visual map visual and to the business advisors, and you can simply explore the data and show what you find in your data, like insights to the final users. You can even import the geographical data. Sometimes you can even import the file separately and play with the visualizations and create more accessible interactive visualizations out of the map content. So the next one in this map space is geospatial mapping. We will see what is geospatial mapping inside Tableau. So the spatial functions, they allow you to perform this spatial analysis. So these visualizations focus on the relationship between the data and its location to create a visualization or an insight of it, of like any data point you have, you can create the insights out of it. So any positional data works for this spatial analysis. So what makes this geospatial visualizations unique is the scale out of it. Like a diagram of circuits on the microchip explores position, but that's not a spatial data. But if it has a location content and you're exploring the spatial distance between them, you can see that it is a spatial data. So it does not map to that or any other planets. Like a map of the stars is not considered as geospatial, but a map of a surface of Mars is, let's say, because that has a points of latitude and longitude on the Mars. So this geo visualizations will lays variables on a map using this latitude and longitude to create these insights out of the map content. So these maps, the primary focus of this geospatial visualizations, they range from depicting a state, town, or a park to show the boundaries of a country or a continent, or you can even say the whole planet. So they act as a container to extract the data. This allows you to create context using the shapes and color to change the visual focus, but they help to identify the problems, such as they can track change, they can make you understand the trends, and they can even perform forecasting related to specific places or specific times. So these geospatial visualizations highlight the physical connections between two data points. You can create a line to connect to these two data points. Just say one is origin and one is destination. So you can just connect these data points and create an insight out of it. So when we will choose this geospatial visualizations, like if you want to depict the space or distance or create an ounce outside based on the origin and destination points, these geospatial kinds of maps show you a solution for these questions. So we have two kind of formulas, let's say the logical analysis, let's say spatial analysis kind of inside the geospatial data. One is make line and one is make point. So make line will calculate the line between the geometry 1 and geometry 2. Let's say it generates a line marked between these 2 points, useful for building like 2 origin destination maps, and it will draw a line between these 2 points between origin and destination. So that the second one is make point. So make point is between the latitude and longitude. This data converts from latitude and longitude columns into the spatial objects. So this one will convert the data from projected geographical coordinates into the spatial objects. So this one will be readily, like easily available for your data whenever you have this latitude and longitude points available, which will be defaultly coming up. Tableau picks up the regions well. They will show you this latitude and longitude well, and it will depict this whatever columns into the spatial objects. So when are this geospatial data, like we find them important, why we use this geospatial data? So some of the use cases, like the common use cases, let's say the general ones, like what are the countries suffering from the most of the earthquakes, and which part of country does it rain the most. We already discussed this example. We can actually show which part of the country is suffering most, and this is an important one, which airport encounters the most traffic during a holiday season, and over the course of a year where does a bird migrate during rush hour. What is the quickest route from point A to point B, like just like our Google Maps, and it will also show what are the alternate ones and what are the crowded routes whenever you're traveling. Just imagine this kind of questions might come in geospatial data, which in the real-time scenario we might see some projects totally related to the just geospatial content, but we do have some projects coming up on the geospatial data as well. Like relate these kind of questions to this map content, so you will understand what is geospatial data used for. What are the standard maps available in Tableau? And we do have some maps inbuilt inside Tableau, and what are they? So the basic maps in Show Me is 2 types of maps. We have a filled map where the entire color is filled on the entire proportion of that area, and we have a simple point map which shows whatever measure you're showing there, it will enlarge based upon that point map, and it will throw you how it is looking up based upon a value. But we do have different maps in Tableau. More than the standard maps, we can even create some maps which are more complex and more it will throw you more insights. So this is like a simple map you get of, like just a pointed map, just to the right side of our image we're seeing a pointed map. We can call it as a simple map showing the value on that particular state, and we can create maps from spatial files. Spatial files are the files which has the data of all the analysis of map content. Let's say a latitude or longitude kind of data, it has all the access, it has all the points already mentioned in that file. We can call it as a spatial file, and we can build some proportional symbol maps. Proportional symbol maps are the maps which show you whatever shape you wanted to show on the map. You can even show different shapes, and how are the shapes looking on the map whenever it is compared to the other regions. So this is completely based on the quantitative values, and the proportional maps are great for showing these values of
with individual locations. They can show one or two quantitative values per location, and it will be encoded with size or encoded with color if necessary. For example, like you can plot earthquakes recorded from different years around the world, and you can show them in based upon the size of the magnitude. This can be an example of the proportional map. That means based upon the size of the whatever shape you are showing there. And we have point distribution maps. Point distribution maps are great for showing how locations of your data points are distributed. So this one will explain you how to create a point distribution map, and this one, let's take an example of points, like all the content you have on the map. Let's say, where are my products coming from, like which part on the map are my products coming from, and you will get a point on each map. Okay, I am having this, just compare this whatever map you're seeing right now, this America. I have all the products coming from maybe east parted, but the west part is kind of looking empty. It will throw the dotted points everywhere, and you can call this as a point distribution map, because points are distributed all over your map, and you can see the density of points whenever the data is covered the entire east region and the west region. You're seeing a simple dotted points on few areas, and you can just by seeing that you can say, okay, all my data points are coming from the east but not west, something like that. You can relate to that. And we can create heat maps. Heat maps show the trends or density inside the Tableau. They will reveal the patterns or the relative concentrations that might otherwise hidden due to an overlapping mark. So these types of maps are called heat maps or density maps. Tableau will create a heat map by grouping overlaying marks and color coding them based upon the number of marks in a group. So density maps will help you identify locations with how greater or fewer number of data points. Density maps are most effective when working with a data set containing many data points in a small geographic area. And we have a filled map. You're also seeing the filled map on the image right now. These are also called choropleth maps. These are best to show the ratio or aggregated data for polygons. So these polygons can be countries, regions, or states, or any other region. You can be geocoded in Tableau. They can even be custom territories. We will talk about custom territories, how to build them inside Tableau. They can be showing that. And these types of maps are called choropleth maps or filled maps. You're seeing one on the screen, and this one will be created according to the polygons or the aggregated data. Let's say to that particular space, the aggregated data is that complete filled value. And we have a flow map, which is also called path map, and we have origin destination maps, which can be created from geospatial content, which will use the formulas of make line or make point. We will see some dashboards which has the data, and this one or origin destination maps are called a flow map, path map, completely dependent on the data what we have. We can create this. So we have a dual axis layered map. That means we can plot different layers on the maps. We will see what are the map layers also, and we can even plot layer by layer map on the content whatever you have. To compare it with a different layer, we can plot the base layer to one, and compare with the different layer, we can plot one more layer on the top of the current layer. So the last one inside the Tableau will be a filled map, but we can even show some pie charts over the filled map to show more data, like to show more cuts. We can even throw some pie charts on your filled map you have over here. Let's just take this example, and we can create a dual axis and create a pie chart and throw a pie chart over the whatever the filled content you're seeing right there. That can be the map which is filled map with the pie chart map. You can show two different visualizations on the same map. So this is all about what is a map, what is a geo mapping, what is a spatial mapping, and what types of maps are available in Tableau. Let's quickly go, we will go to our tool and see how we can build these maps inside Tableau. We are connected to the full data of our practice file. We have a latitude and longitude pointed in this data set already, because we have some geo columns in our data set. Let's take the example of state or the postal code. It is showing the map symbol for that, and this is saying that we have a city, we have a country, and this is saying that you have some map related data on your columns. You can use them for some map related data, and this will throw you latitude and longitude because Tableau automatically recognize that you have some map related columns inside your data. Let's take the example of city or state or postal code. From that, it will grab the latitude and longitude automatically. If you have them manually inside your data, that's completely fine. You can pull them too. But if you have the geo mapping data inside your columns, Tableau will automatically do that for you. No, not a problem at all. So right now we will just go with some simple maps in the start because we wanted to see how the show me works. We have like two kinds of data. One is this and one is that, the filled content and the pointed data. Let's see how those simple maps will work. And for that, what I will do is I will just create a map content by just clicking on the state. Just double click it and the state will come up onto your view, and it will automatically point out latitude and longitude out here. Right now it is not showing anything because it did not recognize a location of your let's make it to US, and it will recognize the states because the content we have it here is for US, and that's why it did not. So if you just repoint the values to the content, it is right now United States, and this one is a simple pointed map. All the dots you're seeing over there represents a quantitative value. So if you want to show some quantitative value out here, you have to add some measure. Let's say a measure value should be added to your map because whatever dots you are getting should be based on some measure, right? So we have state in a detail, that's why each dot is related to each state. And I'm just double clicking on the sales. So sales will automatically point out to the size mark. So this size mark will be bigger based upon the value it has inside. If you see here, if you just make it into a bigger size, so this is a map, a simple map, basic map you see, and the dots you're seeing here will be completely based upon your quantitative value. In this scenario, it is sum of sales. The sum of sales is represented according to the density of that circle, and if you see here, it allocating each value to each density. 920 this one, 1 like this one, 2 like this one, like that. So the round size will come according to your quantitative value, and you can even fill this up into a filled map like this. So this is a completely filled map, and you can add different hierarchies also here. You can even drag the country over into the detail, and you can see here the country and the state coming up, and this is a filled map. If you want to convert your map to other maps, you just have to go to show me and click on this fill map. So what is the difference between the previous fill map and this fill map is whatever measure one you are using is placed on the color, and this color will be allocated according to the value. If you see here, the color mark is being assigned to sum of sales, and if you see here, different kinds of blues are coming with different kinds of quantitative values, and this one is allocated to each value, and you can see it over here. These are the two simple basic maps which are available in Tableau. You can even switch on the labels and it will show you
what content it is there, what value it has inside, what is the quantitative value, why is the color dark blue, and why is it light blue because of the value, and you can show everything on the map. Maps are the best way to visualize your data whenever you have a spatial question, because that one will answer your data right away based upon the location. Because if the customer wants to see where are my sales going up high based upon your region, this can be a best way to show him right away based upon the color mark. This is completely based upon the thumb rule. You have to ask yourself how fast your visualization is going to answer the question and how easier it will be to understand the data, whatever you're representing. So based upon that, you can switch to different charts. You can point out the same data in a bar chart, but is it going to the final advisor? Like, is he getting the most out of it, most out of your data? How is the best way to represent whenever there is a question based upon region or a state or a postal code, etc.? So if your answer is as okay, I'm going with a map, then perhaps a map view is the best visualization you have to use out there to convey your content to the final user. This is all about the basic maps available in Tableau, and whenever you have content related to the geographical mapping columns you have inside Tableau, you can take that data and create some basic visualizations available on inside your Tableau. But we also have some special visualizations we can do with the geospatial data. Right now, I can show you some example where the geospatial data is mostly useful. If you see here the visualization what we have in Tableau gallery, there's one visualization which is stating out the finished flight paths, and it is throwing up the lines between each point to each point, and this one is using the formula make line because the geographical content is having the spatial data, and it will show the line based upon the origin state and the destination state. So it will pick up that latitude and longitude. So from whatever it is, like, see, if this line is actually pointing out the origin is Jakarta and the destination is a Mexico City, and it will show you the line between these two states, like origin and the other one. And if you see here, it has the data related to the spatial analysis. If you want to look at the data inside, you can go with this view data content over here. And if you see here, the destination is Mexico, origin is this city, and they used a make line value. It has the latitude and longitude points to create that line between 2 points. So this one will show you the distance between each state, and it will throw you what are the completed flight destinations between 2 points. And they gave us some filters to select the origin state, so we can actually point out all the destination states going to state New York. And see, if you see here, New York has this flight completed destinations, like completed flight paths from New York to different states. This is going to Fremont, this is going to Los Angeles, and this is going to Austin. And you can see the lines pointing out from the origin to destination. So you have these many flights, you have available flights for these states. Maybe the question was, what are the flights available from origins to New York to different states? What are the flights available? And if you see here how it is throwing up onto a different origin, and you can also point out the flight timing and also the destination timing, so that you can say, okay, these many hours it will take to actually fly from here to here. If you have the data, you can point out these things as well, and you can show the destination, timing and everything, and show the people how long the journey is going to be, all these scenarios if you have the data, like I say. And you can point out different values from different states. If they're interested, they can actually select with a different state coming up here. So some other state, and this only has one line that is saying that okay, there is only one flight data we have for this state. This is how the this geospatial data will look like. to make the lines and to point out to different origin and destinations, and geospatial data is rare. I'll be completely saying that you will get the rare scenarios to point your geospatial data, but it is a good point to know these are going to work, and data points to make line, make point values. It's just a simple formula. You just have to tag latitude and longitude. That's it. It will draw the point for you. So this is about geospatial data, and we have different kinds of maps available. We can create different kinds of maps whenever you're going with the maps, and to actually throw some layers, like we have talked about throwing some pie charts are available on top of our layer. So how can we do that? For that, what I will do is I will just drag longitude and latitude again on my visualization. Actually, why I'm dragging latitude and longitude is the points should be syncing up on the map. So we are creating one more layer to build a pie chart on our already existing map data, right? So for that, what I will do is I will to sync up the points, I'm just throwing up the latitude and longitude again to get that point on the back point, whatever base layer you have, it should be on the same point. So what if I say I'm creating a pie chart in my second value? So the second mark card is here. So what I did is I changed my visualization to a pie chart, and what I will do, I'll say sum of sales to the angle and sum of sales to the size, let's say, and I wanted to show according to let's drag category onto our view. So I will just do this. What I did is I dragged category into my color, I dragged sum of sales into my size, sum of sales into the angle, which will create an angle to the pie chart, and this is how you see a pie chart on the map layer. And we also have a filled map over here, right? So what we have to do is we have to sync up these two axes. So for that, I will be syncing up dual axis. So the latitude and the longitude, for now I'm switching off the labels, so it will show up the size, how it is looking like at the back. So right now we are seeing a pie chart, on the layer of our mapped chart. This one is how we create a dual axis for a pie chart. The second one is a pie chart and the first one is actually a map, and this pie chart is overlaying on the map chart. For that, I just created the latitude and longitude again over here, so that the pie chart will be placed on this particular area. If you want to see here, whatever the pie chart is showing for is for California. That means that this pie chart is totally related to only California. The 4,57,000 what you are seeing here is distributed according to the category on this pie chart, but this complete value is totally related to the state California, and this pie chart is hovering on that particular point. For that, we have created this longitude and latitude points in the rows and columns, and the second one should be pie chart, which should be hovering on your fill map. This is how you can create layers and layers. You can actually go with different kinds of maps over here. You can create a shape content, or you can create a density or a polygon also. But based upon the data or based upon the requirement, it is better to see which one fits the best. So in here, I just showed how to create a pie chart. It can be any other thing based upon your data. You can create a density or a polygon map, but you have to check whether it is fitting well. It is showing the right value over there. Is it showing the visualization looking good, better, or something like that? You have to check the data and then decide upon what visualization you're going with. And this is how you just layer up a different visualization on your filled map. And you can show whatever text labels you want it to show, but do not make it cluttered, and remove whatever that is not necessary and keep the map simple. If you're showing this, you have to be so keen about the whatever clutter you have on the label values also. So that one is the one thing to remember whenever you're creating layers on your maps. So this is how we do layers on the maps, and with the dual axis, let's say, and but what we did is we created latitude and longitude again to create the dual axis.
So the next topic now, which is custom territories. So whenever we are working with maps, we might need to use the custom territories sometimes based upon the requirement. We will see what custom territories are. The custom territories group the existing locations to create new territories. I mean, your own territories, whatever you want to represent. Whenever you analyzing the data on the map view, you might want to group the existing locations to create your own territories or regions, such as sales territories for your organizations. That's where you use these custom territories to group up some of the states or whatever it can be, like to create a new map. So you can create a custom territory and project the territories on the map. So the custom territories are actually created by grouping the values. Let's say we have some state or we have some city. We can create a group of out of it, and we can project territory to a separate location or separate territory if you want. So this is creating a custom territory whenever you're working with the maps, and we have different types to create these custom territories. We will talk about them in our software demo, and we will see how we can create custom territories in different ways. So the next context is mapped hierarchies. We already know how the hierarchies to create a hierarchy whenever we are working with the data set. But whenever we are working with map hierarchies, what are the map hierarchies? Map hierarchies will create a geographical hierarchy. Let's say in your data set, we have a hierarchy for country, state, city, and postal code because we are working on the superstore sales data. So this one will create a geographical hierarchy, and that will allow us to quickly drill down the levels of geographical data. So if you want to create a hierarchy, we already discussed about how we can create a hierarchy with a data set, but we will be discussing about how we can create a hierarchy inside the map. Basically, hierarchy will help us to do this in-depth analysis of a particular dimension, and it gives dimension to details with the measures. So this drill then will goes to the specific requirements of what we get from the users. So if you have this drill down reports inside your map, and if you want to show the sales data for, like, you wanted to show for country, region, state, city levels, etc. And if you're showing everything on the map itself, you can create the hierarchy and give them access to drill down the data to any point of the detail. So it's like giving them the complete control of what they want to see. So this drill down feature is really important feature in Tableau. So that adds value to the business intelligence because you're actually giving the controls to the users and they can see the data in different cuts. So let's just quickly see how we can do this inside the Tableau. For that, we might have to create a basic map to see how all this works. So let's first we'll talk about how we can do custom territories inside the map. For that, what I will do is I will just create the basic map based upon the location we have. The first thing I will do is I will just add maybe city into my view. That is the dimension coming from the map. So it will have latitude and longitude, and that will add all the details into the view. If you see here, we are seeing all the points on the view and we have got like all the cities inside the US. So this one represents the complete cities, whatever we have inside the United States. So these cities are rectified and it shows everything inside your state because we have state in the view because the state is aligned to the city and it will show all the values. So right now what we will do is we will try to customize this view by creating our own custom territories. So what we have like different types inside Tableau is the first option is actually select the group, the locations on the map itself. So we have like created a map view and we can select on the location on the map itself to create your own territories. So for example, seeing this map, it contains all the city values and the state. And inside your map, you can actually select something like you can actually select some part on your map and just click on group part over here. So this one is totally related to the city and state because we have a city and state on the view. Do you want to group based upon the city and the state or only state? So it will ask that. So we can say like, okay, we wanted to group it on city and state. And I'm just grouping my entire this region until one particular space. So what I will do is I will just rename that part, and as like we can give some name according to whatever group we have. To rename them, I'm just going to newly created group and I will say edit group. So edit group will give you the names here and whatever the cities are added inside that. And I wanted to give this group a name called group 1 and I will say apply. So if you see here, my entire group 1 is on the color mark and the first group 1 is giving you a blue color and all the other marks are on the map are giving you a gray color. And if we wanted to group everything according to this, so what I will do is I will try to create some other groups. And if you can group different territories, you can see different regions. So for that, what I will do is I will just create this path into one more group. If you see here, we just clicked on the group and it actually grouped into the same group we already have. So what I will do is I will select this. I want to make it as 4 parts. So make sure that you are actually selecting the correct marks because some of them are already selected into the other groups. So be careful that you will be selecting the right marks to give you the group name correctly. If you see here, I actually selected one mark from the other group. That's why it actually grouped all the values into that group. So let's zoom in. Let's create one more mark here. So do not pick up the other marks on the other groups. If you say group, this will add one more group for you. And if you want to group the other values also, you can group by selecting the marks on the map. So I'll be saying it as one more group. Okay, I just picked up one more value from the other group, so it actually went to the other color. Okay, zoom in and select one more part from your map. Okay, and click on group. This one will give you one more color. So like this, we can actually group up them into different values. To add them and rename them, you can actually rename them into whatever name you want. You can actually rename them as like east, west, south, or something like that. And if you get the custom grouping names from your organizations, you can even name them according to the whatever requirement you got it from the business advisors. Like they wanted to see some names over the groups, and you can actually give the same names whatever they asked for in your map. So like they can come up with all the values also. And if you see here, we have all the groups named into 1, 2, 3, 4, and whatever is not grouped is coming as other. And if you see here, all the values are different in different colors. So what I will do is I will just change my view into a different scenario because I wanted to show the sales also. Select the sales. And my city and state are inside the grouping part. Okay, let's remove this. And if you see here, it's only showing the 4 dots. That means we are seeing only values according to the group. Let's also fill them. Okay, let's use filled map. Okay, it's asking for more dimensions. Let's also drag city and state group onto the label. So it is basically showing the groups based upon the point values. It's throwing us the values for sales, and if you see here, we have the values of sales. So if you do a fill map, it will show the territories according to different scenarios. But according to whatever we have on the view, it is actually showing the pointed marks of the states, like they fall under in each group. But if you wanted to show a fill map like this, and if you have enough dimensions for the requirement, this one actually show each group into each color, because we will have colored them according to the city and state, right? So this one will show you each group into each color, and this one will be filled because we randomly picked up the dots on the map and there is no point to color, and it's actually not taking. But whenever you pick up according to the order, you can actually use a filled map, and you can use these groups to fill the content. So this is one kind of option to fill up the marks on the map. You just have to drag and select the marks on the map, and you can group them according to the space or whatever marks you want. But if you want to just group them according to the city, and you just go to the city and create the group from there, but by just picking up the manual things from your city coming up. So this is a second option. You can actually group it from according to the city or state or any dimension you want. You just have to go to the dimension, click on create group, and this one, if you want to group some values into one group. So I want to group all the A to I into one group. So what I will just do is I'll just rename it as A to I. This will be one group, and I will be selecting all the other values. I'm just randomly growing up with the names. So if you have common clause to group them into territories like southwest and east or central, something like that, you can actually go with that names also. So I'm just randomly picking up the names and I'm just giving them a group. So I went with 3 groups, O to Z. So I created state groups and I created 3 groups. So what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to add my state group onto the detail. So this will come in this filled map because we picked up the borders according to the state, right? So it is actually filling up all the borders according to the groups. So if you see here, each state belong to each territory, like all this will be different colors according to the group, and each color is actually coming up with different groups. So if you can actually go into east, west, south and central also, but you have to go with manual picking up cities or states according to the border. So this one is showing us each group into each color. One group is dark blue and the middle blue and the lighter blue, and it is giving us some shades to differentiate according to the territory. This is one kind of grouping. This is a manual grouping because you have to go inside the dimension and you want to group up with, and you have to pick up each state and group it up into one value. Because I went with the state because I have less values in the state, and just I picked up random values and grouped them as 1, 2, 3. But it is like a beautiful thing to map to territories, east, west or south or north, etc. That will give you different colors on the map according to each territory of the sites. Like how is my east territory performing, how is my west territory performing, like that. So this one is one more option to create a custom territory, and I just wanted to show you how the region will look if you just put the region into the desk. Region is not being recognized because that is not on the map column, and we can create geographical content based upon other columns as well. So how to do that is like bringing the region is a dimension, right? It's not a map value. So to actually geocode the region from the other values, if you just go to the data source and edit data source, and I will be looking for the region value. So I wanted to make the region as geographical value. That's why I will go with a region value column. And this one is coming as a string value, right? So I wanted to show the region also into a map value. So, but I wanted to actually point out to the other geographical columns. I wanted to map it to the region to other geographical values. So this one will not be recognized as geographical content, but however, this data set also contains other fields like city, state, country, etc. We can map them according to the region, and this will be recognized as the geographical content. So for this, what we can do is we have to go to the region and just go to the column name and click on geographical role. And we have to say create from which column you are actually considering this region and as a geographical content. So from which column you want to map it. And for that, what I will do is I will just say a city or whatever I have it on the view, and I can add anything to this, like, okay, I'll go with state. So if you see here, all the region will be as like region content will be a geographical content. You can see the map icon over here. This one it is recognized as geographical content because this is actually region. And if we drag this region onto the groups, this one will show the region according to the whatever geographical column we used it for, like state. So according to the state, the region will be mapped. This one will show all the hierarchy like what we have discussed in the hierarchies. So we will discuss about hierarchies in the next topic. This one will show the mapping of non-geographical content to the already existing column which has the geographical content. So what we did right now is like we have the region column and we mapped it to state, and this one became the geographical value. And if you see here, it previously did not give us the region, right? So because it is not geographical column, so right now it is geographical because we picked it from state, and it is showing it into a geo content. So each point will be tagged to according to the state, and that region will be coming into south, east, or central, etc. So this is one kind of way to create the custom territories. This is, this will also create a custom territory. It will also create a hierarchy like this. If you go with south option, this will create a hierarchy, and it says, okay, this region is according to the state because we use the state to map this region and to create a hierarchy. So this is how you create the option 3, and you can also do the same process from here. If you don't want to go to the main data source page, you can actually bring up the column from here by just converting the data type and like geographical role, and we can have the same option from here as well. So whatever options you just saw on the data source will also come up here, and you can actually do the geocoding from here as well. So yeah, this is one more way to create the custom territories and point them to the geographical content if it is not geographical. So if you go up with show the mark labels, and you can actually see all the labels. These are the 3 ways to create custom territories, and we will discuss about how to create the hierarchy inside the map to give them a drill down. So to create a hierarchy, you don't have to create a map. You can actually deal with columns, and in the table part, it's not required to create a map, but to create a hierarchy, because it is like just giving the drill down, right? So we have to bring up all the columns into one perfect drop down. So to create this geographical hierarchy, you have to work on the data pane, and even if you don't create the map, you can actually create the hierarchy in the data pane. So to quickly create a hierarchy, we have an option. So whatever column you want to create a hierarchy, you just go to the dimension value and say hierarchy. So you can actually add to the hierarchy if you have one, or you can actually create a new hierarchy. So what I'm doing is I'm creating a new hierarchy for all the mapping values. So what I will do is I will write it as like mapping hierarchy. So this one will create one hierarchy for the country because I'm actually selecting the country, right? So on the country, I just went there, clicked on create hierarchy, and I got the values. So right now I know that what are the other map values I have, and what I will do is I will drag all the other contents also into my view. So if you just go with the city, and I will drag city under country. So this one inside the added under the hierarchy. If you just see here, it came up under city. So what I will do is next is I will also add state between country and city. So after country, it should be state, right? So I just dragged it in between them. So after city, it should be the postal code because I know the order, because after the city, it should be postal code. And because it is a hierarchy, that's why actually the postal code is added to the last value. If you see here, we already got the flow, like I added all the values by simply dragging and dropping the values. But if you just do not want to drag and drop, I'll just undo it and I'll show how to add the column name into the hierarchy. You just have to click on it and you have to go to the hierarchy option and you just have to say add to hierarchy. So this is my hierarchy, mapping hierarchy, and I'll just say add. So this one is actually tagged up to the mapping hierarchy, and it will create a hierarchy like this. So what I will do is I will just drag and drop the mapping hierarchy onto my view, whatever I have. So the detailed part is giving us two United States, and because we have two data sets like this, and just showing us two United States. So what it will throw us is it will actually show the plus symbol over here because it is a drill down. It has some data inside, so you can actually toggle between the hierarchy levels. If you just go with the plus mark, the second option what I have is like I have state, so it will come up. This is the state as a second option, and that's why it actually gave you the second state. And also the view will also change according to whatever you clicked on the hierarchy. And the next option I have is I have city. So it goes until city, and if you just drill down to the city, this one will show you all the city values on what are the sales inside the city values. So because it is a hierarchy, you can actually drill down to the values and hover on the part. If it will show you what country it is, what state it is, what city it is, etc. And we have one more option in the drill down, which is postal code. So postal code is actually related to the city, right? So the level of detail might not change sometimes, but if you just go with the mark or hover on it, it is showing the postal code for us and it amount of sales related to the postal code, and you will get to know that there is no hierarchy after this. Like you will not see any plus or minus option on the last value. That means that is last value we have in hierarchy. And if you want to go back, you just have to go click on the minus on the above value. It will back up to the main part. So this is how you make a hierarchy by drilling down option, and you can give the complete control to the users to give them a different cuts. This is all about hierarchy, and we already know the region value mapped up with the city, and we can even add region into our mapping hierarchy. We can actually use the region also, like we mapped it to according to the different columns. We can use this region as well inside the hierarchy to give the custom territories. We can actually give into the drill down. This is how we work according to, on the hierarchies. If you're not sure about what the customer needs and what view he wants, like whatever the business advisor wants, and what detail they might need to look on the map, if you're not sure, just give them a hierarchy and say, okay, you have an option to drill down over here. You can actually do that by yourself by just clicking on the options over there, like plus or minus. That's how you work on the hierarchies. That's how you can actually work on it. So let's move on to the next topics. We have seen the hierarchy. So the next topic for us is map layers. So the next topic in our session is about map layers. how many map layers do we have inside Tableau, and what other layers are available. Let's how they will look like. We have different map layers in Tableau. So if you just see here, the map layers are available on the US Center data because Tableau defaultly has these layers related to the US data. And in the following map layers, what there is many of the maps will have the map layers. If you just go to the map tab in the headers, and if you go for the map layers over there, and if you go with the older versions, it is you can actually see map options as well. And if you will also have data layers as well, data layers will give you different census data. It will have a drop down, and you can even select different data to layer over your already existing map to compare it with different data types. So it is just like drop down option. You can select whatever your data you want to analyze over there, and you can even create a layer based on sales city, or like you can use some color codes. And in the map layer also, in the background style, we have different options. You can select the map layer. So we have normal satellite labs, street layers, etc. We have it. And you can create your style based upon the data, and based upon your requirement you can change your styles, and you can create different versions of maps. And if you want to go for a darker version, or if you want to go with streets or satellites, you will have all these things available inside Tableau as a default. You just have to click the drop down and click on the option what is available. That's it. So we also have background maps, have map layers, and this is background maps. And in the background maps, we have different styles like this over here. So whenever you're working with the version over there, like you want to give a different background map over here, the options available or the same things like light, normal, dark, streets, outdoors, and satellites. We can also import the background maps from some services like Mapbox, and we can use different kinds of backgrounds based upon your theme of whatever you're building on the entire dashboard with. We will see how to use them whenever we go with the tool, and we can work with some of the maps, and we can see how they will look like. And when we go with select with different background maps, we will see how they will look like in the live. And in the maps, we have some map sessions, we have some background. We will see what are the common issues we will be facing whenever we're working with the maps. And if you see here image over here, we are getting like some unknown values, and how to map these unknown values, how to relate this data to already existing content like city or state or region. It can be anything. We will see what are the common issues we will face whenever we're working with the maps in Tableau. So the common issues for maps are, like I just listed some of them over here. It can be mapping of locations, because Tableau will not recognize the point of latitude and longitude sometimes. So it can throw some as like unknown values, or sometimes nulls, because it will not find anything over there. It will give some options of what to do with that kind of data. So it will throw you these three options. Do you want to edit the locations, filter the data, or show data at default position? So these are the options we will get whenever you find the common issues like unknown data or location, or did not recognize anything inside the data. We will discuss about all these values, all these options we have whenever we're working with data, and how to do whenever you get different kinds of errors. Let's go quickly into our tool and see how this works. So the first one we will be seeing over here is map layer. So for the map layers, because we have a hierarchy over here, I'm just removing the hierarchy, and I will drag state into the detail. So this is also hierarchy. Let's take back our hierarchy. Just remove the hierarchy, take the state out of the hierarchy. Okay, and I'm just using the state into my details. So the detail will be showing according to the state wise. I just got this map to show the state wise details, and this is showing me the sum of sales, right? So whenever I just go into the map session over here on the tabs, you will have different options inside the maps. We will talk about map layers first. So what is a map layer? Inside the map layer, you will see the styles first. This is the background style. So you will see light, normal, dark, streets, outdoors, and satellite. These are the options you will see. If you just select dark, this is the background of the map will be changed to completely darker background. And if you go with the streets, it will highlight the streets on the map and it will throw you this kind of map and it will show you what are the streets available. So if you go with the outdoors, this is the option we are getting for outdoors. It's showing the same map. It will go with the satellites. This is the map we are getting from satellite map. You can just compare it with the Google map, for the comparison purpose, like see how does it looks like whenever you have different options. So how it will look like when you toggle with different options available. The satellite one is completely related to the Google because it will capture this grove from the outside source called Mapbox. So this Mapbox is one which is providing the complete background to the Tableau. This is inbuilt and you can actually click here to get it directly. But if you want to go with different background maps, you can actually import them through these options. Like we have some option services. One is called Mapbox Map, the second one is WMS Map, etc. And you can import the different kinds of maps like cycling maps on the roads or any kind of walking routes, etc. They will provide all the kinds of maps and you can import them through this option. This is one extra option we'll get whenever we're working with the maps. Like this is completely not necessary, but it's a good to know point. That's it. And you will get all these options. If you say none, it will go to the default option without map. So let's go back to our light one or the normal one and what we are comfortable with. And so we will get an option of map layers over here. So this is like a map layer. You have the options like you can actually hide or show any kind of points. It's kind of a checklist. You can actually hide, show any kind of options coming up on the maps. This way, if you see here, we are actually showing everything state and province. If you just uncheck it, what happens is it will not show all board, etc. You can actually go with all the basic things, whatever we have, whatever like land or whatever areas we have, like land cover. It shows the coastline. It shows the states of like wild areas, etc. It will give you the deeper depth of what maps will look like, and it will actually show like elevation changes. So you have like different options over here to compare it with. Coastline displays with the coastlines to show what are the coastlines, boundary is the water areas, etc. Street, highways and roads, you can actually check that if that data is available, it will throw the checkbox over here. And you can also look at the light gray outer line of the country borders, etc. And we have these different kinds of layers available with us. We just have to check it and it will show like country name. It will highlight the US country names because we have the US data. But all the map layers are basically to say that are almost related to the US content. So if you just scroll down here, it will show all the US metro boundaries, US water labels, area code labels. This is completely related to the US data. And if you see here, we also have one more thing called data layer. Data layer is whenever you want to compare your own data with whatever data Tableau provides us. And let's in this case, data is completely related to the US. And if you have related US data, you can actually compare the data with this available data of map layer available. So what if I just want to see the US population based upon the population? And if you see here, this is the US population. It actually came up with different color, lighter color. Okay, we will just set back to the darker color. If you see here, the shade of red is actually gave it to the population of 2018. If you just remove the sales, you can actually see the content of what all the areas it gave us. It actually created a range for each color and it's actually throwing up some values. And if you want to compare this kind of comparison with whatever sales data, related data I have, what I will do is I'll just drag my sales onto the labels or something like that, and I will see the sales according to the population. So if you see here, the deeper red is actually telling us that, okay, the range is between this number, and my sales is actually higher in this area because I have a much more population in that state, right? So it is like directly proportional. You can even compare it with like this. So US households income median maybe. So it throws all the values related to the household income, the average of range of household income at that particular state. If you see here, we have got a darker red in this corner and it says it's Washington, and I have sales of 1,38,000 in that area because the income is high. It can be related to some scenarios like this, maybe because they have like higher income and they're purchasing more or something like that. It is completely relatable sometimes. And we can even see with the occupation of the each person. If you just go with the occupation of the color, and you just got these values into darker red shade. And if you see over here, white color population is higher in the state when compared to the other states. So we can do some analysis on whatever data we wanted to, and the default thing we are seeing here is for US population. That's a major drawback because we can only compare it with US population. And if you want to compare with US population, Asian people, where they stay most, etc., like if you see here, the dark red color is giving some values. Let's change it to a different color and see how this looks like. See, the greener ones are like mostly Asian population. And so what are the sales in this Asian population related? So we can actually relate it to something, to ethnicity as well. If you want to, you can actually relate it to that as well. So this is all about map layers, and if you just look at here, we can actually get the data according to the country, postal code, and census as well. Because we are selecting the data according to the detail mark as like say state, so I just selected with the state in the data layer as well as a comparison. But you do have an option to select the country or postal code or census or whatever thing. So if you go with the county, the Asian population in that particular county will be coming up over here. If you see here, we have a detailed level of which county has what population, and each place, the greener version is a higher version of Asian population, and the red version is actually the lower population of Asian version. If you want to go with American Indian or something like that, we can actually look at where are they staying and what are the sales in that particular state or in that particular county, etc. And we can even select the postal code as well in the drop down menu. And postal code is more level of detail, so it is by going to a detail box over here, the level of detail has gone to the postal code, and it gave us like the color according to the postal code, right? So this one is coming to different shades of red and green, and it's going into a deeper level. And if you just are going with the postal code, we can actually drag the postal code into the detail, and this one will give you the sales of level of detail related to the postal code. And at the background, you're seeing the US population of white American Indian ethnicity based upon the postal code, and we can relate our content with that content. So whenever you're working with maps, we do have an option to select the mark type, and if you see here, it is coming as automatic. And but you can go with different kinds of marks over here. You can go with density. Density map is kind of middle pointy, will be darker, and the other portion will be transparent around the dark mark. So if you go with polygon, it will look something like that. So it's not related to, so it's not suitable for the map. You can go with different shape, and you can select different shape from this area. You can go with the square or circle or triangle or whatever shape you wanted to give it to. And you can go with the circle over here. You can go with square. And line and area maps are not recommended because that won't be connecting anything onto the map. You'll be looking something like this because they have to connect the points related to even the bar maps, the points are connected. So it is advisable to go with square or circular, any kind of shape, or you can directly use a filled map also in some cases like this. So if your scenario is like whatever data you have, you can select the filled map as well. So right now I'll just go with the automatic and let's take Tableau decide of what is the best thing for my map. Okay, this is all about the map options we have, and I'll just go back to no data layer because I wanted to show how to add a data layer. Tableau from 2020.4 released the map layers, and if you see here, my detail is actually showing the postal code. So what if I have, let's drag state. So what if I have state on my mark card detail version and I'm just showing this sum of sales, and I wanted to add a layer. If you remember, we just used a pie chart to show on each state using a dual axis. Before when we are talking in the previous different maps we kind of used a pie chart to hover on the map and show the dual axis. So this dual axis will create a layer, right? So if you wanted to talk in the technical terms, what it will do is it will create a data layer on the map. So that option is directly provided into the map from Tableau. They gave us the option from 2020.4. And if you want to show some different kinds of layers based upon your base layer, so the base layer here is state because I just added the stated over here. And what if I also wanted to show city? So if I just drag city on my map, so in the left corner you will see add a mark layer over here, and if I just drop it city over there, what it will do is it will create one more mark over here for the city. Let's drag back our map. Okay, this one is our map and we have got one more map layer for the city, considering the city inside. Previously, how it was like, I'll just undo it for a second and I'll show you how it is looking previously. Let's undo everything and see how is the map looking previously. So it is how it is showing is like it is showing a state-wise sales over here. And let's go with the fill map. It will be better to understand. So this one is giving me a state-wise filled map. And what if I wanted to add drag city onto my map layer? So if I drag maps layer and I just dragged city and it added one more card like this over here and it showed me city over here. So the state one is a fill map. If you see here, we just actually had a fill map. And in the city part, we are getting some values here. This is the city. And this is one more layer added on the top of the filled map, and you can actually change it into different shapes like one minute. So the marks card will allow you to do actually change according to the shapes. So what I will do is I will also add some color to my map. So if you see here, we have got different colors on the city. It is showing one more layer on the state. So based upon the state, and if you add some of the sales over here on the labels. So because we added sales on the city marks card, it is showing the labels according to the city. If you see here, we are actually seeing so many city values coming up. This is like adding a layer on of it. And you can add as many as layers as you want on your map. If you just add postal code, this one will go deeper depth and you will see more circles on you. That means the level of detail increased here. So the circle increase the level of detail increase, and this will show the data according to the postal code. This is like layering your data. The first map is your fill map, and second you added city, and second you added the postal code. You can add n number of layers onto your map and show the visualization in different layers. Like you can show the level of detail into deeper versions by just adding on to the layers of map. So this is about map layers. This is the second option we have related to the map layers, and this came up in the recent version of the Tableau. And if you see here, the controls over here is zoom in, zoom out. The map controls you get even on the dashboard. You see these controls. The first one is zoom in and the second one is zoom out, and you have a fixed map that's spinning your map on that particular space. You just actually fix it and you can move it if you just drag it, it won't move, it will be fixing like that. And if you just hit this option, the last one, this will give you a magnifier. That means the zooming area. This will relate it to the pan, so you can actually click on that and left click on the map and drag your map. And if you see here, this rectangular option is for rectangular selection, and you have a circle option as well. You have a lasso selection as well. That means it will be selecting a data like this. This is a lasso option, so you can actually select like this. And you have the options over here coming up in the arrow mark, and you can actually select anything according to your requirement. You can actually work on these options. And whenever you're working on the maps, you can see an eye coming up on your marks card. If you see here, this is called visibility. You can switch the visibility between the map layer, and you can actually switch off the eyes, and you can actually switch off the visibility like this. I just unselected the postal code. That means it will not show any dots related to the postal code over here. If I select it again, I can actually switch it back to the content. So if you just select it again, that it cross up, that visibility is off. And if you click it on again, it will show you the eye mark again without the cross. That will actually show all the points related to that particular marks card. So if you want to rename any of the marks card, you just have to click on arrow and say rename. You can rename, you can hide the marks card, and or else you can remove the marks card. You can disable the selection. So also add to the zoom content is this one, adding to the zoom content over here. And you will get the option by just clicking on the arrow mark over here. You can rename it to different names. And each map layer you will get those options. So each mark card is like each map layer. You will get options for each map layer over there. This is all about the map layers and the background maps, the data layers available to compare it with. The map layers you got in the recent release, and how to use them, how to create layers on the layers. So this is all about creating the maps and using them for different purposes. So let's now talk about what are the common issues you might face whenever you're working with the maps. So the first issue, so if you see here, we have 353 unknown locations over here. That means if you just click on unknown locations, these are the three variables you will get to edit the unknown values. So how do you want to work with this 352 locations? Do you want to edit the locations? Do you want to filter the data? Or do you want to show them in default position on your view? So showing the data at default position is like showing the special values in the axis. So if you see here, you have like show the special values on the axis. For example, null values are shown at 0, like means that's here the starting 0 value. So if you just go with the edit locations, these options you will be seeing this pop-up box. If you see this geographical roles, which can be country, state and city. So Tableau automatically recognizes that this data can be related to state. So because I observed some state in your data, so this can be related to the state because I just some of the matching values over here. But I just wanted to got this 353 unknown locations from my data set. So this data has everything, but I'm not sure about some of the cities you have over here. So for that, I'll just what to do is the country is already USA, because we know already the data is related to USA, and we can select the state from state value. Because we have state and we have city in the data set, and right now the error is coming from the state. So for that, I will say from field called state. we just have to point out to value it actually belongs to. So if it is a city, we have to point it out to city, and if it is a state, we have to point it out to state. So right now all the 353 values which are not recognized belong to some kind of state. So that's why it did not match up the content. If you have to repoint that and click on OK, this 353 values will also be included onto your view. So this is how you can actually edit locations. I will just show you a simple scenario how it can be mapped. If you just pick state onto the map, so every state is actually mapped. You do not have anything which is not mapped. So it already recognized the state. So we will go with the city. City has 353 unknown values not mapped up. So how to map the city, because 353 values are not mapping up because the state is not recognized for them. So for that particular city, I did not see the state. I did not recognize the state. So what we will do is we will look up how the country is working. So we only have one country recognized it as United States. That's not a problem for us. Okay, I'll remove this. So I'll go with the postal code. So the postal code is also mapped up very well. It doesn't have any unknown values coming up. The only thing we are seeing right now is the values which can throw some errors is only city. So I'll just go with the city. I will say this 353 unknown values, edit locations, because my city is the virtuous one creating the issue. If you want to see all this 353 coming up, these are the red ones are not recognized, and your country and region is coming up well because it's recognized as United States. That's why it is showing up well. So only one is city which is not mapping. So I will just go with the state and map it to the state. And if you see here, you will see the state and province over here. It will automatically come up into your data set. So the city inside that particular state are recognized now. So these are the values which are not recognized, and you can see here Tableau will automatically maps up them. So what if I do not want them to map, but I want them to filter out the content? If you just click on filter, what it will do is it will filter all these 353 unknown values into the filter mark. So the latitude and longitude of that particular 353 unknown values are added to the filter, and that data will be excluded from your dataset. I'm stressing on it again, that data will be excluded. So this one is not a possible option whenever you're working with the data. The excluding part, it's not a good thing to go with. You just have to map the content to your state, city, but you should not exclude them, because the values, everything you're showing, what the values is showing will be excluded from your data, right? So you have to show them either in the default position like this, or you just have to point out this to whatever city or it is not mapped to the right city or state. Most of the times we'll point out to the right value. It can be region, it can be country, it can be city, postal code. You will get to know whenever you see error, and if you just go look up with the data, you will definitely find what it is. And I just recognize that error over here is related to state. Why? Because I just had this none over here. If you see here, I just had none, and I have to say that it is a state. So I just selected the state automatically. It recognized everything and all pointed all my values. So these are some of the common issues when you're working with the maps, and these are the three options you will be working with whenever you find these issues inside your data set. So this one is the last topic we are going to discuss in this session and this week. So this is the end of whatever topics we covered. So the summary of this week is we have learned the nested LODs, and we have learned what are the use cases. We have learned 1 or 2, 3 use cases where we use them to show how the nested LODs will give you a different value whenever you want to compare it with the separate value. So the level of detail will be completely changed whenever using this nested LODs.
So the other ones we spoke about is geomapping, geospatial data. We discussed about what is geomapping, what is geospatial data, and when are they used, what are the common questions whenever we are going with map kind of visuals, what are the common questions. So why we are going and selecting a map and with the scenarios, why are we selecting the map for the questions. So if you just see, you can answer with maps. Yeah, we have different standard maps inside the Tableau as well, and we discussed about how we can create different maps using different layers, how we can create a pie chart over it, how we can make a line or make a point over it. So these are some kind of options Tableau will provide us inside the map. And we discussed about map hierarchies, how to use map hierarchies, when to use map hierarchies, and how the drill down option will be coming up on the map, and how we saw map layers will be the data layers which Tableau provides as the default data layers, and the background maps available for the outdoor, satellite, etc. And how we can actually use those options and use the input layers from the map box, the US content for the US content. We spoke about common issues we'll be encountering whenever we're working with a data set. It can be geographical, coding content, or how to work with common issues whenever you face like null values or unknown values, or map them according to the actual dimension or actual point. So this is all about for this week, and thank you so much.
Welcome to the course Data Analysis and Business Intelligence with Tableau, Week 12. In this week, we are going to learn about how to create the dynamic designs, and we will talk about the extensions available, and we will see what other tooltip visualizations, and we will see how to design the dashboard perfectly. A little bit recap about the last week. Last week, we have seen the nested LODs and the use cases of nested LODs, where to use them and when to use them, etc. Next, we saw what is geomapping and what is geospatial data. We saw some use cases discussed about where can we use this geomapping and geospatial data. We saw what are the standard maps available in Tableau, the point map and the filled map, and some of the other maps which we can create based upon different variables. We can create the layers throw some pie charts upon the base map available in Tableau. We discussed about map hierarchies, map layers, and background maps. Map hierarchies for the drill down, which we can give to the final users. Map layers to create more and more layers, compare it with different data available. We saw how many data layers are available inside Tableau, but mostly related to the US population, and what are the data layers available, how we can compare them with the already available data layers. And background maps, the availability of options for background maps. We can even bring the background maps from Mapbox, etc. The default map available in Tableau for background maps, we have like 5 or 6 themes inside the light layer, satellite, outdoors, etc. And we have seen that how to use that, etc. And we have seen the common issues we will be facing whenever we are working with the map data and how to fix them, what are the options available to look at these common issues, and how to show the data whenever we saw the unknown values or null values, where to place them, or do we have to exclude them, etc. So for this week, the table of contents for us are like designs. We will be going to see how to create the dynamic designs and what are the ways to create these dynamic designs. We will look into the interactivity one more time to actually create a complete dashboard, and how can we give interactivity to the entire dashboard. What are the ways available? We already discussed about interactivity, but we will look into what on the complete dashboard, how we can do that. And we will see a concept of extensions. These extensions are not inbuilt in Tableau. We have to download. And we will see what are the extensions. The other one is tooltip and visualizations. We will look into performance recording. What are the design principles whenever you're building a dashboard? So by the end of this week, you will be able to understand how to build a dynamic design and what are the ways to create this dynamic designs. We will see how your dashboard can be completely dynamic. And we will work on the interactivity using actions. We will use some kind of actions to give the whole interactivity to our dashboard. Extensions which are available in Tableau page, we will see how we can use extensions. There are free extensions available. We will discuss about what are these extensions and what kind of extensions are available for us. So there's one more option to create visualization inside a tooltip. I will show you how we can create a tooltip visualization on your dashboard. Performance recording is for the entire dashboard performance. Your how is your dashboard performing? How much time it will take to create or run a query at the backend? To the final session, we will be looking at the design principles of a visualization that is totally related to the presentation part. So, what are the principles whenever you're showing something to the users? What are the principles you should follow? What are the basic things, common things whenever we are presenting something, what we should be looking at, etc.? We will be discussing that as well. So the first topic in this week is dynamic designs. So what are actually dynamic designs? Updating and adding new content, like if your data is updated at the backend, it should be presented right away. There should not be any manual intervention between. Dashboards are like a unique and powerful way to represent the data-based intelligence using data visualization techniques, right? So whenever you display the relevant actionable data as well as stats and all the KPIs, you should be providing them completely dynamic. So dashboards should present this data in a quick, easy to scan format with the most relevant information understandable at a glance. So whenever you're presenting the dashboard should be very quick and easy. So the dashboard is a complete visual display of whatever important information you're throwing, right? So whenever you're showing them, it should be providing some objectives to the final users. It can be like consolidated and it can be arranged in one single screen, but whenever you're showing it, it should have some objective and it should have some information which should be really quick to catch and at a glance. So having the right approach to data visualization is a complete key feature and the laying foundation of a successful dashboard. So data visualization is like presentation of data via graphics and pictures. So its primary objective is to help decision makers identify patterns or understand difficult concepts that may go like unobserved or hidden inside. So the complete designer purpose should be the designing a data visualization is to create this deliverable information and it should be easily understandable to the final reader. So whenever your design choices and you're building some visualization, it should be like really simple and it should be responsive and it should serve the purpose at the final end. So whenever you're creating a dashboard, the effective dashboard shows actionable and useful information. It kind of simplifies all this visual presentation of complex data and help the users understand, analyze, and present the key insights. So the target audience are like really important whenever you're creating the dashboards. So the great dashboards should be clear, intuitive, and customizable. They communicate information very quickly, they display information clearly and efficiently, they show trends and changes in data over time. They should be easily customizable. The most important widget and data components are effectively presented in the limited space. These are all some common things which we should remember whenever we are building some dashboard. So this initial customization of visual data and information to the key user requirements will help improve the usability and eliminate the need for different users' personal things. So great dashboards provide everything in just one click. So I will not say everything in one just click, but we have to keep it very dynamic. Essential information should be easily, immediately accessible to the final users. The data should be prioritized. Whatever your information is displaying should be clear and it should be very visual. Whenever you're seeing according to the hierarchy, it should be very visual. Your designing should be clear with the initial data and all the drill downs and everything should be clear. So whenever you're going with charts, tables, and forms, they should be displayed in the minimized view but with the ability to bring up more details. The design should actually improve the usability with filters, allowing users to customize how the data is displayed and filter content using labels, categories, and KPIs. That means we have to give them access to bring out the data using a filter or whatever they want to look at. We should give them whatever interactivity they are looking at. So the effective dashboard should contain the project goals, what is the nature of data and what is the need of the users. You should be taking that into the account whenever you're building a dashboard. So whenever you're building a dashboard, just make a question like how many steps do users need to take to achieve a specific goal? Like, is the interface intuitive enough for the user to reach their goal on their own? What information does the user need to successfully achieve their goal? These are the three things you need to consider. These are like three questions you might need to ask yourself to finally give the data to the user so that they will easily achieve whatever they're looking for. So goal-centric designs focuses on solutions to the real problems and is the foundation for all great dashboard designs. So you should start with a clear understanding of business objectives, consider user goals, and then convey the key information that needs to be communicated. The major thing whenever you're creating a dashboard is the audience. So one of the biggest challenges of dashboard design is serving multiple people. Like they will have their different perceptions. Once each user role is defined, it becomes critical to understand where their needs overlap and where they diverge actually. So effective communication is the underlying principle of every successful dashboard design. You should see all the potential scenarios in which users may find themselves, whatever they're looking inside the dashboard, and then you have to come up with the designs, whatever you're building on. So always keeps the user's context in mind whenever you're designing a dashboard. Identify their technical knowledge, their familiarity with the system overall, their goals, and so on. So these are some of the steps you need to consider whenever you're creating a visualization or a dashboard. These are some of the steps you need to consider while building a dashboard. So whenever you're creating dynamic designs, that means the dashboard, whatever you're creating, should be completely dynamic. Whenever there is an update of backend data, your complete dashboard should be updated according to the recent data update. So for that, you might need to use dynamic filters, dynamic descriptions, drill down options, change the view with parameters. These are all the dynamic options available for you whenever you're creating a dashboard. So for this, what I will do right now is I will just create a complete dashboard and we will see how we can make it more and more dynamic. Let's go to our tool and look at our dashboard. I'm just going with a new design and I will be building some things from our full data practice file. We will take all the fields, create some visualization out of it and create some dynamic things with the dynamic parameters and see how they will be working on the main dashboard with all the function availability over there. So let's take some simple metrics. Just for the first thing, what I will do is I will build some KPIs. So for me, in this complete data set, what are my KPIs? Let's discuss about our data first. Whenever you're taking a complete dashboard from scratch, so the first thing you need to do is you need to understand how your data is looking like. That is called data analysis. So whenever you're working on the complete data set, you need to see what can be the key performance indicators in your complete data set. So for now, I'm working on the sales data, right? So for my key performance indicators can be one thing can be sales, one thing can be profit, and one thing can be profit per order, something like that. So what I will do is I will just go with all my sales. So for the sales, so right now what I'm doing is I'm just going to create some KPI. So I came up with this text scenario. So this is my complete sales in my complete data set. No filters, nothing. This is just the value sum of sales of the complete data set. So for this, what I will do is I'll just make it look more beautiful. So I'll just say sales. So when I'm dragging that onto my dashboard, let's rename it as sales. So the first thing I need to adjust is the size of my complete dashboard. So the width is 1000 for me, height is 8000 for me. I'm planning to go with all the KPIs on the start. I might go with the filters and I might come up with some visualizations. So what I want to do is I'm just increasing my width to 1200. So that one will extend my place over here. So I will just create some blank pages. I will later delete them. This is to adjust the space. Okay, so for this, I will be creating entire view. So inside my text, I will say middle, center. So make my text to a bigger font. Let's just make it bold also. I will take a different color, maybe green. So this one is my sales. I'm just switching off my tooltip. So this is because I want to show only the number over here, which can be my KPI. So middle. I'm also increasing the font size of this. Okay. So my KPIs, I wanted to place them in the space. Okay, this is the space I wanted to allocate for them. So the next thing is I will write here as total sales because I wanted to show the complete sales happened for the entire 4 years, whatever data we want. The next thing is what I want to do is I just wanted to have the same format for all my KPIs. So what I will do is I will duplicate my sheet. So my formatting also will be duplicated. So right now I wanted to see the profit value. So this is my profit. And what I will do is I will say total profit. Okay. And I will drag this value onto my dashboard. Entire view so that it will fit. So I'm also doing one more thing. I'm just dragging a container over here, which is horizontal because my requirement over here is actually horizontal. Why I am dragging a container? Because if you just drag a container, the container will distribute the events or whatever it has inside evenly, distribute contents evenly. I selected the container and said that, okay, distribute my all the contents whichever I have evenly. So if I just delete my blank box over here, what happens is this container will be spreading upon the whatever space it has. So this one will spread upon the space availability over there. So right now I created profits. I wanted to create one more sheet with the discount. I'm just considering all these things as my KPI. So I'm trying to pull this up. So the total discount happened is only 1500 for all the years. Total discount. So I'm also dragging this inside my container. What container will do is it will adjust according to the space available because we just selected distribute my contents evenly, right? So this is a plain KPI. I'm just showing the numbers over there. And here I selected only text. But if you want to go with some design also, we can go even with some designs. Like what we can do is we can select a shape. Okay, and we can create some shape over here, entire view. So this is the shape I'll get, and this is a round mark, and you can even change the color of that round, whatever you have. You place it in red or something like blue or something, whatever it can be. So you can even show some shapes over there, and okay, this is because the size has to be more. it will fit over here. So whenever it's not fitting up, you need to increase it. This one, I need to decrease the round so it will show my number a bit more. So this is how you adjust things, and if you want to place your number inside the round mark, what you have to do is you need to go here and decrease the size of the font over here and click on OK. So this one will actually fit in your round, something like that. You can show it like this, and you can even use some other shapes like a square, maybe something like this, and it will throw up the number like this. And you can fit it into the whole space and show it in a different color. You can do anything over here. You can present it any different shape. You can come up with some diamond. So this one will look like this. We can decrease the size. So the formatting is more important because whatever the format you're showing it here will fit with all the things you're doing. And okay, see, if you see here, this fit up inside the number and it just gave you color over there, total sales. So this is how you can actually present it. Okay, let's go up with the field. Maybe it will come like this, and our number should be a different color in this scenario because the number will not be seen on blue, right? If we select green, let's make it white, maybe. See, if you just look at here, the total sales number is this much, and I want to increase my size a bit. Okay, it went more. Formatting can be it can be hectic, but formatting is the main thing you have to do whenever you're working with a dashboards. The formatting is the main, whatever you're showing should be presented beautifully, right? So for that, we might need to spend more time on the formatting. We can't avoid that. So this is how, if you want to show them in different formats, we can actually show that. So for that, if I just go with format, copy formatting, we can actually copy the formatting and paste it here. Paste formatting. What we will do is we will delete this and remake this sheets. So what I'll do, delete done. It is used in the dashboard, so it won't allow us to delete. Okay, delete. So we can come here, delete, delete. So what I'll do is I'll duplicate this one, bring profits, and say profit over here. Okay, profit here, renaming, and go to the dashboard, bring profit onto the container. So this will bring up the same format if you see here. And duplicate the profit again. We have to create a discount as well, right? Discount. So I will also bring discount in here, sum of discount. We need to change it here as well. Discount, and click on OK. Discount. This came in black because we didn't assign any color over here. This came up black. We can actually make it black as well. Make it black. OK. So this is our dashboard. These are the first three KPIs in our data. One is total sales, one is total profit, and one is total discount. So the next thing I want to build is what I want to build. I will create a sheet. I will drag sales, and I will also see the order date. So based upon orders, what is my sale? Okay, I'm just changing that into a bar graph. So order date onto the color. So it will give me different colors for all the years. So sales, order date, and I will drag the same thing onto my dashboard. I will keep it up here. Okay, I'm deleting the blank space I just placed. So this I will remove the container and I will make it floating, because the color should be, whenever you're using colors, the legends should be shown somewhere. So the legend is a very important thing. Otherwise, people will not understand whatever they're seeing. I'm just making it into a single row. I will adjust it according to the space. Okay, we got it. Hiding the fields, also hiding, formatting the grid lines. I'm just hiding everything. I'm not showing any row values. I'm hiding this label as well. So for this, I will get a drill down over here. If you see here, we placed order date in the form of year. So if users wanted to drill down it, they can even get into quarters. They want to drill down it to the month, they can even get that. So to go back, you just have to click on the minus sign and it will go back. So I will also name this bold. Just go with the font, the headers and font size, everything on the dashboard should be the same whenever you're building the dashboard. Remember that you are using the same fonts and same kind of format applicable all across all the dashboards. So this is my legend and I'm saying sales. Okay, I will write it as sales per order day. So I'm just showing the sales per order date, and I'm also building something to show on what basis of ship mode or my sales. Let's tag one more visualization. I just went up with the highlight table and the label should be center. So I want to create some space for the other visualizations. That's why I went with this. So this is ship mode. I'll keep that onto my dashboard, ship mode. So because I don't want to give more space to that visualization, I went up this kind of visualization. I'm hiding my labels. So this one, sales by ship mode. So I will assign 18 value here because I use the same across the dashboard. Sales by ship mode. This is my sales according to by ship mode. So I wanted to also show how is my profit coming up. So for that, I might need to build something on okay, what is, how is my ship mode and how is my profit according to that. We will go with the same graph to actually show that these two are relatable, and bring it to the middle. And this is profit by ship mode. So I will drag also that onto my dashboard. So this blank value is not needed now. I'm deleting it. I'm deleting the legend and hiding the values. So this one should be 18 bold. So profit by ship mode. So we got so much of blue onto our dashboard. Let's change the colors to a different color mode. Let's change that to something maybe green to gold. Apply. Okay. This is the same blue. Okay, I'm going with something gray warm. Okay, gray. Let's go and make the same change to profit as well. Just make the change color, edit color, gray. Applying the same thing to both of them. So this is my dashboard. So what I will do is I will do some cosmetic changes. What I will do, I will give a border for this, maybe a light gray because I don't want to show it more. This is how you can give a border to your whatever visualization. For this, for the KPIs, what I'll do is I'll just select the entire container, then I will create some border. So this one, the entire box will come up over here. And so the options we gave is we gave a KPI, we gave a KPI for sales, profit, and discount. And we are showing them what are my sales per order day. So we are also showing the sales by ship mode and profit by ship mode right now. So we just created a dashboard, but too static, right? And we didn't give anything. We didn't give the interactivity. We didn't give any dynamic, whatever users can select, nothing, right? So for now, what we will do is we will go to the sheet because it's a major visualization, let's say. And what I want to do is I wanted to add some parameter. So what I will do, I will write something called view, and I'm going with a string value and a list. So in this, what I am trying to do is I will say category, I will say segment, and I will also say region. Okay, this region. Okay, and I wanted to show them these three values. So I just created a parameter called view. So what we have to do now, we have to write a calculated field to link this parameter to our calculated field. So what I will do is, if my parameter is something called, what we did do first, category, then give me category. Else if I'm just copying the entire line what I wrote above, paste, and the second one what I added to my parameter is segment. So segment, so I will add that to the segment. I will write else if statement again because I have one more list over there which is region, and I will see whenever there is a region selected, give me region. And so this one is our calculation is valid. So what I will do, I will drag this parameter view onto here. And we have to take this out because that will go into the year. We can actually put the parameter view color into the color. So if you see here, the current value is actually a category that it's giving us category, and we have to fix our legends well to show the values. And if for toggling between the views, what I will do, I will add the parameter onto my view. So this one is only related to one particular visualization, right? So what I will do is I will just drag my parameter and place it here. And if you want to toggle between different views, if you just select segment, your entire visualization will go to segment. If you select region, your entire visualization will go to region. So this one is completely based upon the view over here, whatever you're selecting over here. So the user can select whatever they want. We can also show the labels, show mark labels, and what we will do is we will place them in the middle. So they will sync up to the middle. So if you see here, whatever you value you selected, it will be according to that particular dimension, like the level of detail will be according to that particular dimension. So we create a view to the user to let them select what they want, right? Okay, the next thing what we have to do is we wrote sales per order date, but sales per order date is not the one they're seeing right now. They're actually seeing something called region because there is a toggle between whatever segment or on category, whatever they have over here. So I wanted to also show my text labels dynamically. So in that case, what I have to do is I have to go to the text box, select this whatever I wrote over there. In that, I have to say that, oh, in this space, you need to show this. This is the parameter I created. Parameters, and this one is the view parameter. So if you just insert the parameter inside the text box, what will happen is if you change the parameter over here, your text box will display whatever variable is inside the parameter. Whatever variable you selected will be displayed on your text labels as well. This is one more function where you showed your user the dynamic content. So whatever is selected over here is always selected on the text part also. This is one more dynamic function we have inside the parameters. And also remember, whenever you're creating parameters, Tableau has this functionality to create the recent dates as well. If you're working with the date functions, just tell Tableau that, okay, it's a date and time list. And if you have some values, whenever the workbook opens, you have to go to the current value. The current value can be taken from any of the latest month or latest value which is displayed over here. But in our data set, we have the values until 2017, I guess that's why it is not showing up. The current value over here, if you have the current data set, you can mention it as a date and time or date. And the current value, whatever it has over there, whenever the workbook opens, your current value can be set to the latest month or latest date. You have the option like that as well. So in this case scenario, you can make the dashboard completely dynamic. Whenever the data is updated at the backend, there is a possibility of a new date field coming up, right? Like today's date or yesterday's date. And whenever you open the workbook, you wanted to show your entire dashboard according to the today's date. In this scenario, you can select this parameter date function and select it from the latest month or latest date. You have the option there. So this is all about the parameters. So we have one more function called filters, right? So whenever we are creating the entire dashboard, giving the filters to the end user is actually a very good thing to do, that they can actually select whatever they want. So right now what I'm doing is I'm creating a text box to show the dashboard name. I just wrote it as sales dashboard. I'm just giving a dashboard name to my created dashboard. So there's a sales dashboard, and okay, I'm just increasing my height as well to 1000 to set up the space and everything. So yeah, the floating values should be set again whenever there is a change in the size or shape of your dashboard. So these two are floating, that's why it's actually went up and down. So this is our dashboard, and we wanted to add some filters. So what I do is I'll place one more container under my text box. I'm giving some space for my text box in the container. This much space is not needed for this. Maybe a bit more. Arrange these. So what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to add some filters onto my dashboard. So I just gave some space for the filters to add up over here. So for that, what I will do is I will go to one sheet. I will go to one sheet and add all the filters I wanted to show on my dashboard. Okay, I want to add city. So whenever you're adding a filter onto the dashboard, it will give an option like this. So I will use the option use all. That means all the values inside my filters are added onto the filter. I will say oh. So the next thing I wanted to show is I wanted to maybe show the order date. So order date will give you an option to select according to these functions. Because this is a date, the filter will throw you all these functions. So right now I wanted to give my final uses to select based upon years. I will say years, click on use all, and I'm saying okay. So this is one more thing I wanted to show on my filter value. So the other one I wanted to show as a subcategory. Use all, and I'm saying okay. I also can give state, use all, okay. So these are the options I'm going to put onto my dashboard. The first thing what I did is I created a dashboard and I went to one of the sheet and I dragged all my probable filters which I wanted to add onto that specific sheet. So this is our sheet. I just added all my values on this sheet, right? So what I will do, I will click on this arrow, go to the filters option, and first one I'm dragging is year of order date. So Tableau will defaultly place that filter on whatever space available over there. So this will come up like this. We have some options to show our filters in different formats. So we have single value list where it will ask you to toggle between single click. We have single value drop down. This is the single value drop down. And we have one more option. Let's go to the filter. We have single value slider. Slider is this. We need to slide the values like this. And we have multiple values list. This is a checkbox option, multiple values list. Multiple values drop down. That means this one will come as a drop down. You can select all. And you have multiple values custom list. That means you need to search whatever you're searching for. So I will just go with the multiple values drop down because my space is not allowing me to show everything inside. So I will actually show a multiple values drop down. And the other options available in filters are you can customize the filter and say show apply button. Show apply button will add a cancel and apply over here. So whenever you're doing or filtering some changes, it will ask whatever checked mark you're doing to apply it on the entire dashboard. If only you apply it, it will apply to whatever values you're working on. See? So this is customizing a filter. You have the customizing options. Show all value is this one. All value will be shown. If you uncheck that all value will not come. And you can show exclude, include options. Exclude, include is whenever you're performing the action, do you want to include the values or do you want to exclude the values? And this is an option to the show title. Do you want to show title or not? Do you want to edit the title? This is the edition of the title. And relevant values, only relevant values is whenever you're working on the data, whatever data you're picking on the dashboard, if you're picking up only relevant values, only the relevant data, whichever you used in the data source or in the dashboard, will come up on your relevant values. So if you have multiple filters and all the filters are made to relevant, whenever you filter on 2014 or something like that, only the data relevant to 2014 will be displayed in all the other filters. That's called relevant filters. All the values in the database is whatever you have inside the database. Include and exclude is the same option of how do you want to include or do you want to exclude. Floating is do you want it tiled or do you want it to floating. Fix width, edit width is the size of the filter, this width size. If it has a container, you can actually select layout container. I also have a container over here, that's why it got selected. Deselect, remove from dashboard, rename the dashboard item. That means, do you want to remove it? Do you want to rename it, etc. So we added a filter year of order date. Right now we wanted to add some more filters onto my dashboard. So the other thing I wanted to add is a subcategory. I will do the same changes to the subcategory as well. Okay, I will say customize show option. So then the other filter I wanted to add is a state. State also I will go with the multiple drop down and say all, apply. So all my filters are actually coming up from the sum total sales sheet, multiple values, apply button. So these are all added inside the container. So I will get an option to distribute contents evenly. So whatever filters I selected are on my dashboard right now and they are set on my dashboard. So all the filters are coming on from the total sales. So whenever I just did something to my sales, only this sheet will be changed, right? So for that, we have to apply these filters, apply to worksheets to whatever dashboards whatever sheets we have that on the dashboard, right? So for that, I will go with, you will have 4 options over here, all using related data sources. That means if you have a secondary data source, this one will match up this filter with the secondary data source and use this filter for the secondary data source as well. This one will only be used whenever you have different data sources and matching column between them. All using this data source is if you have only one data source and you want to apply this filter, whatever sheets are working on that particular data source, you can use this. All using this data source means all using only one data source. Whatever sheets are working on the particular data source will have this filter, all of them. So selected worksheets will give you an option like this. So whatever sheets you have on the dashboard will be displayed here. You will get a checkbox like this and you can go with all on dashboard. So all on dashboard, I repeat, all on dashboard will check everything, whatever sheet you have on the dashboard, and it will check everything. Click on OK. When you do this, the year of order date will be applied to all the sheets that are present on your dashboard. If you want to check that, you can go to the total profit. If you see here, order date is already applied. And if you see the icon over here, this icon is saying that this filter is being used on the other sheets as well. So you have to do that to all the filters. We have 4 filters over here. Apply, selected worksheet, on dashboard, okay. So this option will give me all the worksheets on my dashboard. If you have different dashboards like this over here, this is the best option to go with because you wanted to apply the filters for all the sheets only on this dashboard. So for decluttering, what I will do is I will hide all my sheets. So all the sheets used on my dashboard will be hidden in dashboard. So if you see here, whatever you apply on a particular filter, your entire dashboard will be changed according to that one filter. So you want to select something like this. So if you see here, all the values are actually changing according to the filter you applied. You can even go with some cities you want and click on OK. It will display all the values related to the particular state over there. And the same thing goes with the city as well. If you go want to go with some cities, click on apply. This one will change all the values according to only the values you have set. So we spoke about one thing, right? Relevant values. So what happens when I say my year of order date should only have the relevant values and all the other things also should have only the relevant values? Let's check that how relevant values will work. Only relevant values. Okay. So if I just say my state should be only Montana, so all the data on my dashboard is only related to Montana, right? So the cities, what happens to cities? So state is directly coming from the city. I mean, inside the state, what cities do you have? This is like a hierarchy, right? So if you select Montana in the state, and whatever cities are there inside Montana state will only be displayed. That means only the relevant values belonging to the previous filter, whatever you applied. That is the meaning of the relevant values. If the city has the option of all values in the database, this will show everything like this. You need to check what are the cities relevant to Montana. You will not have the options of clicking only the cities which are relevant to the state. If you use the relevant values will only show the values present in that particular state. This is the use of the relevant values option whenever you're working with the filters. So whenever you're working with the dynamic parameters can be strings, measure values, or dates. They offer flexibility and interactivity to your dashboard and also for your audience because they can be easily used in the most analytical and tightest dynamic parameters your control to customize all your analysis. The settings are configured upon publishing so that interacting with dashboards will be fast, curated, and the relevant experience to the person. It can be great, like they will get so many insights according to the filters or dynamic parameters you're giving. These dynamic parameters are released from 2020.1 version from Tableau, and they give actually a powerful interactivity and storytelling to your data. They will bring all your dashboards to life, and it will actually show some good insights, great insights to the final users. So whenever you're using these dynamic parameters, ensure your dashboards always reflect the most recent and relevant data because this dynamic parameters will give an option to display the more recent and relevant data. So visually follow and understand how your data is changing to tell more powerful stories with the visualization animations. So you have to go better manage and scale your Tableau dashboards to give the final user something out of your data. Whenever you're showing your dashboard, you have to give some question or answer kind of insights to the final advisor. Like in this case, my KPIs are like, these are your KPIs. I have a total sales of this much, I have a total profit of this much, and I have a total discount of this much. So this is a complete total. But whenever you're going with the different cuts like category or segment or region, you can change it according to yourself. What is the ship mode doing? How my ship modes are doing according to the sales? Where am I getting profit or where are I'm getting too much of sales from here. So if you see here, my standard class is actually doing well. I'm getting more sales from the standard class. That means more of the people are actually going with the standard class only. So you can even go with the subcategory saying that, okay, how are my accessories performing? What are the accessory sales? Or what is the accessory ship mode, highest ship mode? Or what is the sale or complete profit for the entire section? And if you want to go with the order date, okay, how is my 2017 performing for accessories? So this is total sale, this is the total profit, and this is the total discount you got from the accessories only in this only year. So this is how interactivity, it can be dynamic to the final users if you throw some values like this. So dynamic, the word itself is describing that, okay, the data is up to date. There is no manual intervention whenever there is an update at the backend. You can actually filter everything according to the latest date by just using dynamic parameters or dynamic cuts, views, etc. So this is all about the accessibility you're giving to the final advisors and some of the things you need to understand, you need to follow whenever you're building the dashboard. So we will just go continue with our next topic, and our next topic is all about interactivity with actions. The next topic is interactivity with actions. We spoke about how we can do the interactivity with actions already. We will see how we can do the actions directly on our dashboard now. So some of the interactivity actions are like Tableau filter actions and Tableau highlight actions and Tableau URL actions. So what are Tableau filter actions? You already know that we have a Tableau filter action on dashboard and worksheet. It allows to click an item in one chart and filter the same item on the other chart. Second one is Tableau highlight actions. This one allows you to select a value and see that value positions in other charts. It will allow you to focus on what matters and avoid all the other noises. So Tableau URL actions will allow you to insert a URL link that will take you to another destination. It could be a web page, or it could be another dashboard, or it could be even a Tableau server URL. So these are the three kind of actions available for the interactivity. We do have some more actions as well, but we are going to look at how these actions are going to be useful for our data dashboard, whatever we created right now. So what I will do first is I will use the Tableau filter option. So we have the ship mode over here. So what I will do is I will create an action filter on the ship. So actions, I went to the dashboard and said add action. I will use a filter action URL. So this one I will name it as ship mode. So the ship mode is coming from the sales by ship mode, right? So this is the sheet which is there for the ship mode option, and where should it work? So whenever I say I have a worksheet with ship mode and it should work on the entire dashboard, this one will have to select everything in target dashboard, and the source dashboard should be only one sheet. So I'm going with a select option and I'm going with show all values, because whenever I uncheck that, I want it to come back with all the other values. So here, if I just click on first class, the entire dashboard will be filtered to the first class because I placed an action on the ship mode. If you just go with the same day, all the sales, all the profits and everything, the KPIs as well, will be filtered to the filter action of same day. Second day, it will act as second day, and if you go with the standard class, everything will be filtered according to the standard class. So this is how you can give a filter action on your dashboard on any of your dimension value. You can give the filter action on even here also, because we have different parameter views over here. And if you click on something over here, it will show everything according to the click you used. So if you are using filter actions, you might need to tell the users that, okay, there is some filter action, might have to click here to filter the entire dashboard. So for this, I'm just to the end user saying that click here to filter the entire dashboard. So this is only to let them know that there is one action filter over here, so they can use that for a filter purpose. Otherwise, they wouldn't know that there is an action filter over there. So that's why I'm just saying click here to filter the dashboard. So whenever they click here, the entire dashboard will be filtered out. So this is how I can use a quick filter action. And if you want to highlight something based upon the filter action, we will also see that how we can actually do that as well. So for that, what I will do is I'll just create a one more dashboard. This dashboard can be also useful to check upon the other actions interactivity we have. Let's create a one more dashboard based upon maybe a segment. And what I'm trying to do is I will show the sales values. Okay, and I'm also dragging my region. So I'm just going with map entire view. So I will name it as sales by segment. Just some cosmetic changes like labels, keeping them in middle, etc. So one more dashboard and drag this over. Deleting the containers. I wanted to adjust this page according to whatever I have. This is only for my personal purpose. I wanted to adjust the space. That's it. You just go ahead directly and put some sheets, whatever you want. So I will adjust my sheet name, sales segment. You can either go with the profit as well. Now, whatever measure value you're going to take, you just go take the measure value according to your requirement. So this one is showing us a segment value, and also it is showing the region value. So I will build one more sheet based upon the. So I will just give a detailed view for this. So what I will do is I'll just duplicate it. Just will do is I'll add more things to this. So I'll also say okay subcategory. So if you see this, we just got a huge table because we have the subcategories as well. This is completely a huge table. And what we will do is we will just fit because this one has to adjust according to values. I will also give some totals. So I'm just giving the subtotals as well because the subtotals will give you according to the subcategory. This one is giving you the sales according to the subcategory as well, right? And if you just place this over here, goes this value, issues. So what I will do is I will just adjust this to a bit high because that doesn't need that much space, and we just color it to a different color to differentiate between the below table and the above table. Just go with some green maybe. We can go with some jewel color. This looks fine. So I'll just name it as sales by segment dashboard. So I will hide all the sheets. This will give me some space. So we have a big table over here, right? And it is actually showing everything into one page. Let's also make it 1200. So this will be a bit spacious. And whenever we are creating some actions, like we saw, if there is a big table like this, and if you want to create some action filter on the second value, select. So I'm just excluding all the values because whenever I uncheck that, I don't want to see anything in detail. So this one will say, I'm just renaming it as segment. I'll click on OK. So if I click on something, this will only show my consumer values, right? So your entire table is perfectly fit to all your consumer values, and your entire table is not displayed because you only take down consumer or corporate or home office. So these things will be helpful whenever you have some action filter over there. Hiding the title whenever you're using the exclude all filters, you just have to hide the filter. And if you see here, whenever you commonly look onto this dashboard, but whenever you click on it, there is a more detail added to your entire dashboard, and it will display a big detailed version of whatever the dimension you're using. It will display a detailed version of the same table. You can show all the values onto the space without any clutter, but if you show all the complete whole table, it might completely occupy the space and it will show everything like that. Let's see. With the show all values, that means it will show everything, right? So if you just click on something and it goes to consumer, and if you just uncheck that this is the complete table and you're getting a scroll option, that means this is a huge data. This contains so much and it's not fitting up on your dashboard. In this scenario, if you just go to the actions and keep some action, like maybe clicking on that, you will see whatever that is related to it. So this one, if I just keep filtered values also, that might also work, because if I just go to this consumer, it will freeze the consumer part over there, and if you just want to go with the corporate, it will show corporate. And if you see here, your dashboard is not looking cluttered. It is looking so simple and it shows only the information which is needed. Whenever there is a click, then only it will show. It might not show everything. So this is how you can reduce the clutter based upon the interactivity you're giving to them. You can give the final users whatever they wanted to click on, then they can see only the data particularly related to whatever they click on. This will reduce the clutter and also increase the interactivity to the final end user. So this is like you are showing the action filter, right? So if you just go with the highlighter in this scenario, highlighter, if you have so many tables, and let's take the scenario of one more thing, and just go to the same table and drag one more thing, just more depth. Okay, let's also say product name. This will give you so much of data. So your table become really high, and if you just click on consumer as well, it will become really high. And on the dashboard, you want to highlight whatever option you have. I'm just adding a highlighter. So the first one should be the source and the second one should be target. Okay, and you can actually give its own selected values. Maybe region. Let's go with how the region works. So if you see the region, if you click on the region, because the action is working on the region, and there is also one more filter for highlighter. If you click on region, the highlighter option will highlight the central part only because you have central. And if you have to, we just keep all values, right? So if you click on the highlight option, if you just give the highlight option, it will show you the options which are only highlighted. That means whatever you clicked on. Okay, let's go with all fields over here. And in the segment, let's keep filter values, means it only shows the filtered values. That's why it's not showing everything over there. So if I just go with the consumer right now, so the consumer is highlighted because our action filter is on consumer, and the highlight filter is on everything, all the values selected. The consumer is totally highlighted, and even the region values are also highlighted in this case. And in some scenarios where the click option over here will have to highlight something over here, like let's take out what we will do is remove the first action, which is filter action, remove it and click on OK. So this one will show everything, right? So if we have a highlight option, what Tableau will do is whenever you click on something, only that part of the data will be highlighted. In this scenario, we just highlighted only consumer. So only consumer data will be highlighted like this, and all the other data will be grayed out. So the users will understand, okay, this is the data where I'm looking at. Like they can easily point out where it is inside a big table. And this will help the users to point out the data very easily. They can take a glance really quick and understand the data very quickly in this scenario. These are the options. I mean, these are some options you go with interactivity, and users might feel that, okay, these are really very interactive, and I can go just click on this, I can find everything from only one click like that. This we talked about filter actions and filter highlighters. What if I wanted to add an action to based upon the URL? Maybe go to sheet or go to URL. These are both redirecting options. Go to URL is the dashboard extension. If the dashboard is completely different and it is into an entire different folder, you can go with the URL. And if you want to go to sheet also, you can add this action. And you can select a dashboard over here. I'm just selecting the second dashboard from the first dashboard. So I will click on OK. And what I will do is, okay, I will do one more thing. I will just add a navigation button over here. And this is also like go to sheet. So this will help you to navigate between two sheets. And if you see here, I'm just adding this button from the first dashboard. Navigate to the second dashboard. Sorry, this is the second dashboard. So I'm just giving it a text option. You can go with the image option as well. Go to segment dashboard. I'm just saying okay, go to segment dashboard and clicking on OK. So my whatever displaying option is showing me okay, go to the segment option. And if I click on that, what happens is the navigation button will redirect the first dashboard and you will be going to the second dashboard. This is the same action we do inside the dashboard as well. That one is a go to sheet action and this is a navigate button. This also will add interactivity to your entire dashboard. And if you just give this button and if there are like multiple dashboards and you want to relate it to two dashboards wherever the data is completely related to the second dashboard and you want users to okay, look at this dashboard also by just clicking here, you can actually go to the second dashboard. You can give the scenario to them. This adds so much interactivity to your dashboard because users will be easily understanding that they have an option to navigate it to other dashboards. This is how you add different kinds of interactivity to your dashboard. But you have to mention to the user saying that, okay, there is some interactivity over here, like just writing here something like, okay, click here that you can do this, click here, you can go to the other dashboard, something like that. You have to prompt them that you have to show them that there is some interactivity on the dashboard. Writing some notes kind of here or to the entire dashboard, giving a star inclusion over here will help the final users to understand that there is some interactivity on my dashboard. So this is all about interactivity of your dashboard. Let's go to our next topic of dashboard extensions. The next topic is dashboard extensions in Tableau. We have a concept called extensions inside the dashboard, which Tableau provides us. Some of them are free, some of them are paid, and most of the times companies, whenever they require the dashboard extensions, they might buy them and just download them and you can use them for your use, whatever the dashboard use it is. So what kind of dashboard extensions we have inside Tableau are? So this is how extension of a dashboard will look like. There will be an extension mark over there in the objects, in the object section of your dashboard. You will see an extension over there. If you drag and drop to the extension, you will see this pop up to the extension galleries. And if you have already extensions in your system, you can go to the My Extensions. It will show you all the available systems in your local desktop. So what are extensions? Extensions will let you add unique features to dashboards or directly integrate them with applications outside Tableau. So adding an extension is totally easy. You can incorporate them into your dashboard layouts just like other dashboard objects. This extension will expand dashboard functionality with the help of web applications. either created by Tableau or either created by the third-party developers. And if you can totally see all the available extensions in the extension gallery. We will discuss about some of the extensions which can be really helpful for you whenever you're using Tableau dashboards. One of them is a date range picker. Date range picker will allow you to select the date range within seconds. This is how it looks like. We will also go to the gallery and see how they will be and how we can download them as well. This is how a date range picker will look like. You can select all the dates just by a click from a month or year, whatever it can be. In our case scenario, if you want to compare the date range picker with the sales data, whatever we have in the practice file, this can pick the data from 2014 to 2017 available. This will allow you to pick up each date separately, and you can also pick up date range from different months. So the other extension available, one of the extension is parameter actions. This is an extension also available in the extension gallery. This extension will allow you to simply click on the mark or multiple marks on a worksheet and your complete parameter will be updated. So this will allow the user to update reference lines, calculations, filters, and more with just one click of your mouse. This is also available inside Tableau in default as parameter actions, but in the older versions, as we do not have parameter actions, this extension has added a lot more value for all the dashboards available. If you are using an older version of Tableau, you can go with this extension of parameter actions, which will be really helpful with all the interactivity you provide to your dashboard. One other thing in the extension is date updater. So date updater will allow the date parameter, like whenever you open a workbook, it will refresh the date parameter to latest or whatever you selected over there, whatever your option you selected over there. It will pick up that date and it can be the latest date or the latest month, etc. This is one of the extension available in Tableau because, as I said, we didn't have all the options available in all the versions. Some of the extensions might help some of the users whenever they are using with the older versions of Tableau. So one more extension we're going to discuss about is filter bookmarks configuration. So this extension will allow to add buttons that have been reset to a specific filter setting directly to the dashboard. That means whenever you add filters onto your dashboard and whenever you publish them onto the server, one of the user or many multiple users wanted to go with different filters, right? So whenever you open a particular URL or a dashboard on the server, it will go with the default however you published it. Let's discuss about if we have all option over there. I just kept all for everything and I published it. That is the default page opening for the complete dashboard. And someone came here and they wanted to look at region of East only. So they are only working on the East region. Whenever they wanted to look at the dashboard, they wanted to only look at the East region dashboard. If you want to bookmark that filter, this extension can do that for you. So if you just use this extension and just bookmark the filter, whenever they open the dashboard, the filter will be automatically set up to the filtered value of their specific requirements. One more extension is export all. The export all extension for Tableau server. This one you can place a simple button onto your dashboard and choose which sheets and which workbooks you want to export. What it will do is it will download all the data at the backend on your entire sheet or your entire dashboard. So this one will show a clean and tidy Excel workbook with all the data, whatever you present in the visuals or in the cross tab or in some tables, etc., whatever it can be. If you just do export all and just give them what sheet or what workbook you want to export, it will create a neat Excel sheet for you with all the data which is present in that dashboard. So before moving on to the next topic, what we will do is we will see how this extension button will look like inside Tableau. And if you go to the dashboard option, you see a small extension button over here in the objects section. And what happens if you drag that extension button onto the dashboard is, I'm just dragging the extension button over here. So a pop-up box will appear to choose an extension. If you have extensions already downloaded inside your local system, you can select that from your list. But if you want to see what are the extensions available in the gallery, you can select extension gallery here. So Tableau will redirect to the Tableau page where you can see all these extensions. Let's go and see how the extensions will look like in the page. So this one, by just clicking on the Tableau extension gallery, this one redirected to this link. This one is extensiongallery.tableau.com. So this is the page which shows all the available extensions you can download from. So you even have a Tableau version over here. So if you see here from 2018 version, what is through 2019, what are the extensions available for those versions, and 2021 versions, what are available extensions. You can sync up your extensions according to the versions of your tab. And if you see here, we have a category version called Advanced Analytics Custom Filters. Like whatever the extension will do, they're probably synced up with some folder. If it's like Advanced Analytics, we will see some extensions. And if it is Custom Filters, we will see some extensions. And if you wanted to go with write and export data, you can see some extensions over here. And they can be also filtered by the features. So as I said, some of the extensions are free and some of the extensions are paid. You can go with the free extensions and you can download your extensions from here. I just selected free extensions right now, so we can actually look at some of them what we discussed. If you go look at the date range picker, this one is showing how it can be used inside the dashboard. If you see here, they just built some dashboard and they use this date range picker extension. So they are saying that, okay, this date range picker will allows you to select the date range inside your dashboard within seconds. You can actually select the entire date range by just using this extension. So this is one of the extension we discussed, and this one is, it works with 2019.4 versions and later, and it can actually work with Tableau Public 2020.1 and later. And this will show you the versions available and you can actually download it from here. This is completely free. You can use inside your Tableau dashboards. And we will go with some of the other extensions we discussed. If you see here, we have Zildan trees, parameter actions. We discussed about parameter actions. So this is how a parameter action will look like. So this is the option you get inside the parameter action. Configuration, this will ask what is the parameter you want to select. So this one should have a parameter developed inside your Tableau dashboard. You have to select that parameter and you have to select whatever the field it is used, and you can set some configure actions based upon the parameter. So if you see here, they are also telling us how this parameter is useful for your dashboard. And if you see here, it's telling me that, okay, select a pre-existing parameter for the extension to manipulate. That means you have to select one parameter. Choose a field to populate the parameter on selection. Then choose which worksheet to listen for the selections. Whatever your action you created, you have to choose the target sheet. So you have two options. Choose if you want to keep the last selected value, or choose you want to see allow multi-select mode. Like this is like the actions we discussed, keep all values or exclude all values, like that. You will get options to that. So this is a parameter action extension. So this one will work with 2019.4 and later, and Tableau Public 2020.1 and later. If you see here, you can also see the extension who it is developed by. It is actually coming from Tableau directly. And some of the extensions are also built by the third-party creators. Some of the enthusiasts, they will create some extensions and they will publish it over here. Okay, we discussed about a filter bookmarks, how the filter bookmarks look like. This is how a filter bookmark look like. If you see here to the left side of the page, this is how it will look. And this is the pop-up option you will get whenever you use the filter bookmarks configuration. And the steps to use that, set the dashboard filters to how you want them to be reset whenever this button is published. So there is one more option to reset to back to everything. If you just filter multiple filters and if you want to reset back to everything, you can use this filter as well. You can customize your settings. You can give some label, you give some background color, and you can use this to the reset to all filter options as well. This will look like this whenever you use this on the dashboard. So this one is working from 2019.4 and later on the developer side. And for Tableau Public, you can use it from 2020.1 and later versions. So we have some more filters. You just see here we have export all, what we discussed, export all to export all the data. So if with the export all extensions, the Tableau server, you can just place a simple button and you just have to choose the sheets, whatever you're working on. So if you see here, this is the pop-up box you will be getting on the dashboard, and you wanted to select the columns and the sheets and also the options available over here. And it will show you an Excel sheet like this. Whenever you download the data, export the data completely, it will show you all the data like this in an Excel sheet. So this one works from 2018.2 and later for the desktop, and Tableau Public 2020.1 and later. So if you see here, this one is not developed by Tableau. You can see some, it is developed by the Information Lab. And this is completely free. You can download and use it. And these are all the free extensions available for you to download and use. You have a dynamic date parameter as well over here. And you have some dynamic date filters and storytelling. This will give you an option to create more into your storytelling. So we have different extensions available. These are completely free, but if you want to look at all the extensions available here, like all, and okay, just unselect everything. You will get to see everything over here. So these are all the extensions available in the extension gallery. If you just go inside, this will create some beautiful extensions, some insights as well. Some will work with the different visualizations as well, cool visualizations. They will build it for you. If you just go with the Sankey diagram, Sankey is actually like a flow chart. It will connect each and every bar to the other bar, and it will look something like this. And this will completely build a chart for you if you use this extension, and if you give data to it, this will completely build a chart for you and keep it in your dashboard. There are some extensions where you can build some new kind of chart, and you can use that inside the extension. If you see here, this is the motion bar chart, and it will actually move according to the years. If you see here, the year is moving from 2011 to 12, and how are the companies performing according to the brand value, and it will move. It will look like an animation. If you see here, this is kind of a most trending animation out there right now. It will move according to the value and the year. This is like a bar motion chart, like you also call as bar race. And this one will create a complete chart for you if you use this extension. So these are like some of the extensions available, and you can explore more by just going to the extension gallery.tableau.com. This will show you more description on that also. If you just go into each and every extension, it will say how you can use it. Is it free or not? Do you have to pay something for that? Just go with some paid option and it will show you over here that it is a paid one, or you can actually filter according to the free content over here. So this is all about extensions, and we will move back to our next topic, tooltip visualizations. Tooltip visualizations. What are tooltip visualizations? So as you craft views and look for ways to reveal more details about your data to your audience, you can actually embed some visualizations inside the tooltip. This one is known as Whiz in Tooltip. Whenever a user hovers on a mark, the tooltip displays relevant data and details from another visualization filter to that onto the mark. If you want to see how the tooltips will look like onto your dashboard, you can see this image. This is like edit tooltip option. It will pop out to add more sheets onto your tooltip. So whatever views you created onto the sheet and you want to add that sheet inside your visualization, you can add that inside your visualization, inside your tooltip. So by hovering on the data, the related whiz will come upon the tooltip and it will show the visualization which you have built inside the tooltip. So why do you want a visualization inside a tooltip? You can actually build it on the dashboard directly, right? So one for one, it is like it will completely save your space on your entire dashboard. If you have ever created like a dashboard or a story, then you just realize that you need to fix up all the entire design because you had to need few more dimensions or few more measures. Then you can go with this kind of a scenario. You can add a tooltip visualization. This inside this tooltip will allows you to save some space and keep a clean design by adding supplemental data inside your tooltip. The whizzes in your dashboards and stories tells the most immediate and important data, while the whizzes in your tooltips enrich with the supporting data of whatever you're hovering on. So whenever you add tooltip visualizations inside the sheet, like whatever tooltip you're using, the final presentation will look something like this. So if you hover, the current image is showing the category furniture, office supplies and technology. And I just created one more visualization inside my tooltip to show me the region as well. So if I hover on furniture, this will show the region which is only related to the furniture. So this is like a filter option. Whenever you hover on that particular bar, it will filter out the data only related to that particular bar you're hovering on. Then it will display your visualization inside the tooltip. So whatever you created will be completely filtered on whatever you hover on that main visualization. So this one will help you to put more views onto the same page and it will consume more space for you. Some of the tooltip visualization tips are it will be used in small and fewer visualizations, and it will try to avoid maps and complex graphs. Like if you want to build upon some complex graphs or maps, it's better to avoid this tooltip visualizations because this might create some confusion because the tooltips might not sync up with the maps and complex graphs. So whenever you're using tooltip visualizations, make use of the context filters to limit out your data. That means use a context filter to set a particular set of data only for your tooltip visualization. And whenever you're using a tooltip visualization, make sure that you will see that tooltip whenever you hover, and if you will see that tooltip not more than 2 seconds. So that's like also relates to the performance issue because tooltips will hit the performance, and if you're not seeing the tooltips whenever you hover on them, and if it is taking more time, then it is like a performance issue. Tooltips are like excellent canvases to convey data, and this is like even more powerful inside Tableau. You can actually create some great example of whizzes and you can show them inside the tooltips on the latest viral infographics and visualizations. So this one will save you not only space, but it will also declutter your entire dashboard, and your dashboard will be great for insight. If you want to just hover on particular part and you wanted to show insight only on a particular part, you can do that from this scenario. Okay, let's quickly go to our tool and see how this tooltip visualization will work. Okay, let's go to the tool inside our tool and just quickly put some visualizations to utilize this tooltip visualization. Okay, right now I wanted to create some dashboard where I'm taking the cities onto my rows. I'm particularly dragging them onto my rows because if I just double click on a city, it will go with the map. I do not want to go with the map, so I just drag them onto my rows. I also dragged sales. So what I will do is I will create a map with the tree map. If you see here, I have so many cities and this one is showing me so many boxes. So okay, we will just restrict them to state, then we will see a fewer box. Okay, this one is showing me all the states and it is also showing me the sales. I will also drag sales onto the label, so that one will show you the labels of sales as well. I'm renaming it as state sales. I'm renaming it as state sales. So I will create one more dashboard, drag my sales onto the dashboard. Okay, make this an entire view so that it will fit beautifully inside the space available. So this is our dashboard. Right now what happened? My entire space is occupied with these boxes. Even then, I'm seeing some boxes which are not displayed. So this one will not allow me to add any more visualizations because it's already occupied. Even if you just go with the height and width, increase of height and width, that will not allow me to add any more visualizations. It's completely occupied. Then also I'm not able to see any data over there. We just look at here. Okay, we will just go back with our 8 height, 1300 width. So this is how my data is looking like. This is how my visualization is over there. I also wanted to add one more visualization to my dashboard. So what I will do is I will build one more visualization. So right now I wanted to show in that particular whatever state I am building, who are my top customers. Let's go with the customer name and sales. So what I will add is customer name into my top 10 values. Top by field 10 sum of sales. So what I will get is top 10 values of my customers. Okay, I just built one more view saying that these are my top customers. In that particular state, I wanted to show, okay, these are my top customers on that particular, this complete state. So what I have to do now is I have to add this visualization inside my tooltip. So for that, I'm clicking on tooltip over here. So I will just remove this because this is already displayed in my view. So I will go to the sheet and include the visualization which we have built right now. Let's say OK. If you go to the dashboard and hover over here, you're seeing some customer names and you're seeing some top values on the customer names. Just sort the value so that you will see top customers on the top. So if you see here, you're seeing the values according to the state, who are the customers, who are the top customers. But there is one problem over here. If you just see, all the states are not displaying all the customers. If you see here, we are seeing 1 in some case, we are seeing 2 in some case, we are seeing some 5 to 6 in some case. But that's not the value we kept, right? We actually wanted to see all the top 10 customers. We built a tooltip visualization, and hovering, we are actually seeing some top customers, but we are not seeing the entire top 10 customers. So what we have to do right now is, if you just go to the top customer sheet, you will see this action filter already placed over here, because we just placed this tooltip visualization in some other visualization, which is state of sales, and we just created a hover option over here. So this hover option, what it will do is, it will add an action filter like this. So this is a set. If you see here, this one is creating a top 10 value. This is a set. It created a filter over here. What I have to do, I have to add it to the context. Context filter will create the top 10 values for that complete data set. So this, if you hover now, you will be able to see the top 10 customers according to the state. You can see the difference in the names. If you see here, the names were actually changing, and it is showing the top 10 customers according to the state. So previously what happened, we just saw some customers on some states. Why? That is because we just filtered top 10. So that top 10 is considering your entire data set. On your entire data set, that one is giving you the top 10. So whenever you hover on the other states, whatever you have in that particular top 10, so if that state has that customer, it will show that customer value. But right now, what is happening is, because we placed the filter, the set value into the action filter, so that one will be considered first. So if you hover on the state California, the data set will be only completely coming from the California data set. So the first filter will be state California. Then the other filter will pick up the top 10 values, and it will relate to the California state and give you top 10 customers according to the California. So that's how you will be able to see the top 10 customers even if you hover on all the other states. If you see here, you can actually see the top 10 customers according to the state. You can see the value difference also coming. So what are the sales they perform? And if you just go to the lower part over here, you will be seeing only a few customers, because that doesn't contain the data. That's fine. So this one is how you will be working with the tooltips. And whenever you're working with the tooltips, if something like this happens, just remember that you have to use context filters to set this problem up. To resolve this problem. And also, you can add n number of visualizations to the tooltip. Like if I wanted to also show the other categories, like, okay, let's say category and sales. So build some visualization. Okay, I just went with the bar graph. I'm displaying the labels. So this is one more visualization. So what I wanted to do is, I wanted to add this visualization also onto my tooltip. Sheets. Latest sheet, which is sheet 19. Okay, I have to rename that. If you just hover onto this now, you can actually see two visualizations related to that particular state. If you see here, it is showing that particular state and what is the category wise sales according to the particular state. But if you see here, the office supplies value is not coming up because the space allocated to it is not sufficient. So there is an option actually to edit the space whatever it is occupying. If you see here, it is taking the sheet name, which is top. It is taking the width and height, and it is giving the filter all values whatever you hover on, right? So if your sheet is not completely displaying you can actually increase the width and height of that particular sheet. So what I'm doing, I'm actually increasing that width and height from 300 to 400. So whenever I do this, Tableau will provide some space. So right now it is showing a width and height of 400 and 400. So this one will show you all the values because previously it did not have the enough space. That's why it did not show all the values. Right now also some of the values are not displayed because the width is not sufficient. So by just checking this, we can actually increase the size and width by looking into size and width of the tooltip visualizations. So we can increase the height and width by checking the tooltip visualizations on the hover path. And we can always come back and increase the height and size of this entire box if the values are not showing up well. If you see something like the visualization is too large to show, you can come back and increase the height and width of the visualization like this, because the space is not completely sufficient for the visualization. That's why it will show the view is too large to show. So in this scenario, you just have to come back, increase the size, and if you hover on it, it will completely show you the visualization. And also, if you have multiple fields whenever you hover on, right now we only have state, but if you have multiple fields over here in the visualization and you want to restrict that hover part to one dimension only, you can actually edit this part over here and include that whatever dimension you want to filter your visualization on. You can manually include your whatever dimension you want to filter that, like for example the order date, something like that, the month of the order date, something like that. You can write any of the dimension value over here and just restrict your complete visualization only to that filter. So I will also discuss on some of the tips and notes you have to follow whenever you're configuring this in your tooltips. So you can use worksheets to create a viz in tooltip, but you cannot use dashboards or stories to create a viz in tooltip. So users will be able to see viz inside the tooltips on the web, but you must configure viz in tooltip in the desktop, Tableau Desktop. Then only users will be able to see them on the Tableau server or Tableau online. So a viz in the tooltip is like a static image of the target view, not an interactive sheet. So this one cannot have its own viz inside the tooltip. You will need a source worksheet visualization and a target worksheet visualization to create a viz in tooltip. You will need to create a target view to make it available in the tooltip editor. Use a standard naming scheme for all the target sheets you plan to add in the tooltips, like such as tooltip, like name of the, using a standard naming scheme whenever you're showing the tooltip inside the visualizations. So whenever you have the tooltip visualizations already built in some sheets, and whenever you're restructuring the main sheet, if you just click on show me in the source sheet and it changes the complete view structure, all the tooltip edits, including your viz in the tooltips references, will be reset. You might need to reconfigure the viz inside the tooltip. And also by default, the viz inside this tooltips is filtered on all fields. Like we saw, it is filtered on the all fields, which considers all the fields inside the view at the most specific level of detail. This can be done by identifying matching records. You can change the level of detail inside your tooltip by just defining the filter on selected fields. It is like similar to selected fields in the filter actions. Mostly like that, you can actually select some field and say to the tooltip that, okay, you must work on the only this field, like that. And remember, whenever you are using this selected fields inside the tooltip, the data source must be the same data source. It will not work with across different data source. Remember, whatever you fields you're picking upon inside the tooltip must be coming from the same data source. So these are some of the notes or tips you must follow whenever you're using the tooltip visualizations. So this is all about the tooltip visualizations. We will quickly move back to our PPT, and the next topic, the important topic in Tableau, is performance recording. Performance recording. So what is performance recording? Performance recording inside Tableau is kind of how your dashboard is performing. It will record each and everything, whatever query you have inside Tableau, it will record everything and give you what are the timings that it is taking to perform each query. If your complete dashboard is done and you're wondering why it is taking too much of time than it should actually take, you can go with this performance recording to find out what it is, where it is slowing down, and you can use a performance recording to evaluate your complete workbook. This is really a good idea if you just plan to share or publish your workbook. The performance recording option in Tableau records the performance information about all the key events as you interact with your workbook. So you can then view performance metrics in a workbook that Tableau creates to analyze and troubleshoot different events which are actually affecting your dashboard. What are the performance recording Tableau does is it goes with the query execution, compiling query, layout, computations, connection to data sources, geocoding, and extract generation. So these are some of the performance which Tableau checks on how they are performing, and it will actually diagnose all the performance issues your entire dashboard is going through. So whenever you feel that there is some lag in the filter, or there is some lag in whenever your dashboard is loading on the server, or if it is taking more than 1 or 2 minutes or something like that, you can do a quick performance check and see where your query is taking much time to completely code it at the back end. How is the query running, etc. You can just look at your dashboard and see where it is taking so much of time. We will look into this performance recording more whenever we are going with this software demo. So the next part we will be talking about is design principles. Whenever you're building a dashboard, what are the design principles you must follow? So this one, we can relate it to whatever we spoke, like how we have to build the dashboard, what are the common things we need to put in our mind whenever creating the dashboard. So these design principles are one of the book that is available, and this will talk about all the other principle whenever we are building, whether it can be Tableau or any other BI tool. It is like general things you have to keep in your mind whenever you're creating the dashboard. It's like how to show your data, how it is your design, is it like simple and responsive. Like pretty doesn't mean effective. That means if you're going with a complex visualizations, like it is like totally looking beautiful and it is like wow, cool kind of visualizations, but if it is not effective, that is not going to show the final user what he is looking for. So if you're using colors, you have to keep in mind you have to use colors purposefully and visually effective on the background. So you have to keep it in mind, what is the background color, what is the color you're using on the front end, what are the colors you're giving it to the bars, or whatever the colors you're giving it to the entire visuals. You have to keep everything in mind. So whenever you're building something, the design and layout is the first thing you have to think about. How it is going to look like at the final end should be completely coming as a first thing in your mind whenever you're creating a blueprint, right? So these are some of the design principles. We will talk about more design principles whenever we are building the data. We will look into that as well. But first, what we will do is we will see how our performance recording will work whenever our dashboard is stuck somewhere, or whenever our dashboard is taking too much of time. Let's see that. So we just created some dashboards and we just saw some data over here. We just tracked so many visualizations. We created 3 dashboards out of them. So what I will do, so the first thing first, I'll just hide everything and make this dashboard clean. So if you see here, whatever the tooltip visualizations are not hidden. So all the other things we worked on, just remove everything. I'm just deleting everything which are not being used right now. So we have 3 dashboards and 2 sheets coming from the tooltip visualizations. Okay, we can manually hide them like this by right clicking and hiding, but we can't hide them if you just hide them. You have to go to the analysis and see them again. So for now, what I will do is, this is my complete dashboard. I have some interactivity, I have some actions, I have some calculations, let's say, whatever it is. So how the performance recording will take place is, and remember, you will only see this performance in the desktop version. Like you will not find this performance recording in the Tableau public version. So if you are working on the desktop version, you will see a settings and performance options in the help tab. If you go to help tab, you will see settings and performance option here. And if you start here, the start performance recording, what Tableau does is, it will start whatever you do. Okay, I'm just clicking on something. So you need to click on something, right? Because it has to record whatever performance you're doing. So you need to click on something. So I'm just clicking on some actions. Okay, just going down here. I'll just click on here. Okay, I'll just click on here. This is some kind of action I have. So I'll go here and I'll just put on some tooltip hovers. This will also take time. If you just remember, this one will also put some query and act upon some action filters. So whatever interactivity you have, just go up and do all those things. So because you need to record each and every step, how it is performing at that point of time. So also work on the filters, like just drag some filters. Okay, and just filters apply. So we have some relevant filter over here, right? Okay, relevant filters will also take some performance out of it. So I'll just do some relevant filters also. So this one will give me only these ones, apply. So I'm just randomly checking on each and every step. That means I'm checking all the steps what Tableau is giving us, whatever steps we created, whatever action it can, whatever filter it can. Even the parameter is creating some query at the back end. It all runs upon a query. Tableau will defaultly run on that. These are all the interactivity, or let's say dynamic things we created, whatever actions we created to the end users. Everything, whatever step you did over here will be affecting the performance. So we clicked on all the random things. So right now we will go say stop performance recording. So what Tableau will provide us is, it will provide a performance recording workbook. This one will show us this workbook where we recorded all our performance. And if you see here, this throws us one more workbook where it is showing the performance, whatever we did on our dashboard. So this one will have 2 dashboards. One is performance summary and one is detailed views. The performance summary dashboard provides a high-level overview of the most time-consuming events. So the detailed views dashboard, this one will give you a lot more detail, and it is intended to be used by advanced users whenever you are building workbooks. So the detailed views dashboard is only visible whenever the performance recording workbook is opened using a Tableau Desktop. So the performance dashboard contains 3 views, which is timeline, events, and query. So if you see here, these are the timeline, events, and query. So in the timeline view, the workbook, dashboard, and the worksheet columns identify the context for all the events. So the event column identifies the nature of the event. This is executing query for us now. And the final column shows each event's duration and how it compares chronologically to the other recorded events. So for now, the events it calculated are executing query, compiled query. If you look at it actually went, we'll go to the timeline sheet. So this one is a workbook name and this is the dashboard name. This is the worksheet name and this is the event it did for that particular worksheet. So this is the executing query and this is the compile query. These are the events. And if you see here, this one is actually showing what it is the event, how much is the elapsed time, when it started, and what is the details of workbook, dashboard, data source, etc. So the middle view, this view is the event view in the performance summary dashboard. This is sorted by the durations from the greatest to the least. Events with a longer duration can help you identify where to look first if you want to speed up your dashboard. So for us, the first thing can be the event where it took a longer time. So different colors indicate different types of events. The range of events can be recorded as computing layouts, computing to the connecting to the data sources, compiling query, or executing query, generating extract. Whatever you have inside your dashboard will be tagged according to the events. So these are the events we have, like compiling query, executing query. These are the events we have. We also have rendering inside. So what is compiling query is this event captures the amount of time spent by Tableau in generating that query. Long compiling query times indicate that the query generated are complex. The complexity may be due to it has too many filters, or it has calculations, or generally due to complex workbooks. So example of a complex calculation includes lengthy calculations, LOD calculations, or nested calculations. So in this scenario, you have to try out simplifying your workbook by using action filters or moving calculations to the underlying database. So executing query is for live connections. If the queries are taking too long, it could be because the underlying data structure isn't optimized for Tableau. You have to consult the server's documentation and use some alternatives to extract and to speed up the performance. So if you have an extract workbook, you have the queries are taking long, means you have to review use of filters. If you have a lot of filters, would a context filter make more sense? In this scenario, if you dashboard that use filters, consider using action filters, which might help up with the performance. So rendering comes only into scenario whenever it is related to the Tableau server. So right now we might have to look at the compile query. For us, it is only 0.43 seconds, which could be really low, but in some scenarios it will go up to minutes, and that is like really hitting the performance. Then you might have to look at what it is a calculation over here and what do I have to do to increase the performance. If you click on the executing query event in either the timeline or the events, you can see the elapsed time over here, and you can see when it starts and everything. So if you click on them, the query is displayed like this. See, if you just click on this query, which took 0.0148 seconds. So this is the query that Tableau did for that particular query. So if it is like more than 1 minute or something, and if you want to look at that particular query, you can just click here and see what is that exact query. It is taking up time, and you can go up looking at that query, optimize them into something else, and you can see here. So this is all about performance recording. Is a really main thing whenever your dashboard is sitting up too much time in the filters or in the action filters or whatever it can be, whatever interactivity you use, or on the main server is it taking too much of time, etc. Like it will all be seen on the main performance summary. If you go to the detailed views. The detailed views contains this in-depth information of exclusive CPU, inclusive CPU, and elapsed time use. You can actually see this as a complete in-depth of how the performance is utilizing each step. If you see here, the performance is consuming 81.48 of processor time. This is completely related to the processor time and the CPU, etc. You can even look into in-depth values of this. So for us, the main thing could be performance summary, because from the development side, we might have to tweak with the calculations which are taking more time, and what is a query, how we can alternate it to different scenarios, how we can do a performance increase in the scenario if it is taking too much time. So this is all about a performance recording. So our final topic is about the design principles we spoke about. So the design principles for data visualization, it is not only related to Tableau. I'm stressing that point again. Can be related to any BI tool. So whenever you're designing, you have to follow some principles. So data visualization does not unleash a ready-made story on its own. There are no rules or protocols to guarantee a story. Instead, we need to look for insights which can be created beautifully into stories, or we can process for finding insights that tell a story. So whenever you're creating this, you have to concentrate it on telling a story with a proper insight. Storytelling is a completely essential component of data visualization. The visualization must communicate complex ideas with efficiency. So whenever the presenter is building something, they have to understand their audience level of understanding also whenever they're building some visualizations. So the audience level of analysis is key to create and present a compelling story. So you need to look on, find a compelling narrative, understand your audience, be objective and offer balance. Do not censor any kind of data. So these are the things when you need to remember whenever you're creating some insights or whenever you're creating some story. So whenever you choose the best form of visualization, our focus should not be only on whether the visualization is needed, but on which form of data visualization is best for that particular situation. So in this scenario, these are the main principles we will follow. Design and layout matters. The design and layout should facilitate the ease of understanding to convey your message to the final. So whenever they are working with this data visualization, you have to give a compelling data story or some balance or some patterns or whatever you have inside the data to completely make it available to the users. For that, design and layout is completely important. Keep charts simple and easy to interpret, because we don't know who are the users. It has to be simple and easy. Instead of overloading viewers' brains with lots of information, keep only the necessary elements inside the charts and help the users to understand quickly what is going on with my data. So to completely draw the attention of the user, sometimes we want them to be pretty and beautiful, but it actually fails to communicate the data properly. Whenever you're working with the complex visualizations, you might lose the audience interest. So pretty doesn't mean effective. That means you have to go with the visualization which fits for that particular scenario. Use of color may be prettier and attractive, but it can be distracting. Thus, the color should be used only if it conveys your message properly. Also, another thing to keep in mind is you have to be consistent with the color scheme that the consumer is used to, and also try to follow the same color across all the dashboards whenever you're creating a story out of your visualization. Some of the chart types you might need to keep whenever you're doing some analysis, like whenever you're doing some trend analysis or time series chart, use lines, or maybe you can use filled line charts we have inside Tableau. For the time series or trend analysis, these can be the best to make it understand to the viewers easily. And whenever Using the time series chart or the motion chart, you might also wanted to use a bar graph. And bar graph is totally simple. It will make the users understand the data really easy. And this is one of the most used chart or graph whenever you're conveying the message. Scatter plot is a two-dimensional data visualization. It has all the dots over the two variables like x and y axis. This will convey the relationship between two variables. If you want to show the relationship between two variables, you can use the scatter plot option, but you need to know how to use them and interpret them properly. So heat maps depicts a pairwise correlation matrix. So this does not only provide us with numerical values, but it also provides correlation between each values. So it is like easy to understand visual representation of those numbers with high correlation, with a none or some negative correlation. So it will be related to all the other variables also whenever you're using a heat map. This is completely based upon the correlation. Pie charts are best suited to show proportional or percentage relationships. When used appropriately, pie charts can quickly show relative value to the other data points in the measure or dimension. They can be used if you really must be aware that they're not always very accurate in depicting data. You have to remember that. Like if you have like 6 or more proportions to communicate, just go with a bar chart rather than a pie chart, because pie chart, if you have like 3 or 4, it can be showing all the labels well and the angles well. If your dimensions or variables inside your dimensions are becoming more, just go with another chart, maybe bar chart, stacked bar chart, something like that. A stacked bar chart is used to visualize the parts to whole relationships of the data set. So this is like comparing each variable inside to a complete length of it, which makes comparing the length of the bars a lot easier than the areas of the pie slices, if you say. And if you have like 4 or the 5 dimensions, let's take the example of if you have a category and you wanted to show the region as well inside the category, just go with the stacked bar chart because the regions will be dissected on your bar chart. So similar to bar charts, side-by-side bar charts also shows the comparison of data, and it can be used whenever you're comparing data with the before bar or something like that. It can be used whenever there is a year-over-year growth, etc. Tree map is used to show hierarchical tree structure data. Like tree mapping is ideal for showing large amount of items into a single visualization simultaneously. This view is like totally similar to the heat map, but the boxes are grouped by items that are close inside the hierarchy. And whenever there is a location, we already know the geographical data is more related to maps. Maps are often best when paired with another chart that details what the map is going to display, like maybe such as bar chart, sorted from great to least, or the line charts to display the map's more detailed version. We can use one more chart to just click on it and show how the map is going on for that particular region. So using the right chart types is a main thing whenever you're creating the visuals to make the users easily understand the data without complexing all your dashboard. You need to check your visualizations whether your visualization is going to answer all the questions. You must evaluate your complete dashboard for the effectiveness through your measures, dimensions, and colors also. So whenever you are showing the dashboard, make sure that there is a story inside. Like you are describing the data in the form of a story to attract your audience. Your dashboard should be intuitive and it should be effective also. Keep it more visual. If your audience is a more visual person, you can actually keep it more visual. But if there is no other way, but you have to show a table or crosstab, if your final user is more into crosstab or the data type, you can go with the complete crosstabs or some tables, etc. This is all about the design principles. And coming to the summary of this week, we have learned about the dynamic designs and the tips. We have seen how to create the dynamic designs by using parameters, dynamic filters, dynamic parameters, etc. We discussed about the interactivity we can give to Tableau dashboard by using actions. It can be a filter action, we can give a highlight action, or we can give to a go to other dashboard action also. This will make the users to actually interact with the dashboard and go look at the data of what they're looking for. Filters also contribute to the interactivity because filters also allow the users to select the data of whatever they're looking for. We discussed about the extensions inside Tableau. What are extensions? What are the extensions available inside the extension gallery? What are the free extensions? And we discussed about some of the extensions which can be useful to use inside our dashboards, and how to download them and how they're going to be useful, how they work whenever we are working with different date functions or parameter functions, etc. We learned how to use tooltips inside the visualizations and how tooltips are going to behave whenever there's a hovering part and whenever we have some top filter set up, how the action filters are going to be used over there, like how we can add them to the context filter and filter out the top 10 for each scenario we are hovering. We saw how we can fix that by just editing the data set to only the hovering part data set. We've seen how we can record the performance inside Tableau, how each query and each page is looking for, like, what is the elapsed time performed for each query, how Tableau is doing that, how Tableau is taking time to perform each query, what are the ways to look at what query is taking more time and how to tweak that query inside the Tableau to get better performance from your dashboard. And at the last we discussed about the design principles, what are some things to follow whenever we are going to build a dashboard. So whenever we are going to build a dashboard, what color palettes we might have to use, what precautions we have to take based upon the audience, what design and layout we have to prefer, what kind of chart we might have to build based upon the data. So whatever you're building should be simple and complex. The interactivity should be there, it should be responsive, it should be dynamic by just taking up the data at the back end if something is loaded up. So we discussed about all the scenarios, the ways to create how to design well and attract the audience, how to build a story whenever you're creating the data. Story is an important thing because it will convey something out of your data set. That is the final thing you have to do. So this is all about the summary of this week, and this is the last topic to our course, the ending of the course, and I wish you all the best in learning the tool and happy learning. Thank you.
Congratulations on completing Cryo.do's crash course on data analytics and visualizations with Tableau. You have now gained practical experience with one of the most robust data visualization platforms, learning how to create interactive, data-driven dashboards and reports with precision. If you found the course valuable, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel for more in-depth courses and content. For those looking to deepen their expertise, visit our website to explore advanced programs that cover data modeling, predictive analytics, and more. Thank you for learning with us. Until next time, happy analyzing.